Chapter 521, The God-Binding Disc. Chapter 521, The God-Binding Disc. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What did Arcane City really have? Why would countless genius spellcasters wish to enter Arcane City? Ever since Merlin had attempted the Mind Tower, he had a dim understanding of why generations after generations of genius wizards would come to Arcane City by any means possible. One would have everything that one needed, for instance, Merlin's mind power which had been troubling him. He was able to challenge the Mind Tower, each floor offered Merlin some stimulation, expanding his mind power in that manner. Now, Merlin was training to fuse his mind power with his instincts. Once he had done so, Merlin's mind power would flourish swiftly, and might even break through to an 8th level mind heart instantly. In addition, he would then be able to complete the 9th floor of the Mind Tower. Moreover, Arcane City had many other great items such as casting tools. Arcane City was known to be a place where one could find any casting tool. Merlin gave it a try. As of now, he had only used very few casting tools because most casting tools were not worth his while. The only exception was the assembled casting tool, which was still incomplete. Merlin had not paid the Bell space any attention for a long time. As for Wizard Bell, Merlin had even deliberately looked him up in Arcane City. There was a very comprehensive set of information regarding powerful wizards in Arcane City, which was free to access. Only Arcane City could have something like this. From this information, Merlin found out some facts about Wizard Bell at last. Wizard Bell was previously a great alchemist of the Malta Empire royal family. At that time, he was a great legend and was reputed to be the foremost great alchemist in the Malta Empire. As for the assembled casting tool, it was first created by Wizard Bell. In the field of alchemy, Wizard Bell had always been a pioneer. In general, a large portion of alchemy was gradually developed and refined thanks to Wizard Bell. However, during the war between the mysterious dimension and the civilization of spellcasters, the fires of war burned the glorious land, and the great alchemist Wizard Bell died there. These were details about Wizard Bell. Merlin was deeply moved when he learned this. Back when he had obtained the components of the Bell space, he had vaguely sensed that these casting tools were not that simple. This turned out to be true. Although Wizard Bell was the first to create assembled casting tools, the one which he was proudest of throughout his life was the God-Binding Disc. It was assembled from 9 casting components, and each component was an individual casting tool. They could become various sorts of new casting tools when combined in different ways. This was the unique characteristic of assembled casting tools. Merlin became excited when he learned about the God-Binding Disc, so he looked up descriptions of it. The God-Binding Disc was the most powerful casting tool transfigured by Wizard Bell, one with supreme might, and was formed from 9 individual casting tools in total. Back then, Wizard Bell had become a great legend by consolidating a fire-type maxim, and ultimately that was the only maxim he created. However, he focused all his efforts into alchemy and transfigured the God-Binding Disc. Thereafter, he was able to use the God-Binding Disc to suppress natural gods. Even if some natural gods were stronger than Wizard Bell himself, possessing divinity transformed from the endless power of faith and being nearly immortal, once the God-Binding Disc was wielded, the formidable natural gods were subdued one after another. It was because of such prowess that Wizard Bell was unreservedly recognized as the foremost great alchemist, even in the Malta Empire which was brimming with talent. Other than Wizard Bell, there were no great alchemists who had such splendid results in battle. The God-Binding Disc, as wielded by Wizard Bell, was able to suppress 6 natural gods in all. God-Binding Disc? Merlin's heart leaped. He had acquired 3 casting components which formed the Bell space. This Bell space was marvelous as well, possessing some mystical powers. Therefore, Merlin wondered if the 3 casting components he had were components of the God-Binding Disc. Thus, Merlin continued inquiring about the God-Binding Disc. In Wizard Bell's hands, the God-Binding Disc had exploded with terrifying strength. However, after a great war erupted between the glorious land and the mysterious dimension, not only did Wizard Bell die but even the God-Binding Disc was lost. According to rumors, the God-Binding Disc had been broken up into 9 most basic casting components, scattered throughout the lands. God-Binding Disc! There was a feverish fire in Merlin's heart. he increasingly believed that his bell space was, in fact, 3 of the casting components making up the God-binding disc. Arcane City reputedly had the richest supply of casting tools and other alchemy products, along with some rare, strange treasures. Merlin began his inquiries, actively seeking out the casting tools of Wizard Bell. As the leading great alchemist of the spellcaster's most glorious era, Wizard Bell had many casting tools which were widely circulated. After a brief search, Merlin figured he might as well ask about the components of the God-binding disc. As a sacred place created by the ultimate arcane wizards, Arcane City was the hub of the entire spellcaster civilization. The 3 great arcane cities were the most secure fort of the spellcaster civilization, and the places which would preserve the spark of civilization if the spellcaster civilization was ever endangered. Therefore, the 3 great arcane cities had everything one would ever need. As Merlin inquired about the God-binding disc, the great legends who watched over the countless casting tools and alchemy products of Arcane City did not find his questions strange. There were many spellcasters who, like Merlin, had previously looked into legendary casting tools with powerful might such as the God-binding disc. There are only 4 casting components of the God-binding disc in Arcane City. 4. Merlin was slightly stupefied before his heart burst with elation. Initially, he had not hoped for 4 more components, for it was too challenging to assemble the complete God-binding disc all at once. It was uncertain if he could assemble it, as a few of those components might even have been completely destroyed. Therefore, 4 components were already beyond Merlin's expectations. How many adventure points would the 4 casting tools cost? Merlin asked immediately. He was curious as to why not many spellcasters were willing to purchase the renowned God-binding disc. Otherwise, these components would no longer be in Arcane City. The great legends raised their head and eyed Merlin, then said calmly, each component of the God-binding disc requires 500 adventure points, so 4 components cost 2,000 adventure points in total. What? 500 adventure points? Merlin's mouth fell wide open. 500 points in addition to 500 more would make 1,000 adventure points. That was enough to exchange for a first-rate casting tool in Arcane City. Merlin's Aurora ship, for example, specialized in speed. In truth, there were similar alchemy products in Arcane City, which merely required a little more than 1,000 adventure points. Spellcasters with so many adventure points would have purchased other first-rate casting tools. Who would waste their energy on 4 individual components? The God-binding disc had a great reputation indeed, but if it was just for components, they could not compare to other first-rate casting tools or alchemy products. Moreover, these 4 components were damaged to different degrees and were not in perfect condition. With such defects, in addition to their costly price, it was natural that not many wizards were willing to exchange for these 4 components of the God-binding disc. Merlin was silent for a moment, then drew in a deep breath, and turned to leave right away. These 4 components were costly indeed and were even defective, not worthy of such a huge sum of adventure points at all. Merlin had only been in Arcane City for a few days, but he already understood how difficult it was to obtain adventure points. In general, each mission might take months or even years, and one would only receive a few dozen adventure points in return. This was to say nothing of adventure points above hundreds and thousands. In the eyes of most potential wizards, this was a huge fortune. Nonetheless, Merlin had secretly made up his mind to acquire the 4 casting components of the God-binding disc. When combined, the 4 components might not be formidable, and might not even compare to Merlin's Aurora ship, but Merlin also possessed 3 casting components that were very likely to be part of the God-binding disc. With these 3 components, Merlin would have 7 casting components of the God-binding disc. Although these 7 parts might not form a complete God-binding disc, and would not have the full, mystical powers of the God-binding disc, they would surely surpass most first-rate casting tools. It was something only obtainable by sheer chance. Therefore, Merlin was determined to get the 4 casting components of the God-binding disc in Arcane City. Oh, adventure points! Without adventure points, one's cultivation in Arcane City would surely suffer a great blow. Merlin already understood the significance of adventure points in Arcane City. The mine tower, the force field area, and so on, all required adventure points to be used. One must complete an adventure mission to gain adventure points, which would only be awarded after the mission is completed. Merlin was already familiar with many places in Arcane City. Of course, he knew about the mission tower too. The fat wizard Arat had previously introduced Merlin to most of the places in Arcane City, and the mission tower was one which Arat had emphasized. There was a considerable number of spellcasters in Arcane City, but because Arcane City was too big, it looked as if it was sparsely populated by spellcasters. The only exception was the mission tower. People came and went in the mission tower, and each day, there were many spellcasters who went there. Among them, there were not just spellcasters below the 7th level. Spellcasters above the 7th level and even great wizards were more common. In Arcane City, anyone below the level of legends could be considered a potential wizard, each of whom had a time limit of 1,000 years in Arcane City. Once those 1,000 years had passed, if one had not become a great legend, one would be sent by Arcane City to assist great legends in standing guard over other dimensions. After all, there were plenty of dimensions directly controlled by Arcane City, requiring the supervision of many powerful wizards. Of course, there were those who stood guard willingly. As long as a potential wizard had become a great wizard, they would usually be top-notch great wizards among the tens of thousands of dimensions. Great wizards like these were able to voluntarily apply to guard the dimensions. Moreover, based on how disorderly the dimension was, and how long one stood guard, Arcane City might give a great sum of adventure points. This method was generally not very risky. One would just need to spend some time to obtain a lot of adventure points. Nevertheless, Merlin could not apply for missions like this as he was not a great wizard. He was not qualified at all to apply to guard dimensions, and could only take on other missions. After stepping into the mission tower, Merlin glanced around casually. There were mostly difficult missions which would take a long time with only a few adventure points as a reward, such as capturing a foreign tribe. Other than that, one could choose to enter the front lines and fight against foreign tribes directly. Missions of this sort were very hazardous, and even most great wizards would be at risk of dying. If the resulting adventure points were higher, Merlin would not mind the risk, but these missions had comparatively fewer adventure points. In comparison to the number of adventure points Merlin would need to purchase the 4 components of God-binding disc, it was far too insufficient. There are many missions with over 1,000 adventure points, but those are far too dangerous for me. For instance, hunting down great wizards at their peak, I can't possibly succeed. Merlin furrowed his brows tightly. After going around the mission tower for a long time, he still did not see any mission that was appropriate and would satisfy him. Chapter 522, The Strongest Team of 6. Chapter 522, The Strongest Team of 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wizard Merlin. A clear, cold voice came from behind Merlin. He turned around and saw a familiar figure. It was Wizard Saturn. Wizard Saturn? You're about to go on an adventure mission too? Upon seeing Wizard Saturn, Merlin naturally thought of how Wizard Saturn had reached the 11th floor of the mine tower. He must have enjoyed the sweet taste of progress, and wished to earn some adventure points. However, Wizard Saturn shook his head. No, I came here expressly to look for you. Look for me? Saturn glanced around, then said gutturally, We'll talk outside. Following that, Merlin tailed behind Saturn, leaving the mission tower. When they were outside, Saturn said meaningfully, Wizard Merlin, Arcane City has assigned a mission to us, the newest batch of potential wizards. As long as we complete the mission, we'll get 2,500 adventure points. Arcane City has actually given us a mission automatically with such a rich prize? It mustn't be that easy. Merlin was rather tempted indeed, but it was surely not so easy to get 2,500 adventure points, so there must be a certain level of risk. Wizard Saturn did not deny this and nodded softly. This mission is rather special indeed and is only suitable for us. As for the mission itself, there's a level of difficulty, and might possibly be dangerous. Still, with such a huge reward, the risk would be worth it. Saturn's words really roused Merlin. Indeed, such a generous reward would be worth the risk. Moreover, Merlin had spent half the day wandering around the mission tower. Missions with high adventure points were available, but those were too difficult and could not be completed by Merlin at this point. As for those which were slightly simpler with only 100 or 2 adventure points, Merlin might be confident in completing them, but it would still take up a certain amount of time. Furthermore, by relying on these missions to obtain the necessary amount of adventure points for purchasing the forecasting components of the God-binding disk would take an unknown period of time. Tell me, what's the mission exactly? After a long pause, Merlin seemed to arrive at a decision. He was leaning toward accepting the mission. After all, 2,500 adventure points was a rich reward that was rarely seen in missions. Nonetheless, before that, Merlin had to be somewhat cautious, to first understand what the mission was. Saturn's expression was as aloof as ever as he explained, "This mission is rather complicated to explain. Let's go, I'll bring you to meet the others. It's not just the two of us on this mission." With that, Saturn brought Merlin to his residence, and as they walked, he told Merlin in detail about this mission. Saturn mentioned again that the mission was special, only appropriate for Merlin and the rest. Of course, there was a reason behind this. Merlin slowly learned that within the countless dimensions in the Void Zone, besides the spellcaster civilization, there were foreign tribes of an unknown number. There were perhaps unique civilizations in each of the dimensions, but the majority of these civilizations were confined to one dimension, for they did not have the ability to set foot in the Void Zone. As for the spellcaster civilization, they had broken free of their dimension and traversed the Void Zone, in addition to controlling tens of thousands of dimensions. As a result, they had become one of the strongest civilizations within the Void Zone. Of course, in the vast, boundless Void Zone, it was surely not just the spellcasters who broke free of their dimension. There were other civilizations such as that mysterious dimension which waged an explosive war against spellcasters, and civilizations whose beings were entirely different from spellcasters. Their capabilities were on par with the spellcaster civilization or even stronger. As the spellcaster civilization had produced 3 ultimate arcane wizards and countless legends, it finally won a place among the vast Void Zone. Nonetheless, it could not be considered the strongest. There were some foreign tribes with inherent differences from the spellcaster civilization that were more or less at the same level. When there were differences, there was bound to be conflict. Among the foreign tribes, the one which was currently in tense relations with the rest was the Rock tribe. The Rock tribe was not living beings. They were a relatively formidable foreign civilization which had previously had some conflicts with the spellcasters. However, after both sides had generally understood their opponent's strength, they no longer carried out wide-scale attacks but instead tried to restrain each other. Nonetheless, in a few dimensions nearby both civilizations, the two sides were battling through overt and covert means. In one of these dimensions, both sides had agreed that fighters above the level of Great Wizard were not allowed to enter the Seelie dimension. This agreement had lasted for a millennium. However, in recent times, subtle developments had taken place in the Seelie dimension. Arcane City suspected that contenders which were at the level of the Rock tribe's Great Wizards had infiltrated the Seelie dimension, noticeably plotting something. In light of security considerations, Arcane City had decided to send wizards into the Seelie dimension to ascertain whether the Rock tribe was up to anything. Spellcasters who were Great Wizards or higher were naturally too sensitive, hence they were not allowed to enter. As for average spellcasters, they might not be of much use. Therefore, only these freakishly, perversely powerful spellcasters of Arcane City, who did not have high levels or significant influence, and who would go unnoticed, would be best suited to investigate the Seelie dimension. They just had to learn what the Rock tribe was plotting in the Seelie dimension, then return to Arcane City, and their mission was considered complete. Merlin listened to Wizard Saturn's explanation wordlessly. He had a more definitive understanding of this mission. It turned out that besides the spellcaster civilization, there were foreign tribes that were on par with the spellcasters. Merlin had not seen such tribes, and while he was curious, he was also analyzing the potential dangers of this mission. In fact, this mission seemed rather simple but contained certain risks, as the Seelie dimension laid between the Rock tribe and the spellcaster civilization. Although no Great Wizards from either side would dare to enter the dimension openly, there must have been an unknown number of surreptitious infiltrations throughout the 1,000 years. This dimension had become a buffer zone of the covert and overt battle between the Rock tribe and the spellcasters. If the Rock tribe was really plotting something, Merlin and the rest were very likely to be discovered if they went in and investigated. It followed that they would have to confront the fighters who were stealthily hiding in the Seelie dimension, who probably may be comparable to Great Wizards. At that point, even Merlin, Saturn, and the rest, who were each demonic geniuses, would be in great danger. Wizard Saturn, are you confident that we'll come out of the Seelie dimension in one piece? Merlin could not help but ask. He saw that Saturn bore an unperturbed manner, his face calm and composed as if he did not think that this mission would be that dangerous. There's no guarantee of that, but this is why I've gathered all of you. If we really encounter a fighter from the Rock Tribe, the combined abilities of all 6 of us will surely be enough to contend against them. Saturn's tone was firm and decisive and full of certainty. The 6 individuals he spoke of were Rael and the rest from that past match. Rael, Seddon, and Olga, these 3 were potential wizards without backgrounds. Adding to this was Merlin, Saturn, and Vic. The 6 of them were the strongest team of 6 within this batch of potential wizards. All 6 were truly geniuses among geniuses. With everyone put together, they were able to take on anyone at the level of a great wizard. It was not surprising that Saturn was confident in completing this mission. After a long moment, Merlin nodded seriously. For 2,500 adventure points, it's worth the risk. Merlin had decided. At the same time, the rest nodded as well. Perhaps they had some reservations in their hearts, but with 2,500 adventure points dangling before them, no one would refuse. Therefore, the strongest 6 of the newest batch of potential wizards in Arcane City joined forces temporarily for the sake of the mission, forming the strongest team of 6. With Rael and Saturn in the lead, the strongest team of 6 quickly left Arcane City, flying toward the Seelie Dimension in the far distance. Chapter 523, The Seelie Dimension. Chapter 523, The Seelie Dimension. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the icy blackness of the void zone, 6 beams of light whistled as they sped onward. Merlin and the rest, making up a group of 6, had been flying in the dark, chilly void zone for more than a month. Yet, they still had not reached the Seelie Dimension. This indicated how far it was. As a dimension that bordered the foreign tribe, it was natural for the Seelie Dimension to be rather distant, even with Merlin's Aurora ship. The ship, which possessed great speed, was the result of Wizard Mogan's request to Wizard Yatho, who spent huge costs to abandon certain functions, focusing on its speed before it was transfigured successfully, achieving great speed. Even so, the flying ship painstakingly transfigured by Wizard Yatho was still slightly inferior to the alchemy products and casting tools of Wizard Saturn and the rest, which were faster. Those tools even exuded a powerful force. It looked as if they were not just faster but were equipped with defensive and offensive abilities too. Vic and Saturn were spellcasters with the best backgrounds. They never seemed to run out of trump cards. No one knew what life-saving treasures they were gifted with by the great legends who supported them. Saturn was backed by a top-notch legend who had condensed 4 maxims. In terms of background, Saturn was in the lead. Therefore, his treasure was the best. If he had flown with full speed, he would have left Merlin and the rest behind. Merlin's Aurora ship had decent speed, ranking behind Wizard Saturn and Wizard Vic. As for Rael, Olga, and Seddon, they were spellcasters without backgrounds. Even though they were selected and recruited by Arcane City, they were naturally more than 1 step behind Saturn and the rest in terms of resources. Their casting tools were standard and the simplest, with a very slow speed of flight which was not even half of the speed of the Aurora ship. Nonetheless, in order to accommodate Rael and the rest, the team could only fly at a leisurely pace. Merlin was rather rueful at the huge disparity between those with and those without backgrounds. Spellcasters backed by great legends, even if they did not enter Arcane City, would end up with significant achievements with a great chance of becoming a legend. Conversely, spellcasters without backgrounds might rely on their gifts, and wait for opportunities to become a freakish great wizard. However, it was exceedingly difficult for them to become a great legend. Back when Arcane City had not existed, a great legend would appear only once every century or so. After the ultimate arcane wizards established the 3 great arcane cities, the legendary wizards of the spellcaster civilization began to shoot up in numbers. Those genius wizards who had excellent talent but without good opportunities were absorbed into Arcane City, finally having the chance to become a great legend. Merlin was now in the Aurora ship with his eyes closed. He was mulling over how to turn mind power into a part of his instincts. After reaching the 9th level of the mind tower, he had learned a new way to increase mind power, which was to turn it into an instinct. In that manner, his mind power would grow in leaps and bounds. Merlin's current mind power had reached a limit. He had the faint premonition that once he grasped how to change mind power into instinct, he was likely to break through that limit and achieve an 8th level mind heart. To this end, Merlin had asked Wizard Saturn for guidance. After all, Arat had mentioned that Saturn had reached the 11th floor of the mind tower in one go. Nonetheless, Wizard Saturn's reply was rather disappointing, and also astonishing. Saturn's method was a simple one. He had used his powerful mind power, just pure mind power, to defeat the mysterious old man in black without any occult mind spells. A method like this, in fact, did not bring any evident benefits to Saturn. Each floor of the mind tower must contain a deep meaning for spellcasters. Only by understanding the function of each floor would the mind tower serve as the best place to hone mind power. Many thoughts spun across Merlin's mind. He knew deep down that forcibly rushing through the mind tower did not serve any purpose. One would not achieve the goal of honing mind power at all. In the 9th floor of the mind tower, what he had learned was to make mind power a part of his instincts. Only then would his mind power be truly honed. Besides honing his mind power in the mind tower, managing to raise his mind power to the limits of the 7th level was Merlin's biggest gain, just like how he had successfully cultivated the occult mind spell 9-hit strike until 4-hit strike. In this manner, Merlin would be able to rely solely on 4-hit strike to kill most 9th level spell casters. The occult mind spell 9-hit strike and spell fusion, these two techniques were presently Merlin's strongest attacks. They were his aces up his sleeve, and he must not wield them so lightly. Merlin glanced at Saturn, Vic, Rael, and the rest. These genius freaks were surely like him, each having their own hidden trumps. Once they were all wielded explosively, even a great wizard would have to momentarily evade the onslaught. Saturn, in particular, had always induced a sense of threat in Merlin. Merlin did not know what frightening technique Saturn was concealing, so although this trip to the Seelie dimension carried a certain degree of danger, the alliance of these 6 freakish wizards greatly reduced the risk. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 6 beams of light continued their flight in the icy darkness of the void zone. In the blink of an eye, Merlin and the rest had flown in the void zone for 3 months, and this was with flying casting tools. If they had solely relied upon spells to fly, it would have taken years. Look, there's a dimension. Rael's deep, clear voice rang out as he pointed at a source of blinding white light in front, which was covered in thick fog, just like a ball of mist. This was the archetypal appearance of a dimension. Most dimensions were like these, hidden in a fog. Of course, this was not a fog but the unique dimension energy that each dimension possessed, radiating outside the dimension and protecting it securely. However, although the overall strength of this dimension energy was formidable, the area in isolation was comparatively weaker. On average, spellcasters above the 7th level were able to break through the dimension energy to enter the dimension. Saturn took out a map of the dimensions and compared the dimension coordinates, following which he nodded assuredly. That's the Seelie dimension. They had finally reached the Seelie dimension. Besides their joy, they also felt a sense of heaviness. They knew that this dimension was not so simple, and possibly contained endless dangers. If one went beyond the Seelie dimension, one would be in the territory of the Rock Tribe. It was hazardous for spellcasters to go there. After all, the Rock Tribe was similar to the spellcaster civilization in terms of powerful abilities, having occupied countless dimensions. In the vast void zone, they were a relatively powerful civilization known as the Rock Tribe civilization. Wizard Saturn and Wizard Rael stopped in their tracks in front of the Seelie dimension. They stared at the gigantic dimension with solemn expressions. Everyone should know about the general situation of the Seelie dimension. In fact, the civilization in the dimension is not primitive, so we must keep a low profile and be careful after we entered the dimension. After all, besides the Seelie people of the dimension, there are members of the Rock Tribe hidden among them. Wizard Rael said to the rest of them in grave tones. We'll follow the instructions of Wizard Rael and Wizard Saturn. Merlin and the rest replied accordingly. This mission had a certain level of danger, and they must not be rowdy and disorganized. Among the 6, Saturn and Rael had the greatest capability, so with 2 of them in lead, there would not be much trouble. Very well, since everyone is ready, we'll enter the dimension. With that, the group of 6 headed toward the Seelie dimension. In the Seelie dimension, a horse carriage slowly trundled along a rocky road. In the carriage, there sat a lady in the prime of her youth, with a graceful figure and beautiful features, accompanied by a female guard who was dressed in the skin-tight apparel of a warrior. Ziwei, do you think that father will marry me off to the kingdom of Siwei this time? A fatigued look came over the young lady's face as she asked softly. The female guard who was called Ziwei maintained her poker face. She was holding a blade and shook her head coldly. This is a matter between His Majesty the King and Your Highness the Princess. I have no right to comment on this. However, His Majesty is furious about Your Highness' secret escape from the palace, and has ordered me to escort Your Highness back to the palace, and to request Your Highness to not do anything like this again. It turned out that this young lady was a princess, one who had sneaked out from the palace. Now, this female guard was ordered to capture the princess and bring her back. It was not surprising that this carriage was surrounded by knights who were armed to their teeth, enclosing the carriage rightly. Not even a fly would be able to get near. Her Highness the Princess suddenly revealed an unusual fury, yelling in a high-pitched voice, Ziwei, I don't wish to return to the palace. Once I do, father will marry me off to that 70-year-old man from the kingdom of Siwei. How many more years can that oldie live? 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years? As she looked at the princess's furious face, Ziwei's cold gaze had involuntarily revealed a hint of warmth, following which she sighed. Your Highness, His Majesty the King has no other choice. The kingdom of Siwei has a holy knight, whereas our kingdom of Siden has never produced a holy knight even today. If Your Highness isn't married to them, our kingdom of Siden would be destroyed imminently. Holy knight. Surprisingly, Her Highness the Princess had calmed down. It was all because of that holy knight. Ever since the original Sealy Empire collapsed and broke off into countless small kingdoms, there had been successive years of war campaigns but also days of peace and serenity. However, after some kingdoms produced the strongest holy knights, everything had changed. Each kingdom was consolidating their power, ready to emulate the Sealy Empire of days past, uniting all kingdoms. Ziwei, why can't our kingdom of Siden produce a holy knight? How I wish that the heavens would allow our kingdom to have a holy knight too. I'm willing to pay any price. Ziwei merely smiled. This was Her Highness the Princess's naive thinking. Holy knights did not appear so easily. In the past centuries, after the collapse of the Sealy Empire, there had been no holy knights. It was only in the recent decades that a few kingdoms had begun to produce a few holy knights continuously. If holy knights were so easily created, someone would have emulated the Sealy Empire and united the countless kingdoms, big and small, a long time ago. Your Highness, perhaps we'll be able to fulfill your wish. Just at this time, an intangible voice, which somehow sounded close to the ear, came into the horse carriage. Swoosh! The female guard Ziwei immediately drew the long blade at her waist, eyeing her surroundings as watchfully as a tiger. However, besides Ziwei and the princess, there was no one else in the carriage. Chapter 524, Princess Fleur. Chapter 524, Princess Fleur. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Who's there? It was not just Ziwei but also the recently distressed princess who were on their guard. There were only the princess and Ziwei in the horse carriage, so Ziwei pulled the curtain to one side and looked around. At this point, the entire convoy stopped, and the heavily clad knights gulped a mouthful of cold air, staring at the sky before them in utter astonishment. They were faced with a few strangely dressed men who were standing in mid-air, blocking the path of the carriage. They can stand in mid-air. Only the powerful Sky Knights have such an ability. Sky Knights, they must be Sky Knights, and there are 6 of them. Who sent them? Our kingdom of Siden only have 4 Sky Knights in total, and they're all the supreme captains of their regiments. No matter who they are, prepare for battle at once. Even if they're Sky Knights, we must preserve the Royal Knight's glory. These heavily clad knights were filled with dread. The 6 Sky Knights induced in them an incomparable level of shock. These were powerful individuals second only to holy knights. Although they were frightened, these heavily clad knights still guarded the carriage, and no one withdrew. Ziwei, who peered through the curtain, was wearing an unpleasant expression. She could not figure out which kingdom would have the capability to dispatch 6 Sky Knights just to intercept Her Highness the Princess. This was too absurd a notion, and even Ziwei could not believe this. Your Highness, I'll try talking to the 6 powerful Sky Knights first, and ask them their origins. With that, Ziwei leaped from the carriage suddenly, and a vivid green light surged up around her body like a halo. This was a rather mainstream cultivation method in the Seelie dimension, fighting spirit. Ziwei was a great knight. If she had advanced further, she would become a sky knight, and able to walk on air. Ziwei was also the head guard of the royal family. With her escorting the princess, it should be a piece of cake, yet they had unexpectedly encountered these 6 mysterious sky knights in their journey. Even a great knight like her could only bow her proud head. "Honorable Sir Sky Knights, may I ask what instructions you have for stopping us?" Ziwei's manner was humble. Faced with 6 sky knights, there was nothing for her to be arrogant about. It should be known that in the kingdom of Siden, a sky knight would serve as captain for a regiment. The travelers in the sky were Merlin and Saturn and the rest. This group of 6 had just arrived in the Seelie dimension, eager to learn about the actual circumstances of this dimension. Before their eyes was a princess of a kingdom. Naturally, they were the best candidates in terms of understanding the Seelie dimension. Saturn-eyed Merlin, and a rare smile tugged at his mouth. "Wizard Merlin, I'll have to trouble you now to use your darkness spell and quieten these people for a moment." Merlin nodded, then raised one arm, following which the entire area seemed to darken. Darkness descended instantly and shrouded the entire convoy, and everyone within was caught in a boundless illusion. "It's done. They're in the illusion. We can ask them any time we like." Merlin led Saturn and the rest into the darkness. With one light wave of his hand, Her Highness the Princess leaped from the carriage like a puppet. Together with Ziwei, she came before Merlin and the rest. "Wake up!" Merlin softly commanded both of them. There was a snap in both their minds, like a clap of thunder, and the boundless illusion vanished instantly. Both of them recovered their senses rapidly. "What happened to us earlier?" The princess looked at the surrounding sweep of darkness. Her heavily clad knights had descended into a dream and were unable to hear her at all. Ziwei, on the other hand, appeared much calmer. She pulled the princess close to her and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, there's no need for panic. These are the Sky Knights." However, as Ziwei looked around at the darkness, she knew that not even Sky Knights were able to achieve such a peculiar effect. All at once, she did not know how to handle the situation. Saturn stared at the princess and said coldly, "Your Highness, I've said that we'll be able to fulfill your wish. Are you really willing to pay any price?" The princess was rather stunned before she remembered her causal words, saying that she was willing to pay any price if only the heavens would allow her kingdom of Siden to produce a holy knight. Could these people really be holy knights? "Are you holy knights?" the princess asked somewhat incredulously. Saturn smiled in response. Of course, they knew about the holy knights of the Seelie dimension. Most Sky Knights were equivalent to 7th-level wizards, the most ordinary kind of 7th-level wizards. As for holy knights, that was a huge step forward. Strictly speaking, holy knights themselves were merely on par with average 9th-level spellcasters. However, the most important rite of becoming a holy knight was that one must tame a giant dragon. In the Seelie dimension, there were grand creatures called giant dragons. In fact, these giant dragons were similar in some ways to spellcasters, able to spit fireballs and frost and the like. Nonetheless, these were not spells but the dragon's natural abilities. A giant dragon had extraordinary strength and an immense body. One giant dragon could easily wreck a sturdy city, so these dragons were considered creatures of the legends. A few Sky Knights, who were at their peak, had wished to become holy knights. Other than having immense strength themselves, most importantly, they had to tame a giant dragon and ride the creature, containing terrifying powers of devastation as it soared across the horizon. Based on their capacity for destruction alone, holy knights had reached the peak of 9th-level spellcasters who had fused a few types of spell models together. The strongest holy knight in the history of the Seelie dimension was the Seelie King who founded the Great Seelie Empire 1,000 years ago. He was a holy knight whose powers reached unimaginable heights. The records of Arcane City even clearly indicated that the Seelie King's powers were comparable to a great wizard. Nonetheless, this was the sole contender of the Seelie dimension who was on par with great wizards. Moreover, if a civilization wished to step beyond their dimension and venture into the Void Zone, they must produce great legends. Although the Seelie dimension had a holy knight who was comparable to a great wizard, they were unable to transcend their dimension and become a formidable civilization. After the Seelie king had passed away, very few holy knights appeared. Even when they did, they could generally only reach the level of 9th level spellcasters at their peak, unable to compare to great wizards. Merlin and the rest were each able to easily kill most 9th level spellcasters. If they resorted to their hidden trumps, they were even comparable to peak 9th level spellcasters who had begun to fuse spells. Therefore, it was not too far off to say that Merlin's group of 6 were holy knights. Whether or not we're holy knights isn't important. What's important is that we can help you resist the holy knight's threat. You won't have to marry some other king. Saturn's words spurred the princess's rush of excitement. She eyed Merlin and the rest, then bit her lips and asked cautiously, "What do you want to do? Just tell us everything you know." "It's that easy." "That's right, it's that easy." Wizard Saturn laughed and the princess laughed as well. Thus, Wizard Saturn began his inquiries, and the princess began replying in full and systematic detail. The Seelie dimension had a long history, especially 1,000 years ago when the Seelie Empire had united the entire Seelie dimension. That was their golden age. However, the Seelie Empire had fallen 1,000 years ago, breaking up into countless tiny kingdoms. Every kingdom began fighting, leading to a confrontation between the larger kingdoms. Holy knights had always been rare in every kingdom, and some kingdoms had not even produced one because holy knights were the strongest forces. One holy knight was equivalent to 1,000,000 troops. Once a kingdom had given birth to a holy knight, that kingdom was able to become mighty in one leap. In the past decades, a strange situation had occurred. Among a few kingdoms, holy knights began to emerge. The neighboring kingdom of the Kingdom of Siden, for instance, which was the Kingdom of Siwei, had produced a holy knight. Other kingdoms had even produced 2 or 3 holy knights. Currently, the number of holy knights from all the kingdoms was higher than it was hundreds of years ago. The Kingdom of Siwei had given birth to a holy knight and was already restless, even voicing an intention to make their move against the Kingdom of Siden. The king, in order to protect the Kingdom of Siden, at least for a few years, was thus prepared to send the prettiest princess of the royal family, Princess Fleur, to the 70-year-old king of the Kingdom of Siwei. As a result, Princess Fleur had escaped from the palace and was now brought back by Ziwei. That's not right. This is unusual. When Saturn and the rest heard about this, they already felt that something was wrong. The main peculiarity was those holy knights. In the past centuries, the number of holy knights was small, but in recent decades, their numbers had increased many times over. Furthermore, certain kingdoms were stirring impatiently. Clearly, there was a trend of kingdoms intending to wage war and conquer other kingdoms. Merlin frowned as well. He carefully recalled the information from Arcane City, especially data regarding holy knights. In the Seelie dimension, holy knights enjoyed a high status. In fact, the most difficult part of becoming a holy knight was the taming of the giant dragon. Holy knights themselves were merely a stronger version of sky knights. Hence, it was not so easy to tame a giant dragon. Many powerful sky knights had tried to do so, only for a majority of them to end up as a tasty snack in the dragon's mouth. What's odd about this is the giant dragons. Merlin suddenly spoke. When Saturn and the rest looked at him, he continued saying in a low voice, "Sky knights have to tame giant dragons to become holy knights. However, if someone was to capture these dragons and tame them in advance, then send them to the powerful sky knights, wouldn't they be able to produce holy knights on a large scale? Capture the giant dragons?" Merlin's words immediately cleared the mist before the eyes of Saturn, Rael, and the rest. They already vaguely understood what Merlin was implying. Besides spellcasters, only the rock tribe who were hiding in the Seelie dimension would be able to easily capture giant dragons. Only by locating a holy knight can we learn whether the rock tribe is behind this. Saturn and the rest had come to investigate the rock tribe's schemes in the Seelie dimension. To their surprise, they already had an investigative direction as soon as they arrived. If everything went smoothly, they would soon get to the bottom of the rock tribe's plans, and return to present their report. Chapter 525, In the Palace. Chapter 525, In the Palace. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the palace of the Kingdom of Siden, King Roger wore a purple gold crown as he towered above in his throne, his eyes fixed upon Princess Fleur who was kneeling in the foyer below. King Roger was very fond of this daughter. If it was not for the overbearing manner of the kingdom of Seaway, he would not have wished to use such a plan to stabilize the situation. After a long moment, King Roger unleashed a long sigh, and said slowly, "Fleur, the kingdom is now in hard times. Every day, the kingdom of Seaway becomes more and more insistent in its goal to annex our kingdom of Seaden. This is detrimental to our kingdom of Seaden." King Roger was about to further persuade Princess Fleur when she suddenly lifted her head, and said with a calm expression, "Father, in my journey, I've met 6 powerful Sky Knights. They have a plan to defeat the Holy Knight of the Kingdom of Seaway." "Huh? 6 Sky Knights?" King Roger was astounded. He promptly shifted his gaze to the 6 strangers behind Fleur. These 6 men looked to be rather young, but there was a distinct force exuding from them, just like when he was faced with the kingdom's captains. King Roger glanced at Zouei, who nodded gently as well. This proved that what Princess Fleur said was true. Therefore, King Roger immediately smiled. Of course, 6 Sky Knights who would serve the kingdom of Seaden were exactly what the king had been lacking. 6 powerful Sky Knights, welcome to the kingdom of Seaden. I can dub all of you as Grand Dukes. King Roger was not stingy with his titles, immediately conferring the rank of Grand Duke upon Merlin and the rest. Besides the king himself, this was the highest title. The captains of the kingdom of Seaden who were similarly Sky Knights were also Grand Dukes. Merlin and the rest did not decline. They had discussed this beforehand. They must first establish themselves in the kingdom of Seaden, and it would be best if they could assimilate. Becoming the Grand Dukes of the Kingdom of Seaden was undoubtedly the best way to assimilate into the Kingdom of Seaden. Following that, Merlin and the rest were put up in the palace. They could stay there for now. "Zouei, what's all this about?" After Merlin and the rest had left, King Roger summoned Zouei and asked in a low voice. Zouei hesitated for a beat but did not cover up the truth. She recounted the appearance of Merlin and the rest in careful detail, but she did not know of the subsequent secret plan agreed upon by Merlin's group and Princess Fleur. These 6 strong Sky Knights appeared out of the blue. Fleur said that they can deal with the Holy Knight. I wonder if that's true? Sky Knights defeating a Holy Knight, do you think that's possible? King Roger furrowed his brows and was somewhat at a loss of what to do. If Merlin and the rest truly had the ability to defeat the Holy Knight, then the Kingdom of Seaden would not have to bow its head to the Kingdom of Seaway. As for the origins of Merlin's group, King Roger was not that concerned. In the past decades, Holy Knights had cropped up in various kingdoms which had been nobodies before that. As long as Merlin's group of 6 would assist the Kingdom of Seaden, it would be good enough. There was no need to learn about their origins. Conversely, Zouei appeared calm and collected. She said quietly, "Your Majesty, whether the 6 Grand Dukes can defeat a Holy Knight, if you summon the captains and let them give it a shot, you'll find out, right?" At Zouei's suggestion, King Roger smacked his own forehead. That was right. The Kingdom of Seaden had 4 Sky Knights as well. All he had to do was let them try. "All right, Zouei, you'd better go and watch over Princess Fleur. Make sure she won't sneak out of the palace in the meantime. I'll summon the 4 captains at once." With that, King Roger dismissed her with a wave of his hand. The foyer descended into silence once again, and a look of exhaustion washed over King Roger's face. At this point, King Roger did not notice the ripples in the air which quickly vanished without a trace. In another spacious room nearby, the image of King Roger's recent conversation with Zouei was displayed before Merlin and the rest. Rael waved his hand and the image was cut off. This was a small spell of Rael's, but it was rather handy when used against most people. If it was a powerful spell caster, they would notice the elemental fluctuations at once, and the spell would be useless. They saw that King Roger, in the image, had already summoned the 4 captains of the regiments, who were all genuine Sky Knights. Evidently, he was planning to test whether Merlin and the rest truly had the power to contend against a Holy Knight. This was the first step of their plan, to win King Roger's trust and gain a foothold in the Kingdom of Seaden. We've already made the first step. We'll establish ourselves in the Kingdom of Seaden. As for the investigation of the Holy Knights, we'll have to think about that after gaining our foothold. Wizard Saturn spoke slowly. Although it looked like the people in the Seelie dimension did not have the power to be of threat to them, the Rock tribe was hiding behind the scenes. They must keep a low profile, and being cautious was never a bad thing. Wizard Saturn, how are we dealing with those for captains? They're all Sky Knights of this dimension. Perhaps Sue isn't able to tell the difference between us and the real Sky Knights. Even if she has some suspicions, that's all she would have, without any confirmation. However, to the 4 genuine Sky Knights, they would surely be able to tell that our powers are a world of difference from theirs. We'll have some problems then. Merlin raised an inquiry. That's simple. We'll just use a puppet to fight for us. Wizard Vic spoke suddenly, following which he promptly retrieved a puppet. This puppet was large and sturdy, but in general, it was shaped like a normal human. Moreover, the puppet was covered in a pitch-black armor, which gave an impression of callousness. Use a puppet? That's a good idea. Can this puppet compare to a 9th-level spellcaster? Puppets were not that different from humans. They did not cast spells but relied on the absolute strength of their bodies. This was similar to the cultivation system of the Seelie dimension. Although it would not have the unique fighting spirit of the Seelie dimension, this was not important. At worst, they could say it was a special cultivation method. Most likely, those Sky Knights would not probe further. The most important concern was whether this puppet could defeat those Sky Knights. Most Sky Knights in the Seelie dimension were on par with 7th-level spellcasters. If they were more powerful Sky Knights, they could even compare to 9th-level spellcasters. However, Vic merely laughed and said mysteriously, "Wizard Merlin, this puppet is my trump card. Before I entered Arcane City, my teacher had spent over 100 years transfiguring it. When required, the puppet can even explode with the strength of a great wizard in a short burst." Merlin's heart trembled. This was Wizard Vic's trump card. It was just a puppet, yet it concealed alarming strength which could match a great wizard in a short burst. Nonetheless, Merlin could tell that Wizard Vic was being rather modest. This puppet could only be more powerful. At first, Merlin had been worried that they would be in trouble if those holy knights were more powerful or if they encountered a contender from the Rock Tribe. Now, it seemed that the aces up the sleeves of these freakish wizards far exceeded Merlin's imagination. Very well, since we have this puppet, we'll follow the plan. With that, Merlin and the rest stayed in the palace, keeping a low profile at all times. They did not meet anyone and only walked about casually in the palace. The palace garden was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Merlin and Wizard Vic, dressed as knights, were sitting quietly on a stone bench, enjoying the scenery of the garden. The captains of the Kingdom of Seeden still had not reached the palace for now. "There are no gods in the Seelie dimension?" Merlin asked Wizard Vic. He felt that it was rather strange. Most dimensions would give birth to gods, but he had not seen any traces left behind by gods in the Kingdom of Seeden, nor any records of gods in the books. Wizard Vic shook his head slightly in response. "Before coming to the Seelie dimension, I've looked up some information in Arcane City in preparation, so I partly know of their situation. In fact, there are gods in the Seelie dimension. Of course, powerful ones. However, 1,000 years ago, due to the Seelie dimension's unusual location between the Rock Tribe and the Spellcaster civilization, each side had sent their best fighters. We've sent an ultimate arcane wizard, and the Rock Tribe sent their most powerful rock ancestor. Both sides joined forces to soundlessly wipe out the gods of the Seelie dimension." Merlin was shaken to his core. The equivalent of 2 ultimate arcane wizards had attacked, and the gods of the Seelie dimension had been vanquished just like that, with barely a whisper. Merlin did not say anything else, but extended his mind power over the entire palace, and even stretched further to cover most of the capital city. He could clearly perceive the stirring of the people's will in the capital. In great streets and small alleys, people were discussing the holy night produced by the Kingdom of Seeway. Their words revealed their worries for the Kingdom of Seeden. "Wizard Vic, take a look. These people are worried about the fate of the Kingdom of Seeden. Little do they imagine that their lives are already in our grasp as well as the Rock Tribe's," Merlin said in a stupefied manner. The entire Seelie dimension was nothing more than a buffer zone between the Rock Tribe and the Spellcaster civilization. This dimension was totally unable to give birth to contenders who were at the level of legends, forever incapable of reaching the Void Zone. Naturally, they had no way of escaping the fateful clutches of the 2 great civilizations. That's right. They'll never know that their destinies were controlled long ago. A kingdom may fall or another powerful one may rise. What meaning is there? This is the tragedy of weak civilizations. Ever since spellcasters had exiled the gods from the glorious land and entered the void zone, we've witnessed many formidable civilizations. We knew on a profound level that if we don't grow stronger, our civilization would ultimately end up with the same fate as these puny civilizations. Wizard Vic said ruefully. Merlin had a dim understanding of why the three ultimate arcane wizards had taken the initiative in asking all great legends to sign the Legends Accord as well as establish the three great arcane cities. It was to reduce the pointless internal conflict between spellcasters, to constantly expand the overall strength of the spellcaster civilization. Merlin, Vic, come to the foyer of the palace quickly. The four captains of the kingdom of Seden have arrived. Wizard Saturn's voice suddenly sounded into their ears. Both of their expressions turned apprehensive and they exchanged a glance, following which they rapidly headed toward the main foyer of the palace. Chapter 526, Identity Exposed. Chapter 526, Identity Exposed. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the main foyer of the palace, four men dressed in polished armor stood still. On his throne, King Roger's eyes crinkled, and a smile lingered on his face. When Merlin and the rest had reached the foyer, King Roger said hurriedly, "My four captains, these six are the Grand Dukes I've personally conferred not long ago. They're all powerful Sky Knights." Sky Knights? The four captains' gazes swept across Merlin and the rest constantly. Merlin could sense that these four captains were different from the rest, even intimidating him slightly. Although it was a very faint sense of threat, this indicated that the four captains could pose a certain threat to them. Among them, there must be formidable individuals on par with 9th-level spellcasters. Grand Duke Saturn, the six of you have mentioned that all of your strength combined is comparable to a holy knight. Although I have faith in all six of you Grand Dukes, it's quite an outrageous statement, after all. Therefore, I've invited my four captains to carry out a demonstration with you six. I wonder what you think about this. King Roger looked at his four captains and Merlin's group, a strange look flashing in his eyes. He had summoned the four captains in order to see if Merlin and the rest were truly as powerful as a holy knight. Saturn nodded curtly. They had already planned this. They would use Vic's puppet to fight against these four captains, hence there should not be a problem. Very well, if there are no problems, please come along to the training grounds. It's spacious there, and we won't have to worry about wreaking havoc. King Roger appeared to be in buoyant spirits. After all, the Sky Knights were noble captains, and it was rare to see them in action. Now, he was about to see so many of them in battle. Hold on. Just then, one of the captains, a well-built, bearded man, bellowed deeply, following which his sharp gaze passed across Merlin and the rest, one by one. Your Majesty, these people aren't Sky Knights, but troublemakers. With that, the four captains promptly broke formation and subtly shielded the king behind them, their wary gazes directed unto Merlin and the rest. Saturn furrowed his brows slightly, still unable to figure out what was happening. That strapping captain who was at the lead laughed icily, then said, "The six of you aren't captains, but spellcasters instead. Isn't that right?" What? On his throne, King Roger did not seem to know what spellcasters signified, hence his face flashed a surprised look. Nonetheless, Merlin and the rest felt a jolt in their hearts. These Sky Knights knew about spellcasters. In that case, their plans were now thwarted. With this in mind, Wizard Saturn did not hesitate in the slightest and growled, "Move now. Control them first." Whoosh. As soon as Wizard Saturn spoke, Merlin was the first to move. His darkness-type spell instantly covered the entire foyer. Everyone within was trapped in darkness, unable to even see their own hands. Crack! Saturn and the rest each displayed their skills too. Every spell from these freakishly powerful wizards was comparable to a 9th-level spellcaster's. In the blink of an eye, they had restrained those Sky Knights. The only one who gave them a bit of trouble was the leading captain, whose strength was in fact on par with a 9th-level spellcaster. Faint golden fighting spirit rose from his body, mildly dispersing the ice crystals on his body as well as Merlin's darkness spell. Nevertheless, Wizard Vic unleashed his puppet, who dealt a blow to this Sky Knight, causing serious injury. Merlin obtained a more direct understanding of Vic's puppet. It was terrifying indeed that a puppet could be transfigured to this level. Even a great legendary wizard would have to spend a lot of effort to do so. All right, Wizard Merlin, cut off your spell. Soon enough, Merlin and the rest had gained control of the situation. They were genius wizards of Arcane City, the first-class prodigies among the myriad of dimensions of the spellcaster civilization. At the 7th level, they were able to challenge 9th-level spellcasters, so it was a walk in the park to deal with a few Sky Knights. After the darkness spell was withdrawn, King Roger awoke. He stared, flabbergasted, at the 4 captains who were restrained, and an expression of alarm worked its way across his face. He pointed at Merlin and the rest. "Sir Grand Dukes, what's this about?" "Your Majesty, they're troublemakers. They're spellcasters from beyond the heavens, here to annihilate our kingdom of Ceden." The well-built captain who was restrained now burst with grief and indignation. It looked like he had a certain understanding of spellcasters, which made Merlin and the rest suspicious. Spellcasters and the Rock Tribe had mutually agreed back then to not interfere with the matters of the Seelie Dimension. Therefore, very few people, or perhaps no one in the Seelie Dimension knew of spellcasters or the Rock Tribe. However, these Sky Knights evidently knew about spellcasters. Some major developments must have taken place in the Seelie Dimension. "How do you know of our identities?" Saturn asked in an icy voice. Not just your identities. We also know the identities of the despicable Rock Tribe, but their forces are too mighty. They are now capturing great dragons with the support of some puppets to give to certain greedy Sky Knights, making them into holy knights. They are brewing up a massive conspiracy. The words of this sturdy man made Merlin and the rest stunned to their core, for he actually knew so much about the Rock Tribe. "Your Majesty, we have some information to convey to you and your captains. Therefore, we'll need to have you give the order to seal off the palace and not allow anyone in." Saturn's tone carried a subtle threat. King Roger was powerless as well. Even his 4 strongest captains were overpowered with barely a fight. What else could he do? Therefore, Merlin and the rest brought the king and his captains to a hidden room and began asking careful questions. "Captain Thunderdragon." The burly man at the head of the 4 captains was the strongest of them, comparable to most 9th-level spellcasters. If he was able to tame a giant dragon, Thunderdragon would become a powerful holy knight in an instant. Thunderdragon was the person with the highest chance of becoming a holy knight in the kingdom of Ceden. "Speak. How do you know about us?" Wizard Saturn asked, wearing a calm demeanor. Thunderdragon was silent in thought and was no longer as incensed as he was before, and instead appeared rather subdued. After a long moment, he slowly raised his head. "Although you may not have good intentions, only you can resolve this issue. I know of your identities because 3 years ago, I captured a spellcaster who was just like you. At that time, the spellcaster was extremely weak, having been injured grievously, and was easily captured by me. After I used my methods, that spellcaster had no choice but to tell me everything he knew. It turns out that spellcasters like you and the Rock Tribe are hidden among us. Our fates have been in your grasp from the beginning. That spellcaster was being hunted down by the Rock Tribe, and he mentioned that nearly all of the spellcasters hiding in the Seelie Dimension were wiped out by the Rock Tribe. However, it wasn't the Rock Tribe who killed them but holy knights. Those holy knights are no more than puppets whom the Rock Tribe controlled from behind the scenes. The Rock Tribe is brewing their schemes. In each kingdom, holy knights appeared in 2s and 3s. The number of holy knights over the past decades has surpassed the total number of holy knights accumulated over 1,000 years. This is extremely abnormal. This great number of holy knights led to a war between kingdoms. A fearsome battle now hovers above all the kingdoms like a dark cloud. I don't know what the Rock Tribe's plan really is, but I can sense its danger. Perhaps only you spellcasters can stop the Rock Tribe's plot. Thunderdragon's tone was heavy. He had incidentally learned that the Seelie people were being manipulated. Their destinies were not in their own hands, but the hands of the 2 more powerful civilizations controlling them. Even if he wanted to rebel against them, his strength was weak and pitiful. That powerless feeling was a great source of suffering. He could only watch helplessly as the dimension was used as a wrestling ground for 2 great civilizations. It might even become a battlefield in the future. A sorrow like this was hard to describe. Merlin looked at Thunder Dragon and his downcast face. The other captains were the same, powerless in the face of everything. That heavy emotion roused some sympathy in Merlin. This was the price the weak had to pay. If the spellcaster civilization had not produced honored legends in the first place, and had no honored legends to lead the charge out of their dimension and into the void zone, or if the spellcaster civilization had not produced the 3 ultimate arcane wizards, their fate would not have been much better than the Seelie people's fate. Even if we didn't come, you would be under the gods' rule. Merlin suddenly spoke. Thunder Dragon trembled all over at his words as if he knew about the gods as well, and said nothing else. Still, Merlin was able to discern a glint of determination in his eyes. This is rather troublesome. The situation is much more serious than we imagined. Wizard Saturn was not concerned with Thunder Dragon and the rest. His face had turned gloomy. After hearing Thunder Dragon's narration, he realized how severe the situation was in the Seelie dimension. The Rock Tribe evidently was plotting something big. They had brazenly attacked the spellcasters concealed in the Seelie dimension, and had utilized the forces of the Seelie people to avoid the detection of spellcasters. When the spellcasters had realized what was happening, it was too late. The spellcasters who were hidden all over the Seelie dimension were generally wiped out over the past decades. Perhaps some of them had sent a message back, but it would be incomplete. As a result, Arcane City had sent Merlin and the rest to investigate this issue in the Seelie dimension, but this was a mission of enormous risk. It's not surprising that everyone would obtain at least 2,500 adventure points. The state of affairs in the Seelie dimension is so serious. We're in great danger. Wizard Rail spoke with a solemn face. The most direct threat was naturally the Rock Tribe, who had plotted so actively, very likely to be brewing up some massive conspiracy. We still have a chance. Merlin suddenly interjected. Since the Rock Tribe is acting surreptitiously, employing the forces of the Seelie people, this means that they wouldn't dare to act hostile openly. At least for now, they wouldn't dare to start a war against spellcasters. So, we still have a chance to get to the bottom of this issue and seize our moment. This time, it's our mission. If we leave now, we won't even get a single adventure point. Saturn and the rest were silent for a moment. It was true that if they returned to Arcane City now, it would mean that they had failed the mission, achieving not a single adventure point. After a long silence, Saturn asked, "Wizard Merlin, do you have a plan?" "It's simple, we will make the first move. We'll pretend that we agree to Princess Fleur's marriage to the Kingdom of Seaway, but we'll request that they send their Holy Knight to escort her. Then, we'll take down the Holy Knight as fast as we can, after which we should be able to learn the Rock Tribe's plans. At that point, we'll return to Arcane City, and our mission would be considered complete. The following developments will be the dealings between the great arcane wizards and the Rock Tribe, nothing to do with us." Not bad, a perfect plan. Wizard Saturn and Wizard Rail both nodded their approval. "Your Honorable Majesty, we'll have to trouble you on this matter." A smile stretched across Saturn's face, but his tone indicated that there was no room for bargain. Chapter 527, The Ambush. Chapter 527, The Ambush. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 10 days later, in the sky above the Kingdom of Seeden, a huge shadow appeared above the capital, accompanied by a loud howling noise. Many people were staring at the sky with their jaws wide open and a mixture of shock and stupor on their faces. "Giant dragon, a giant dragon is coming. That's a Holy Knight, a formidable existence who's able to tame a giant dragon. Holy Knight Dukes from the Kingdom of Seaway is coming to fetch Princess Fleur. Shame, this is a great shame. Our Kingdom of Seeden has no choice but to sacrifice our most beautiful princess in exchange for temporary peace. When will we finally be able to give birth to a Holy Knight?" The giant dragon in the air was hundreds of meters long, and its huge wings nearly blocked out the sun and the sky. It was incredibly massive. In addition, it looked terrifying, vicious, and exuded an invincible aura. This was the most invincible creature in the Seelie dimension, the giant dragon. At this moment, on the back of the giant dragon stood a middle-aged man wearing golden armor. His body exuded a powerful aura which was mixed with the aura of the giant dragon, thus forming an even more powerful and strange aura. This was the Holy Knight's uniqueness. A lone holy knight might not be particularly powerful or at least not substantially different from the peak sky knights. However, once they stood on the back of the giant dragons, they would be almost combined with the giant dragon where their abilities would immediately soar to a great wizard's level. Who? The giant dragon descended from the sky. The massive gust of wind almost knocked down some of the palace guards. Subsequently, the giant dragon landed on the main foyer and countless guards rushed forward to surround Jutes. Jutes flew the giant dragon right into the palace, which was basically an act of provocation. The obvious arrogance in Jutes' eyes could be felt by everyone. However, looking at the giant dragon underneath Jutes, who was able to blow the surrounding guards away with a mild snort as well as the reputation of the Holy Knights, none of the guards dared to take a step forward. Holy Knight Jutes stayed on top with no signs of jumping off the giant dragon. Instead, he said with bristling arrogance, "I carry the king's orders to fetch Queen Consort Fleur. Quickly, go and summon Fleur. I'll safely deliver the Queen Consort to the Kingdom of Seaway. Since you're here to fetch Her Majesty the Princess, naturally, you'll have to pay respects to the king first." Although the guards were afraid, they still shouted in a loud voice. As the palace guards, their foremost duty was to protect the sovereignty of the king. "I'm only tasked with fetching the Queen Consort. As for the king, there'll be another opportunity to pay respects to him in the future." Holy Knight Jutes frowned but still did not enter the palace. After all, he was a respectable holy knight. Even when he saw the King of Seaway, he did not have to salute him, what more to salute the King of Seaden. Therefore, Jutes would not enter the great hall of the palace and instead waited quietly outside. The giant dragon would periodically shoot out a breath of hot air, causing all the surrounding guards to jitter. At the moment, seated high up in the great hall, King Roger was looking cautiously at the 6 strangers below. In a whisper, he asked, "Grand Duke Saturn, that Jutes still refuses to come in. What should we do?" Saturn also wrinkled his forehead and exchanged a glance with Merlin and the others. If Jutes refuses to come in, it means that he's being vigilant. Look, he hasn't left the giant dragon at all. In fact, he has been vigilant, which is quite troublesome. Since the moment Jutes arrived, Merlin and the others had been watching him closely. They could sense a strange aura emanating from Jutes that indeed could rival a great wizard. The giant dragon underneath him, in particular its vicious aura, was like a slap in the face. Despite being so far away, they could still sense it. It was not surprising that it was the most vicious creature in the Seelie dimension. This is indeed troublesome. Wizard Vic, can your puppet resist that giant dragon? Wizard Rail looked at Vic. The great dragon's threat far exceeded that of Jutes. In addition, the combination of the two was comparable to a great wizard, so they must think of a way to separate the two. The giant dragon's abilities should be equivalent to a peak 9th level, so my puppet is able to subdue it. However, we mustn't allow Jutes to combine with the giant dragon at all cost. Otherwise, we'll have to face the equivalent of a great wizard, which is very troublesome. Vic considered it and felt that he could subdue the giant dragon, provided that the giant dragon and Jutes were separated and could not combine. The reason why the Holy Knights were so powerful was that they were able to combine with the dragon, and instantly become comparable to a great wizard. Looks like we have to get Princess Fleur to help. Merlin stepped forward, and stated his plan. Princess Fleur would have to make an appearance to separate Jutes and the giant dragon. King Roger bit his lip and nodded reluctantly. "I hope you'll be able to fulfill your promise." "Definitely. Our purpose of coming to the Seelie dimension is to investigate the Rock Tribe's conspiracy. After this incident, you'll be left unharmed and will no longer be subjugated by the Kingdom of Seaway." After hearing Saturn's assurance, King Roger was finally relieved. He also understood that at this point, he could only obey the arrangement set by Merlin and the others. Go get Princess Fleur. Subsequent to the king's order, soon, Princess Fleur arrived in the great hall of the palace. She was astonished to see Merlin and the others with King Roger. Until now, she did not know that King Roger had been controlled by Merlin and the others. All she knew was that she had to cooperate with Merlin and the others to defeat Holy Knight Jutes outside. "Father, what do you need me to do?" Princess Fleur was somewhat excited. "Fleur, go outside now and by hook or by crook, get Jutes to enter the palace. You must separate him from the giant dragon." King Roger grunted. Right now, Fleur was their last resort. After all, by concession, Fleur was already considered the queen consort of the Kingdom of Seaway. Since Jutes had come to fetch Fleur, he would not publicly reject her request. Fleur's face was flushed with excitement. Standing up, she picked up her skirt and went outside the great hall. She lifted her head to look at Holy Knight Jutes on the giant dragon. "Knight Jutes, father wants to see you. After all, you're a powerful knight, and our Kingdom of Seaden has never yet produced a powerful holy knight." Princess Fleur smiled and said to Jutes. Jutes hesitated slightly. If the request had come from anyone else, Jutes would not pay attention, but Fleur was already considered the queen consort of the Kingdom of Seaway in name. Thus, Jutes would have to regard Fleur's words carefully. After a long delay, Jutes finally nodded. "Your Majesty Queen Consort, I'll pay respects to His Majesty the King." Jutes leaped down from the giant dragon and walked right into the great hall. The moment Jutes entered the great hall, he heard a dull thud. Immediately, the entire great hall plunged into darkness. "Not good!" Jutes yelled, and the giant dragon outside seemed to have sensed the danger he was in. With a loud puff, its huge body began to slam furiously against the great hall. This resulted in a terrifying racket which seemed like the entire great hall was about to be leveled by the giant dragon. "Wizard Vic, we're counting on you." Amidst the darkness, Wizard Saturn's voice revealed a sense of gravity. "Don't worry. Black Armored Puppet, go and stop the giant dragon." 1. A beam of black light rapidly grew bigger, and a tall puppet wrapped in black armor appeared before the giant dragon. Its small frame seemed to contain a fearsome power that caused even the giant dragon to tremble. Boom! The puppet in black armor did not hold back and collided against the giant dragon. Suddenly, the entire palace seemed to quake as an invisible shockwave flattened almost the entire surroundings. Such a powerful force! Gasps of exclamation abounded from within the darkness. The punch released by the black gold puppet already packed a truly fearsome force, yet upon collision with the giant dragon, the black gold puppet was not a worthy opponent. The puppet was sent flying into the air and landed heavily on the ground, forming a huge crater. This spoke volumes of the power of the giant dragon. HMPH, the Kingdom of Seaden wants to ambush me? Ambush a noble holy knight? Soon, you'll know what a foolish decision it is. Holy Knight Jutes remained conscious. A surge of golden fighting spirit enveloped him, and he retreated as fast as possible. Soon, he would be able to jump back onto the giant dragon. When that happens, Merlin and the other would have to face a holy knight equivalent to a great wizard. Chapter 528, Rock Tribe Gustia I. Chapter 528, Rock Tribe Gustia I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Leaving? Not so fast. At this moment, Saturn extended a finger. Immediately, fine strands of windstorm rapidly weaved together into a big net. This big net fell directly onto Holy Knight Jutes' head. The force was so formidable that even an average 9th level spellcaster would not dare to tackle it head-on. Moreover, Saturn was not the only one who attacked. Merlin's eyes also shined with a strange glow as he affixed his stare on Jutes. Subsequently, invisible mind power began to fluctuate. 9-hit strike. Boom! One wave crashed after another. The invisible attacks caused Jutes to pale significantly. The golden fighting spirit around his body seemed almost useless. Although his abilities could rival a 9th level spellcaster, he seemed a little short-handed compared to the joint forces of Merlin and Saturn. On the other side, Vic's puppet leaped up fiercely. Its body emitted flashes of black light, and a strange power began to fluctuate. Foolish creature, get lost. A hint of madness appeared in Vic's eyes. Since he had obviously activated the puppet's secret powers, its strength was boosted mightily. Bang! The puppet in the black armor swung another punch, and this time, even space collapsed. This punch had transcended the concept of space. In a flash, it landed on the giant dragon's head. The giant dragon was covered with huge shiny scales which protected its gargantuan body. However, this one punch directly smashed all the giant dragon's scales. The huge force slammed violently against the giant dragon. With a painful whimper, it fell heavily onto the ground. What? Jutes was shocked. He had personally perceived the giant dragon's abilities, which was terribly fearsome and far stronger than him. Right now, however, based on the showdown of power, the giant dragon had lost to the black-armored person. However, Jutes himself was in a precarious situation. After withstanding Merlin's 9-hit strike with each strike stronger than the last, at the 4th strike, he could no longer endure it. His face flushed red, and a spray of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Immediately, he was restrained by Wizard's Olga and said in a single move. "Who?" The door of the great hall had been smashed into pieces. On the ground outside lay the wheezing giant dragon. A gentle breeze stirred and blew away the stench of blood inside the great hall. After a big battle, Jutes was finally restrained while the giant dragon had been injured and similarly suppressed. "Who are you?" Jutes glared at Merlin and the others coldly. He now saw that these 6 people before him were not the Sky Knights from the Kingdom of Sedan. He knew the 4 Sky Knights from the Kingdom of Sedan like the back of his hand, and these 6 people were none of them. This meant that the Kingdom of Sedan might have produced new Sky Knights, and unbelievably, they were able to defeat a glorified holy knight like him. Jutes tried to crack his brains, but he was already a trapped prisoner. His arrogance disappeared and countless considerations to escape ran through his head. However, he took one look at the wheezing dragon on the ground and those hopes were dashed. Merlin and the others exchanged a look. This battle might have appeared to be easy and lasted only for a short time, but all of them had wielded most of their techniques. Especially invaluable was Vic's puppet that managed to block the giant dragon from combining with Jutes to become a real holy knight. Otherwise, the battle would not have ended so easily. Truly despicable. If I didn't leave the giant dragon, you would not have been able to handle me. Jutes was currently frustrated to no end. Once a holy knight left his giant dragon, his threat level would plummet downward in a straight line. At most, he would only be at par with a powerful Sky Knight. Initially, he had been very careful and vigilant in the Kingdom of Sedan, but still, he got tricked into leaving the giant dragon. As a result, both of them were captured, which made him feel disgruntled. Saturn and the others did not pay attention to Jutes' frustrations. Even if he became a real holy knight, they would still be able to capture him. At most, it would just cause a bigger spectacle and less favorable odds for them. "Merlin, you do the interrogation," Saturn said to Merlin. Merlin did not evade and came to face Jutes. In a deep voice, he asked, "Holy Knight Jutes, as to how you became a holy knight, I'm sure that you know better than we do. Judging from your abilities, it's impossible for you to tame the giant dragon. Tell us, who helped you to tame the giant dragon?" "Huh? How do you know that?" Jutes' face blanched and a trace of fear rose up in his eyes. Even when he was captured earlier, he did not wear such a look. Right now, upon hearing the question about who tamed the giant dragon, Jutes revealed a look of fear and terror. Anyone would know that there was more than met the eye. Merlin sneered. "You still can't tell? We're not Sky Knights." At the same time, Merlin stretched out a hand and a small fireball appeared in his palm, emitting an incredible heat. You're spellcasters?" Jutes sucked in a huge breath of air, and asked in a trembling voice. "Since you know that we're spellcasters, we'll be honest with you. This is a matter between the spellcasters and the Rock Tribe, even you'll not be able to interfere. If you talk to us, you can still go back and continue being a holy knight. If not, well, you probably have witnessed some of the techniques of the Rock Tribe. Since the Rock Tribe is afraid of spellcasters, naturally, our techniques aren't inferior to them." Merlin was now certain that there must be a Rock Tribe behind Jutes. Those holy knights were most probably secretly controlled by the Rock Knight. "You really want to find the Rock Tribe?" After a long silence, Jutes asked slowly. "Of course. We came here to investigate the Rock Tribe." Merlin nodded, and Jutes ground his teeth angrily. "I do hope that you manage to clear out all those Rock Tribes. They're truly terrible. The holy knights who have appeared in the last few decades generally constitute giant dragons that were captured by the Rock Tribe, and they also control almost all the holy knights." "Control the holy knights? How do they control you?" Merlin and the others were jolted, sensing that they were getting closer to the truth. As long as they could investigate the Rock Tribe's conspiracy, they would be able to return and submit their mission. They're not controlling us, but our giant dragons. These giant dragons usually obey us and fight alongside us, allowing our abilities to increase substantially and become real holy knights. However, when push comes to shove, he can control the giant dragon at any time. Without the giant dragon, our capacities are only on par with some powerful sky knights at best, which generally isn't a threat. Merlin nodded to Jute's words. Spellcasters also had some techniques that could be used to control a giant dragon, so it must not be too difficult for the Rock Tribe as well. Although using the giant dragons to control the Holy Knights was a good plan, what was the true motive for the Rock Tribe to do so? Regarding this, Jutes also shook his head helplessly. All I know is that in each kingdom, wherever Holy Knights exist, the Rock Tribes would also lurk in the shadows. They're active in various kingdoms and are hidden in the dark. A few of us Holy Knights have met and exchanged messages with each other. We've discovered that the Rock Tribes are afraid of spellcasters, probably people like you. The people that they instructed us to kill were actually spellcasters. All the while, they're hidden behind the scenes, so we don't know what they're scheming. The situation described by Jutes was largely similar to what Captain Thunderdragon had said. Although the potential wizards in the Seelie dimension were killed by the hands of the Holy Knights, in reality, the Holy Knights were being controlled by the Rock Tribe. However, they were still unclear about the conspiracy of the Rock Tribe, so Merlin and the others could not go back to Arcane City to submit their mission yet. Jutes, do you know who's the Rock Tribe behind you? How many people are there? Merlin asked after some thought. How many people? The only Rock Tribe I've met is just one person. He's ever-changing, but I can sense his aura. That's right, there's only one person. He calls himself Gustia. After the interrogation, Merlin shifted his gaze to Saturn, and the six of them gathered to discuss. If we want to uncover the conspiracy of the Rock Tribe, I'm afraid we have to go one step further, and directly engage the Rock Tribe. How many people from the Rock Tribe has infiltrated the Seelie dimension? What about their abilities? We don't know anything. If we act rashly, it might be dangerous. Some of them had agreed to engage the Rock Tribe while others had second thoughts. Both Saturn and Rael did not make any statement. They were the ones who would be able to make the final decision. The two men stewed in silence for a long time. Then, Saturn spoke suddenly, since we've already come this far in this mission, naturally, we cannot abandon it halfway. This so-called Rock Tribe's Gustia is most probably only one person. After all, they operate furtively behind the scenes, so they wouldn't dare to infiltrate too many in. Nevertheless, even though it's just one person, Gustia's abilities must be terribly formidable to be able to easily capture all these giant dragons. His abilities must be at least comparable to the existence of a great wizard. Yes, and this Gustia isn't like those Holy Knights. He's comparable to the powerful great wizards. Wizard Rael added. So now, it's your turn to decide. Are you going or not? If we go, then don't hold anything back. This will be a dangerous mission, after all. We'll have to face the existence of a powerful great wizard. Saturn looked at Rael and the others with a hint of excitement. It was the excitement to battle a powerful enemy. So what if he's a great wizard? The three of us had joined forces and killed a great wizard before. This mission has such generous adventure points as a reward, so it would be a great waste to not go. So, what if we have to fight it out with the Rock Tribe? Wizard Seddon said with an expression of indifference. Apparently, he, Rael, and the others had joined forces to kill an ordinary great wizard before. This was a remarkable battle record. I've nothing to say. Saturn, we'll not abort this mission halfway. What about you? Rael said with a solemn expression. If all of you can go, why wouldn't we dare to go? Wizard Vic stood up. He also had a powerful trump card. Even if the opponent could not be defeated, he would not have a problem preserving his life. Hence, he was not afraid. If that's the case, we'll all go to meet the Rock Tribe. Saturn's words undoubtedly represented the final decision of all six of them. They would fight the Rock Tribe's Gustia, and unearth the conspiracy of the Rock Tribe, before returning to Arcane City to submit their mission. Chapter 529, Rock Tribe Gustia 2. Chapter 529, Rock Tribe Gustia 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Who? Out of a sudden, a strong gust of wind whooshed across the barren hillside, and a few figures landed on the hillside. The hillside was unevenly scattered with ragged rocks and shallow ditches. Moreover, it appeared to be plain and unassuming, hence there seemed to be nothing special about it. Where's the rock tribe? Saturn frowned. He looked at Dutes beside him. Dutes was currently being controlled, and did not bring his giant dragon. He had led Saturn and the others directly to this hillside. Dutes looked around and said affirmatively, "This is the place. The last time I met Gustia, it was here. Follow me, just below the hillside, there should be a huge crypt." Thus, Dutes led them down the hillside to an inconspicuous spot, and then gently pressed a boulder. Rumble. The hillside began to quake. Subsequently, a huge crack appeared, and revealed a pitch-black staircase, which bottom could not be seen. This should be the place of the rock tribe. According to my information, the rock tribes are underground creatures. Regardless of where they are, they would choose to live underground. Saturn had read some information about the rock tribe. Although they had never met the rock tribe, they were able to make some basic judgment based on this information. Let's go down. Merlin and the others were just about to descend when suddenly, the entire hillside quaked. Especially near the huge crack, the quake was even more treacherous, like a horrible aura was awakening. We've been discovered. Soon, he'll come out. Might as well, saves us the effort to look for it underground. Let's fly up first. Sensing this strong quake immediately put everyone on guard. The rock tribe's Gustia must have discovered Merlin and the others. In any case, Merlin and the others were not surprised because they did not intend to hide in the first place. They wanted to draw Gustia out. The ground was still quaking, but soon, from the staircase behind the crack, a black-robed human figure flew out. With narrowed eyes, it looked very sinister. Spellcasters? Where are you from? Don't you know that the rock tribe and the spellcasters have a pact in the Seelie dimension? This black-robed figure questioned them upon emerging. Saturn sneered. Gustia, how dare you mention the pact? Does the pact allow a rock tribe like you who's comparable to a great wizard to enter the Seelie dimension? Oh. It seems like you know some things. However, I'm very curious. What do you actually know? Although he saw that Merlin and the others knew its name, Gustia did not panic but appeared to be unruffled. We don't have to know anything because once we catch you, we'll naturally find out everything. Catch me? Ha ha, that's ridiculous. Looks like you don't know anything at all, but it's okay. Soon, the Seelie dimension will belong to the rock tribe. Even when you find out, you won't be able to do anything because the entire dimension will be transformed into a dimension suitable for the survival of rock tribe. Gustia laughed gleefully. At the same time, his figure exploded into chunks of large rocks. This is troublesome. So, the conspiracy of the rock tribe is to make the first move at all cost in order to transform the Seelie dimension into a rocky dimension. The hearts of Merlin and the others sunk. They, of course, knew the meaning of transforming a dimension. The rock tribe excelled particularly in transforming dimensions. They were non-living entities, so the dimensions that they lived in were nothing but desolate rocks. Their so-called transformation plan was to transform the entire Seelie dimension into rocks. Anything and everything would be transformed into rocks, just like the rocks scattered around the hillside. Once the transformation by the rock tribe was successful, then the elements on the Seelie dimension would quickly disappear. It would then turn into a place that was unsuitable for spellcasters to dwell. Damn it! That horrible rock tribe is making the first move. Originally, the Seelie dimension has elements and is suitable for us, spellcasters, to live here. However, if their transformation is successful, then the spellcasters will have one less suitable dimension to live in. The rock tribe's abilities are similar to us, spellcasters. If they really succeeded at transforming the dimension, I'm afraid we'll not wage war with the rock tribe for a dimension with no elements. Therefore, we mustn't let them succeed. We must pass this message to Arcane City as fast as possible and get the great ultimate arcane wizards to stop them. The expressions on Merlin and the others had changed significantly, thinking about the distressing implications caused by transforming the dimension. Thinking of leaving? You must be sent by Arcane City to investigate the situation in the Seelie dimension. Arcane City is known as the greatest holy place for you spellcasters, and all spellcasters there are prodigies among prodigies. Killing you can also reduce some future threats for the rock tribe. Gustia revealed his true form, which was an incomparably massive rock giant, towering over 100 meters, almost like a small mountain peak. His aura, too, was extremely formidable. Just a slight hint was enough to make Merlin and the others feel suffocated. Black Armored Puppet, go! Vic immediately released his puppet. Pitted against the rock tribe, his puppet should be able to subdue him for a short while. Smash! Looking the Black Armored Puppet, the rock giant merely gave a gentle wave of his hand, and the Black Armored was vehemently pressed into the ground. Then, with a single punch, the Black Armored Puppet was crushed into fine powder. How could he be so strong? My Black Armored Puppet had mobilized all its strength, which is basically comparable to a powerful great wizard. How was it unable to withstand even one attack? Vic was dumbfounded, his eyes filled with incomprehension. Ha ha, you won't be able to escape. Gustia rumbled in laughter. In an instant, the entire hillside quaked strongly. Countless chunks of large boulders floated into the air and rapidly formed a stone wall which surrounded Merlin and the others securely. This stone wall was extremely sturdy. Even their spells were unable to break it. The most common ability of the rock tribe was to control rocks. The more powerful the rock tribe was, the stronger his ability to control rocks. He could even increase the hardness of the rocks many times over. Taking into account the formidable defensive power and strength of the rock tribe, spellcasters did not have any special advantage to combat the rock tribe. All they could do was to face them head-on. T, Gustia isn't an average rock tribe but probably has an existence that's infinitely close to a great legend. Saturn said with a grave expression. Even without Saturn's reminder, just by looking at the terrifying power that Gustia had demonstrated, and the suffocating aura he had emitted, everyone was well aware of Gustia's threat level. Their estimation had been wrong, and the price of being wrong was extremely steep. If he was just an average great wizard or even a slightly stronger peak great wizard, they would not be completely helpless and would still be able to put up some semblance of resistance. However, Gustia was an existence infinitely close to a great legend. There was not even a trace of hope for them. Pathetic spellcasters. Gustia gently flicked his fingers, and all the defensive spells on Vic's body as well as his robes, were immediately broken. Moreover, the immense power even slammed Vic viciously onto the ground until he was treading a thin line between life and death. How pathetic. Gustia cruelly pressed down another palm. Rael's entire body roared, and a column of fire shot up into the sky, seeming to almost melt all the rocks around them. However, following Gustia's palm movement, Rael, Seddon, and Olga were all pressed onto the ground. It was only due to their respective special techniques that they were not immediately killed. However, they were close. Just another attack from Gustia would surely kill them. In the blink of an eye, this strongest team of 6 had lost more than half its force. All that was left was Merlin and Saturn. Will you be able to withstand it? Merlin glanced at Saturn. Saturn shook his head and said, my mentor gave me some life preservation techniques, which might be able to resist Gustia temporarily, but still, we can't escape. After he spoke, a hexagon-shaped unique casting tool appeared in Saturn's hand. He pressed it firmly, and used his mind power to activate the power within it. A pale white light orb appeared and covered Merlin and Saturn, which faintly contained the aura of a Maxim. Bang! Gustia used all his strength to hit the light orb, but it only quivered slightly and resumed its original form. This must be the power possessed by the legends among your spellcasters. Although all of you spellcasters are pathetically weak, those legendary wizards are quite impressive. Nevertheless, you're not real legends, so how long can you rely on this turtle shell? Gustia guffawed, and madly hit the light orb with consecutive punches. Merlin and Saturn's expressions turned more and more grievous. They looked around, and there was truly no way out. They had been completely sealed in by Gustia. All they could do was withstand the attacks. The attacks rained down one after another. Regardless of how strong the light orb was, there was finally a hint of loosening. No way, there's not a single way. We miscalculated. We didn't expect that the rock tribe sent such a powerful entity into the Seelie dimension. Other than a legend, there's no way to conquer it. Crash! At last, the light orb shattered. Gustier's large body began to make his way step by step toward Merlin and Saturn. Spell fusion, go! Merlin's fire-type spell and thunder-type spell fused together in an instant and hurled toward Gustier forcefully, but Gustier did not even try to evade. He simply allowed the fused spell to land on his body. The horrible shockwave generated by the explosion of the spell only managed to shake off some dust from Gustier. Regardless of whether it was mind occult spells or spell fusion, none of them had any effect on Gustier. The gap was simply too astounding. Looks like there's no way left. I didn't expect that we'll die at the hands of foreign tribes. Merlin looked at the fallen Rael, Vic, and the others who were lying motionless on the ground. They had all lost their fighting spirit. Even if they were not injured, they were still powerless against Gustier. The gap was too huge. There was simply no way out. It's over. The Seelie dimension will soon belong to the rock tribe. Ha ha. The small mountain-like body of Gustier raised his arm and locked his aim on Merlin and Saturn. Accompanied by the suffocating aura, his arm landed. Chapter 530, Is this still a cat? Chapter 530, Is this still a cat? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The gigantic rock arm swung down mercilessly. Merlin gently shut his eyes, no longer putting up any resistance. It was meaningless. Whether it was Darkness Eye, spell fusion or occult mind spells, they were obviously powerless against this terrifying rock tribe, who was a powerful existence infinitely close to a legend. Don't worry, when we're killed, the great ultimate arcane wizards will sense it. Every spellcaster who enters Arcane City carries a mark on their bodies, which is overseen by the ultimate arcane wizards. If any of us die, the ultimate arcane wizards will be alerted. So, when we die, the arcane wizards will realize what had happened here. Perhaps, they'll still be in time to stop the rock tribe's conspiracy. This can be considered our last contribution. Saturn said with a grimace. At this moment, even he was unable to stay calm. Bang! A huge sound reverberated. Just the wind effect alone almost suffocated Merlin. Huh? Merlin waited for a long time but did not feel his body tearing. On the contrary, it seemed like nothing had happened. He hurriedly opened his eyes. Before him, unknown since when, there was a completely pitch-black, laser-looking cat. Didymos, you're awake? Merlin was surprised and overjoyed. Back then, Wizard Yatho had mentioned that Didymos would require a long time to wake up. Perhaps it would take 2 to 3 months, half a year or even decades or centuries. Once awakened, Didymos would most probably be transformed from a half-spirit into a living being, equipped with powers comparable to a great legend. Right now, almost a year after Didymos had fallen into his deep slumber, he had finally awakened. Merlin carefully sensed the aura on Didymos. He could sense a strong vitality as well as a powerful heartbeat, clearly indicating Didymos' new status. He was a lively, organic creature that was full of life. A cat? A strange expression appeared on Gustier's face. Gustier's understanding of spellcasters ran deep but knew nothing about this black cat. Gustier took another look at the crushed rocks on the ground. It was the appearance of this cat that had easily shattered his palm. Fortunately, the rock tribe was extremely tough to kill, so his hand was restored in an instant. Boom! This time, Gustier clapped both his palms together. The sight and sound of this movement were several times more frightening than the last. Even Merlin, who was isolated far away, felt like suffocating. Careful! Merlin did not know what kind of powers the black cat Didymos currently had. Though Wizard Yatho had mentioned that as long as a spirit transformed into a living being against the natural order, it would, at the very least, possess powers comparable to a legend. If some of the more powerful spirits managed to transform into living beings, then they could even potentially become an existence comparable to the arcane wizards. Of course, this was only based on speculation because even Wizard Yatho had never seen a spirit transform into a living being. Right now, the black cat Didymos had transformed from a half-spirit into a living being. In addition, taking into consideration his beginnings in the dark magic region, the Black Cat Didymos had indeed come a long way. From a spirit, he had transformed gradually, step by step, into a living being. After all, he had remained inside the main runic magic circle of the dark magic region for 1,000 years. Faced against the gigantic rock palms which blocked out the sun and sky, the Black Cat Didymos' eyes glowed bright green and spoke in human words, "If we're comparing sizes, I'm bigger than you." Upon finishing speaking, the Black Cat Didymos' body unprecedentedly began to expand. A few breaths later, he had turned into a gargantuan figure spanning hundreds of meters long. At this moment, the rock giant was reduced to a childlike existence before the Black Cat Didymos. What ability is this? Gustia was stunned. His palms slammed heavily onto the Black Cat Didymos' body, but there was no effect. Instead, there was a huge backlash that once again smashed Gustia's palm into pieces. The feeling of growing big is great. Why don't you also try the feeling of being smashed? The Black Cat Didymos waved his huge claws and ferociously clawed at Gustia. The huge rock giant encountered a powerful force. With a swipe from the Black Cat Didymos, Gustia had turned into uncountable gravel. Rumble. Soon, Gustia was reassembled into a rock giant. It was as if Gustia was unable to die, but there was a look of distress on his face. Gustia could sense a strong threat from the Black Cat Didymos. This is definitely not a spellcaster technique. What are you, really? After sleeping for so long, I'm actually a little hungry. Since you're so big, you should taste quite good. The Black Cat Didymos uttered some perplexing words, and then everyone witnessed an incredibly mind-boggling scene. The Black Cat Didymos opened his mouth, which instantly grew incomparably huge like a giant black hole descending from the sky. Then, with a single gulp, he swallowed the huge rock giant. Even a portion of the hillside appeared to have been bitten off. Swish! The Black Cat Didymos rapidly shrunk and resumed his original size. He even licked his scarlet tongue, and gnawed a few times, seemingly unsatisfied. The taste is mediocre, quite bad tasting. Nevertheless, it was quite big, so I won't have to eat for a few months, which is nice. The Black Cat Didymos jumped onto Merlin's shoulder once again with droopy eyes, looking like it would soon fall asleep. Merlin looked at the Black Cat Didymos carefully. He found that after swallowing the rock giant Gustia, Didymos' body seemed to be a lot plumper than before and could pass for a fat cat. Although the Black Cat Didymos was no longer moving, the entire situation was deathly silent. Even the typically composed Saturn was looking at Merlin with a weird expression. Is that still a cat? The heavily injured Rail was dumbfounded. Despite his wide knowledge, he had never seen a cat so vicious that could swallow a rock giant in a single gulp. Moreover, this was a rock giant that was infinitely close to the level of a great legend. Even if a real legend was to battle Gustia, he would have to mobilize a Maxim just to suppress him. Killing him would require even more tedious effort. Merlin, we owe you one this time, and of course, this. Sir Didymos. Saturn thought for a moment, and after a reminder from Merlin, called out Didymos' name. The current Didymos was no longer the same as before. His abilities rivaled a great legend, so no one would dare treat him as just a cat. Let's leave quickly, away from the Seelie dimension. We need to report our mission back to Arcane City. The situation here is extremely precarious and will require the involvement of the great legendary wizards. Otherwise, we'll really lose the Seelie dimension. Rail said solemnly. He must have some incredible techniques because he had suddenly recovered by leaps and bounds. As for Vic, Seddon, and Olga, they were gravely injured. Luckily for them, all of them had some life preservation techniques, so no one died. As long as they returned to Arcane City to recuperate for a while, they would be fully healed. Let's not delay any further. Let's go. Merlin and the others no longer dithered. In an instant, they took out their casting tools. Each of them turned into beams of light and disappeared on the spot, whooshing out of the Seelie dimension and back to Arcane City. Chapter 531, Casting Components in Hand. Chapter 531, Casting Components in Hand. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin was operating the Aurora ship alone. He flew at top speed across the pitch-black void zone. On Merlin's shoulder, the black cat Didymos was crouching lazily like he was sleeping. Merlin looked at the black cat Didymos and could not help but ask, "Didymos, you've really transformed into a living being?" The black cat Didymos opened its eyes blearily and nodded. This transformation was truly hard to grasp. A spirit turning into a living being was like a stone-cold rock suddenly having a breath of life. It was unbelievable. "Didymos, earlier, you've swallowed the rock giant. Are you okay?" Merlin looked at the black cat Didymos with concern. Right now, Didymos obviously looked a lot fatter, and was supporting his protruding belly with a sluggish demeanor. Merlin wondered if swallowing the rock giant was causing Didymos any discomfort. The black cat Didymos shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. When I awoke, I felt that I have a special ability, which was to swallow up things. I can swallow up everything, including spells. As long as it's a tangible object, I can swallow it. This ability is probably derived from the runic magic circle arranged by the great wizard Fidel. I'm originally the spirit of a runic magic circle. Back then, the most unique characteristic of the runic magic circle that protected the dark magic region was its ability to swallow the power of spells. As long as any spell attacks the big runic circle, more than half of its power would be swallowed by the big runic circle so that the spell would not threaten the dark magic region. Now that I've become a living being, this special ability must have been based upon my original ability to swallow spells. Now, I've progressed one step further and have grown to the point that I can swallow everything." Merlin heard the explanation and nodded silently. Back then, Wizard Yatho also mentioned that once a spirit had transformed into a living being, it would possess a unique ability. The black cat Didymos ability was derived from the runic magic circle, so now it could swallow all kinds of things. An ability like this was indeed impressive. Furthermore, the black cat Didymos could rely on his swallowing ability to slowly increase his powers. Although the process would be time-consuming, to be able to strengthen himself just by swallowing others was as good as it gets. Therefore, swallowing the rock giant in a single gulp was not harmful to the black cat Didymos. Instead, it would help strengthen his powers a tad more. After flying through the endless void zone for a few months, Merlin and the others finally returned to Arcane City. It was only upon arrival in Arcane City that the strongest team of 6 could heave a long sigh of relief. This time, they had sustained heavy losses. Out of the 6 strongest prodigy wizards in the same batch, 4 of them were gravely injured. Only Merlin and Saturn were unharmed, but Saturn had to use his precious life-preserving trump card to save both of them. This mission could be considered as using up all their 9 cat lives. If not for Didymos finally awakening and possessing powers comparable to a legend, they would not have been able to return. Let's quickly submit the mission. This is a matter that cannot be delayed. Saturn and the others also knew the importance of this matter. If the Rock Tribe had successfully transformed the dimension, even the ultimate arcane wizards would not be able to do anything. Hence, they had to quickly submit their mission, and report their findings. So, despite their extreme fatigue, the 6 of them rushed toward the mission tower. Along the way, many looks were directed at them. After all, quite a number of them were in a bad condition, but the most unique sight of all was the black cat perched on Merlin's shoulder. The cat had a regal, arrogant look, which attracted a lot of attention. In that regard, Merlin was also quite helpless. How could he tell others that this was not a normal cat but a legendary cat? After thinking about it, Merlin shook his head. The black cat Didymos had quite a temper, so he better not stir up trouble and focus on submitting the mission first. When they had entered the mission tower, Saturn found the great legend that had allowed them to receive the mission. When the legend saw some of Saturn's records and understood the danger faced by the Sealy dimension, his expression turned abnormally grave. Everyone gets 2,500 adventure points. You've all done very well. Don't worry, since the Rock Tribe hasn't transformed the Sealy dimension, they'll just have to dream on. Arcane City will handle this matter. The great legend said with a sneer. He had no fondness for the Rock Tribe. Back then, before the ceasefire between the Rock Tribe and the spellcasters, there were several small-scale battles. Although they did not lose any legends, many great wizards were lost. After submitting the mission, Saturn turned to look at Merlin and the others. With a smile, he said, "Great, the mission has been submitted. I believe Arcane City will handle the problem in the Sealy dimension properly." We almost ran out of our 9 cat lives, but at least it's not for naught. Everyone gets 2,500 adventure points, enough to do a lot of things in Arcane City. Yeah, 2,500 adventure points is a lot. Even potential wizards who had been in Arcane City for tens of years may not have accumulated so many adventure points. Upon mentioning the 2,500 adventure points, a smile appeared on everyone's face. They had risked their lives and traveled to the faraway Sealy dimension to investigate the conspiracy of the Rock Tribe, all for these adventure points. This much adventure points would be highly useful in Arcane City. If they were used to redeem casting tools, then it would be enough to redeem some of the most sophisticated casting tools. Even if they wanted some life-preserving item, it should not be a problem. If the points were used to enter the mine tower, every attempt only required 100 adventure points, so there would be enough points to enter the mine tower a total of 15 times. This would allow one's mine power to improve significantly. In short, with so many adventure points, Merlin and the others would be able to live comfortably in Arcane City for a very long time. You really want to purchase the 4 casting components of the God-binding disc? Looking at this unassuming young potential wizard before him, the great legend guarding the treasure vault could not help but frown. It was such a humongous sum to spend 2,000 adventure points in one go that even he felt heavy-hearted. The God-binding disc was merely a famous item, and its condition was quite shabby. Moreover, with only 4 casting components, they would only combine to become an ordinary peak-level casting tool. Spending 2,000 adventure points to redeem these for casting components of the God-binding disc was truly too wasteful. I've made my decision. I'll redeem the 4 casting components of the God-binding disc. Merlin did not hesitate and declared firmly. Hearing the resolution in Merlin's tone, the legendary wizard did not offer any further advice and directly retrieved the 4 quaint-looking casting components. The 4 casting components had not been combined, and looked like they were broken in some places. There was not a trace of powerful aura on them. They did not resemble the renowned God-binding disc that managed to suppress the gods. Merlin received the God-binding disc with a serious expression. He did not examine the casting components of the God-binding disc, but quickly kept it inside his spatial ring and left in a hurry. Merlin returned to his room. At this time, he quickly took out the 4 casting components of the God-binding disc which had cost him 2,000 adventure points. Earlier in the treasure vault, the reason that Merlin did not examine them was that he was afraid of revealing some clues. In reality, upon receiving these 4 casting components, he could sense a strong vibration from the bell space in front of his chest. This was a phenomenon that would occur upon approaching similar types of casting components. This also proved that the bell space was indeed a component of the God-binding disc. The God-binding disc had a total of 9 components, and Merlin's bell space was already a combination of 3 casting components. Added with the 4 newly redeemed casting components, Merlin would have 7 components of the God-binding disc. Once the 7 components of the God-binding disc were combined, even with some damage, it would still hold at least half the original power of the God-binding disc. Considering the original power of the God-binding disc, just half of that formidable power would far exceed any peak-level casting tools. After all, the God-binding disc was able to suppress the gods, and the gods were comparable to the great legendary wizards. With such a powerful God-binding disc, even half its power was enough to combat the great wizards. This was also why Merlin was so fervent to redeem the 4 casting components of the God-binding disc. Despite the steep price, they were highly suitable for Merlin, so any price would still be worth it. Merlin gradually calmed down his excited emotions. He removed the bell space from the front of his chest and began trying to combine it with the 4 casting components that he redeemed. Assembled casting tools were very easy to assemble. As long as 2 casting components were close to one another, they would automatically combine with one another. Merlin took out a casting component and put it with the bell space. In an instant, there was a burst of light, and the casting component had rapidly combined with the bell space. Boom! The bell space swiftly began to vibrate. Its space began to widen, and it was no longer filled with darkness. There was a faint hint of life. Combine again. Seeing the changes occurring in the bell space, Merlin could not wait any longer. He put the 3 remaining casting components next to the bell space. Instantly, countless beams of light glowed and intertwined together, gradually encapsulating these few casting components. The process of combining took a long time. The different beams of light gradually merged together, finally converging into a pale white ray. Merlin reached out and grabbed the newly combined bell space in his hands. At this moment, the bell space had vaguely formed a small round disc. However, the small round disc seemed to be missing two corners. It was incomplete, probably lacking the last two casting components. Only with all 9 casting components assembled together, it would form the whole God-binding disc. However, on the round disc, the words, God-binding, could already be seen, proving that it was indeed the legendary God-binding disc. God-binding disc, it truly is the God-binding disc. I wonder how the God-binding disc which only lacks 2 casting components look like. Merlin was looking forward to seeing the changes in the bell space, so he directly mobilized his mind power. He extended his mind power inside the God-binding disc and began to explore the space inside it. Chapter 532, The Bloodshed Universe. Chapter 532, The Bloodshed Universe. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When Merlin's mind power had entered the space inside the God-binding disc, he discovered that there was a substantive difference compared to the former bell space. Now, it was no longer pitch-black darkness but a stark white space. Although it was space, it was now immensely large and endless. In addition, there was also a clear sense of the concept of time and space. In other words, this was a more perfect space that could be occupied by living beings. Even Merlin, if faced with any danger in the future, could hide inside the God-binding disc. The defensive power of the God-binding disc was relatively strong, at least far exceeding an ordinary peak-level casting tool. It could be classified as an extraordinary casting tool. Extraordinary casting tools were those which could only be transfigured by a great legend, or even an honored legend who had achieved the highest understanding in alchemy. Even Bell, who had achieved an extraordinary understanding of alchemy, was only able to transfigure one God-binding disc. This was a testament to how difficult it was to transfigure an extraordinary casting tool. Instead of the defensive powers of the God-binding disc, Merlin was more concerned about its binding powers. The most important component of the God-binding disc was the binding component. Back then, the God-binding disc had been able to bind several natural gods consecutively. Naturally, it contained some form of uniqueness. Deep inside the God-binding disc, Merlin could feel a terrifying force raging. As the owner of the God-binding disc, he could distinctly sense that if all its powers were released, even a great wizard would not be able to resist it. This is truly the God-binding disc. Right now, I can even bind an average great wizard inside the God-binding disc. If I can find the remaining 2 components and complete all 9 casting components, we might even witness the absolute supremacy of the God-binding disc. Merlin muttered in a low voice. The last 2 casting components of the God-binding disc were especially important, because they would determine whether the God-binding disc would be able to restore its past glory. However, even Arcane City only had 4 casting components of the God-binding disc, so finding the last 2 components would certainly be difficult. Perhaps, the final 2 casting components had already been destroyed. Fortunately, Merlin was able to own the God-binding disc assembled from 7 casting components. He was very satisfied to own an extraordinary casting tool, as even many great legends would not get the chance to own it. Merlin kept the God-binding disc carefully. This was one of his trump cards, so it should not be easily revealed. Just like the Black Cat Didymos, who should not be used simply. Whether it's the God-binding disc or the Black Cat Didymos, these are all external powers, not my own powers. I still have to quickly improve my own abilities. Merlin also felt some pressure. In Arcane City, the potential wizards were improving themselves, almost every moment of the day. Especially Saturn and the others who had also received 2,500 adventure points, they would definitely use the points to improve their abilities. In the outside world, Merlin was a prodigy among the prodigies. Even in Arcane City, he was considered a demonic genius. However, he did not slack and instead felt pressured because his own abilities were not stronger than Vic or Saturn. Therefore, he still had to work hard to improve his abilities. At present, Merlin had not yet made up his mind to construct 6th-level spells. His Mind Heart had achieved the limit of a 7th-level Mind Heart. After receiving the instructions from the 9th floor of the mind tower and training his mind power, he would now have to integrate his mind power with his instincts. Currently, Merlin's mind power was still far from being integrated into his instincts. Even if he was to enter the mind tower, it would be useless as he would not be able to break through to the 8th level mind heart yet. Even so, Merlin's mind power was generally sufficient for him to construct all the 6th level spells. Although he had enough mind power, deriving new 6th level spells would require huge amounts of maxim. Compared to 5th level spells, the 6th level spells would require consuming even more of the maxim. Right now, Merlin had only constructed Immense Thunder and Endless Flame. If he was to construct the 4 remaining spells, he was afraid that he would have to completely deplete the Thunder maxim to derive them. The disadvantage of using the matrix to derive spells was that it required the consumption of precious maxim power. If it was someone else, who was unable to obtain a single maxim, what then could be used to derive spells? Nevertheless, right now, Merlin had reached the same predicament. Even if he managed to derive all the 6th level spells now, then for him to become a 7th level spell caster in the future would not be as simple anymore. After considering for a long time, Merlin decided to temporarily delay the spell derivation. Especially since he was in Arcane City, there were many more ways to improve his abilities. For now, Merlin had 2 options at least. The first option was to deep dive into researching spell fusion. If he could fuse 3 or 4 types of spells together, then his abilities would instantly be increased several folds. However, this was a difficult process, which might take a very long time. So, he should tackle spell fusion slowly, without rushing into it. The second option was to level up Darkness Eye, especially the 5th form of Darkness Eye. For a long time, Merlin's Darkness Eye only had the 4th form, which was cultivated by Wizard Leo. However, Wizard Leo had failed to suppress the 4th form of Darkness Eye and died from its backlash. Merlin, on the other hand, was different. He was a mind power master and had an extraordinarily large mind power. His formidable 7th level mind heart now contained mind power which was comparable to some of the powerful 9th level spell casters. Therefore, Merlin could easily suppress the 4th form of Darkness Eye. Even the 5th form of Darkness Eye, Merlin should be able to suppress it, albeit with some effort. Once Merlin had successfully achieved the 8th level mind heart in the future, then it would be easier for him to suppress the 5th form of Darkness Eye. Merlin's current plan was to cultivate the 5th form of Darkness Eye in order to improve his abilities. Although Darkness Eye was already very powerful, once he had cultivated the 5th form of Darkness Eye, he would have a much easier time fighting against a 9th level spell caster. Even pitted against the peak 9th level spell casters, Merlin would be able to triumph by relying on Darkness Eye. Darkness Eye needs negative emotions, and in large amounts. Only endless bloodshed can produce enough negative emotions to level up Darkness Eye. Merlin knew clearly the way to level up Darkness Eye, which was both simple and complicated at the same time. It would require large amounts of negative emotions. Bloodshed would give rise to a lot of negative emotions, so it was the best way to cultivate Darkness Eye. Incidentally, in Arcane City, there was exactly a place filled with bloodshed called the Bloodshed Universe. The place had been specially prepared for some unusual spell casters. Each entry only required 200 adventure points, and one could only stay for 10 days. 10 days later, the Bloodshed Universe would automatically send the person back into Arcane City. Right now, the place that Merlin was headed was Bloodshed Universe. The Bloodshed Universe was the most suitable place to cultivate Darkness Eye. There was a tall tower in Arcane City which was usually deserted. At most, there would be 2 or 3 people walking by. Compared to other places, this place was a lot less frequented. However, every spellcaster who came to this place was fierce and bloodthirsty, and their bodies exuded a thick stench of blood. This was the most dangerous place in Arcane City, the Bloodshed Universe with never-ending bloodshed. When Merlin arrived, he saw 2 black-robed spellcasters. Their auras were somewhat undetectable and well hidden, so it was difficult to gauge them. Merlin had guessed that they were no less than 9th level spellcasters, so they must be potential wizards who had been in Arcane City for a long time. Generally, for potential wizards who were new to Arcane City, unless they have previously cultivated some special Pandora demon ability which required bloodshed to level up, they typically would not choose to enter the Bloodshed Universe. After all, the Bloodshed Universe was dangerous. Anyone who entered the bloodshed universe without a strong ability might find themselves killed by their targets instead. Merlin walked up to the great legend who was guarding the entrance to the bloodshed universe. There were many legendary wizards in Arcane City who stood guard over the important places. Whether it was the Mine Tower, the Force Fields or the bloodshed universe, all of them were guarded by a legendary wizard. Thus, if anything was to happen, the legendary wizard would be able to deal with it immediately. The abundance of legendary wizards had indirectly demonstrated the deep-rooted foundations of Arcane City. The number of legendary wizards here far exceeded any other forces. Honorable Great Legend, I wish to enter the bloodshed universe. Merlin came to the legendary wizard and requested respectfully. Show your identity card. When the Great Legend took Merlin's identity card, a strange look appeared in his eyes. Most probably, he saw from Merlin's identity card that Merlin had just entered Arcane City a few months ago. The foreign tribes in Bloodshed Universe are vicious and savage. Although it may help mold a spellcaster, if your abilities aren't strong enough, you'll risk being killed by those savage foreign tribes. You should think twice. Honorable Great Legend, I've decided to enter the Bloodshed Universe. Seeing Merlin's insistence, the legendary wizard did not continue to dissuade him. He deducted 200 adventure points from Merlin and told him calmly, you only have 10 days. After 10 days, you'll be sent back to Arcane City. Of course, if you would like to come back earlier, you only have to recite it in your heart and the Bloodshed Universe will send you back. Merlin nodded. He took a deep breath and stepped into the brightly glowing entrance. Whoosh! An unknown period of time later, Merlin opened his eyes. Passing through the passage earlier, he felt as if time was stretched abnormally long. Thereafter, when he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was already inside an unfamiliar world. The sun was shining in the sky, and across a vast field, lush green grass was swaying gently to the breeze. On the plains, there was even a herd of elk. The scenery was extraordinarily mesmerizing, lulling any observer into relaxation. This is a complete dimension? Merlin was a little taken aback. He had never come to the Bloodshed Universe before, so naturally, he did not know how it looked like. Right now, after stepping into the Bloodshed Universe, Merlin was shocked to discover that the Bloodshed Universe was a completely foreign dimension. Is this your first time to the Bloodshed Universe? Suddenly, an icy voice resounded in Merlin's ear. Chapter 533, The Dora Demon Tribe. Chapter 533, The Dora Demon Tribe. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin turned his head and discovered that following behind him was a black-robed spellcaster from Arcane City. This black-robed spellcaster's face was deathly pale, and his figure was gaunt, but his eyes were vividly alert. There was an aura of blood spill surrounding his body, so obviously it was not his first visit to the Bloodshed Universe. Yeah, it's my first time to the Bloodshed Universe. Merlin answered truthfully. In the Bloodshed Universe, spellcasters were forbidden from killing one another, therefore, Merlin did not have to fear the other wizard's intentions. The Bloodshed Universe is riddled with dangers. Many wizards who enter the Bloodshed Universe end up not killing the foreign tribe but instead be killed by them. You must be a potential wizard who has just arrived in Arcane City. Follow behind me, you can pick some of the weaker foreign tribe to kill. Both the tone and expression of this black-robed wizard was ice-cold, but judging from his words, he was not a heartless spellcaster. Merlin's heart thumped. He was indeed unfamiliar with the Bloodshed Universe. Therefore, having a spellcaster who was well-versed with the Bloodshed Universe beside him would help him to adapt to the Bloodshed Universe, and understand some happenings here. Hence, he did not hesitate. He nodded in agreement. How do I address you? Merlin asked with a smile. Midnight. The black-robed wizard replied coldly. It was such a peculiar name. Merlin had some doubts, but looking at Wizard Midnight's stony expression, Merlin suppressed his own questions and did not open his mouth. Quietly, he followed behind Wizard Midnight. Along the way, Wizard Midnight was taciturn, and almost did not speak at all. Since Merlin did not know Wizard Midnight's propensity, he did not simply ask questions. The two of them began to fly in silence for a long while. The Bloodshed Universe was immensely vast. Below them were rolling fields that sprawled endlessly, their boundaries could not even be seen. The scenery was picturesque, evoking a sense of joy and admiration in its beholders. It appeared to be completely disconnected with any semblance of bloodshed. Even Merlin began to wonder, were they really in the bloodshed universe? Danger lurks underneath the calmest waters. Before him, Wizard Midnight suddenly halted his steps. Casting an unfathomable gaze at the fields below, he uttered those words out of the blue. Merlin was still trying to decipher the meaning of Wizard Midnight's words when the very next moment, the happenings in front of his eyes immediately gave him a deep understanding of Wizard Midnight's words. Hurricane, burn. Boom. Looking at the endless fields, Wizard Midnight suddenly pointed toward the herd of elk. Instantly, green flames shot up into the air and formed a pillar of flames unlike any other. The flames rapidly spread toward the direction of the herd of elk. The green flames burned like a hurricane, exploding in an instant. The speed was also incredibly fast as it surged across the fields. Wherever the green flames passed by, the lush green grass was burned into ashes. Merlin's eyes widened slightly. This green flame was not a type of spell but a fusion of wind-type and fire-type spells. However, this was different from Merlin's spell fusion because Wizard Midnight's spell stemmed from the combination of spell models. In other words, Wizard Midnight was already half a step into becoming a great wizard. Generally, when spellcasters reached the 9th level, their test was to attempt spell fusion. Once they had successfully combined all their spell models into one, they would level up to become a great wizard. Nonetheless, this process was extremely challenging. It was also the step that had the highest rate of casualties. In the process of spell fusion, many 9th-level spellcasters experienced a direct collapse of their spell models. So, when their magic power exploded, the spellcasters were blown into smithereens, leading to a high death rate. Therefore, without absolute confidence, a 9th-level spellcaster usually would not attempt to combine their spell models. Otherwise, it was those spellcasters who had reached their limits but still desperately wanted to try to become a great wizard. However, for this type of spellcasters, the success rate is relatively minuscule. Wizard Midnight in front of him had already successfully fused wind-type and fire-type spells, so he could be considered a quasi-great wizard. The raging flames burned wildly, and the temperature of the entire grass field soared. Merlin was curious as Wizard Midnight's actions were so flamboyantly aggressive. Was it just to slaughter these elks? Soon enough, Merlin realized his big mistake. The creatures which he had initially perceived to be normal elks, upon sensing the green flames raging toward them, began to screech loudly. Then, these elks swiftly transformed into big, burly, single-horned, vicious-looking creatures. Foreign tribe. These elks are actually the foreign tribe? Merlin was stunned that the foreign tribe was disguised as elks as he had not discovered it at all. The ability of this foreign tribe to conceal their auras was truly startling. Only seasoned wizards who had visited the bloodshed universe before, such as Wizard Midnight, knew the true colors of this foreign tribe. It's another abominable spell caster. Kill these abominable spell casters. Despicable spell casters, enclosing us in this dimension to provide training for your prodigy wizards. We, the Dora Demon tribe, curse you eternally. One day, you'll suffer a fate 10,000 times worse than us. Amidst the green sea of flames, the bodies of these foreign tribe members emitted faint glimmers of light that tried to resist the burning of the flames. However, this was Wizard Midnight's fused spell. The spell fusion of a powerful peak 9th-level spellcaster far outstripped the force of an average spell, and could not be withstood by the foreign tribe. Wherever the flames spread, the curses also ended abruptly as they turned to ashes. Soon, hundreds of foreign tribe members were turned into ashes, and peace was restored onto the field. Wizard Midnight's expression was very calm. Only the darkness elements on his body were looming in and out of sight as if they were trying to perceive something. Any spellcaster who could enter the bloodshed universe would not shy away from bloodshed, and instead, use it to enhance their abilities. Merlin's objective was to cultivate darkness whereas Wizard Midnight's objective seemed to be to gain an understanding of darkness-type spells. Wizard Midnight was also a rare darkness-type wizard. Merlin also did not stand around idly. He immediately wielded Darkness Eye, and a huge ghostly face appeared above his head. At the same time, faint traces of cold air began to seep into Darkness Eye in his palm. These were all negative emotions that were absorbed by Darkness Eye. Merlin could even sense the excitement of Darkness Eye. The negative emotions are really strong. The grudges held by the foreign tribe are so strong that even after their death, it can excite Darkness Eye to this extent. Merlin felt the negative emotions left behind by the foreign tribe after their death. It was so vicious that it made Darkness Eye excited, which was not a simple feat earlier. Wizard Midnight's attack had provoked such an unparalleled degree of grudge from the foreign tribe that it could not have accumulated overnight. This amount of grudge must have accumulated over countless years. Merlin was very unfamiliar with this bloodshed universe. All he knew that there was a foreign tribe called the Dora Demon tribe. Besides that, Merlin knew nothing else. Wizard Midnight, how much do you know about the Dora Demon tribe in the bloodshed universe? Seeing Wizard Midnight opening his eyes, Merlin immediately asked. The Dora Demon tribe was discovered over 2,000 years ago in the Dora dimension. They were then controlled by the spellcasters, who even imparted some knowledge to the Dora demons. Of course, due to their natural disposition, the Dora demons were unable to construct spells. However, based on the knowledge imparted to them, the Dora Demon tribe created a set of cultivation system that was suitable for them. It was only later when the spellcasters fought against another civilization that the Dora Demon tribe revealed their cruel and vicious side. They betrayed the spellcaster civilization, and helped another foreign civilization to vanquish hundreds and thousands of powerful wizards. In that war, the spellcasters suffered massive losses. Thereafter, the enraged ultimate arcane wizards got directly involved and defeated the foreign civilization. Originally, they were about to wipe out the entire Dora Demon tribe, but then, a legendary wizard suggested to create a bloodshed universe dimension and make the Dora Demon tribe the training targets of spellcasters. So, the Dora Demon tribe cannot leave the bloodshed universe forever, until this tribe completely disappears. But the Dora Demon tribe is also incredible. Their reproduction rate is extremely fast. Although 2,000 years have passed, and spellcasters have been killing them in succession, the Dora Demon tribe is yet to be exterminated. In fact, their numbers are growing steadily. In any case, this is good because the bloodshed universe is very helpful to some spellcasters. Merlin digested this information in silence. He did not expect that the Dora Demon tribe in the bloodshed dimension had such a tragic history. If even the ultimate arcane wizards were enraged, then the damage suffered by the spellcasters must have been catastrophic. This was also the cruelest punishment for the Dora Demon tribe. Does this mean that access to the bloodshed dimension isn't restricted to spellcasters from Arcane City only? Merlin had heard another meaning in Wizard Midnight's explanation. It sounded like the bloodshed universe was not owned by Arcane City. Of course. The bloodshed universe can be connected to hundreds and thousands of spellcaster dimensions throughout the Void Zone. However, because there's no time and space in the Void Zone, the special techniques of the ultimate arcane wizards are needed to bridge to the bloodshed universe. It's very simple to enter the bloodshed universe from Arcane City, but if you want to enter the bloodshed universe from another place, it will cost you dearly. A great legend will have to diminish some maxim to be able to send a spellcaster here. Merlin nodded. It seemed like in this bloodshed universe, he might meet with spellcasters from other dimensions. Moreover, any spellcaster who could persuade a great legend to diminish some of his maxim's power in order to send him into the bloodshed universe would surely be the pride and joy of their respective spellcaster dimensions. Merlin could not help but hope that he would encounter some spellcasters from other dimensions. Alright, let's continue walking. Wizard Midnight straightened himself. He appeared to have gained some understanding. Thus, he led Merlin to continue to wander around the vast bloodshed universe. Chapter 534, The Grand Alliance Wizard's Eye. Chapter 534, The Grand Alliance Wizard's Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On a sprawling field, there were a group of young men and women dressed in spellcaster attire. About a dozen of them were currently surrounded by the Dora Demon tribe. The Dora demons were large in number and possessed relatively strong abilities. Each Dora demon possessed powerful abilities that were at least the 4th level and above. The strongest Dora demon was dark red, and there was a long, sharp horn protruding from his head. He was the greater demon among the Dora demon tribe. Judging by the length of his single horn, this greater demon's ability would be at least comparable to a peak 9th level spellcaster. At this moment, this greater demon was commanding the powerful Dora demon tribe to attack the young spellcasters in the middle. All the Dora demons appeared to be almost demented with a blood-red glint in their eyes. Dora warriors, go, rip these abominable spellcasters to shreds. They're the ones who had caused us to be homeless. They're the ones who had caused us to be trapped in this huge bullpen forever. Go on, release your wrath, and tear them into shreds. The completely dark red Dora demon with a golden horn on his head shouted provokingly. Instantly, the tightly packed Dora demons in the surroundings became even more demented. It seemed that they could not be killed, looking at their immensely durable bodies and incredible speeds. Fortunately, the dozen or so young spellcasters also had their own arsenal of techniques. Basically, they consisted of 6th to 7th level spellcasters, so they would be able to withstand for a moment at least. However, it would be just for a moment. The number of Dora demons was truly too many. Battling against the continuous attack made them extremely exhausted. If their magic power ran out or their runic magic circle was broken, then their situation would turn precarious. Additionally, the most terrifying greater demon had yet to attack. Once he had attacked, even all of them combined would not be a strong enough opponent against the greater demon. Damn it, how is it that we encountered a greater demon? Isn't this the outer realm of Bloodshed Universe? If we continue this way, sooner or later we would be torn into shreds by these demented Dora demons. The Galaxy Grand Alliance's competition is jointly organized by the various great legends from tens of dimensions once every 100 years in order to select the most outstanding young wizard in the Grand Alliance. We've undergone many selection rounds and finally entered the final round. For this reason, we're sent into the Bloodshed Universe to complete our last challenge. Who would have thought that we would be so unlucky? Upon entering the Bloodshed Universe, we've immediately encountered this bloodthirsty greater demon. Since it hasn't been 10 days, we're unable to leave. Even more despicable is that Hugo. He's completely indifferent and doesn't intend to help us at all. Damn that Hugo. Doesn't he know that after we die, he'd have to face this group of Dora demons by himself? Regardless of the curses strewn by this group of young wizards, another young spellcaster dressed in sky-blue wizard robes nearby was staring at this group of Dora demons with indifference. Although the dozen or so young spellcasters were in grave danger, he had no intention of extending a helping hand. Instead, he was silently staring at the greater demon behind the demented Dora demons. According to the Galaxy Grand Alliance's competition rules, killing a greater demon was almost equivalent to killing 1,000 ordinary Dora demons. If Hugo wanted to perform well in this Grand Alliance's competition and fight for first place, then he would have to hunt and kill that greater demon. However, the greater demon was also not an easy target that could be easily killed. Hugo was merely a 5-elemental spellcaster, so killing a greater demon would be quite difficult. Therefore, he would have to preserve his energy until there was an opportunity for him to make his killing shot. As for the other young wizards in the same Grand Alliance's competition as him, Wizard Hugo was completely uncaring. Whether they were dead or alive did not affect him. His only concern was whether he would be able to shine in this competition and rank at the top 10. Even the top 10 isn't reassuring enough. Only the first place winner would be recommended by the Great Legend into Arcane City. As for the remaining 9 spellcasters, they'll only be recommended by the Grand Alliance to Arcane City. It'll then be up to Arcane City whether to invite these spellcasters in. Therefore, the safest way to enter Arcane City is still to emerge first place. Hugo's heart burned with fervor. He wanted to emerge at first place in order to prove to the Grand Alliance that he was the real #1 prodigy among the Alliance. Only he deserved to enter Arcane City. Hugo was waiting patiently. He did not know why the greater demon had not issued any commands to attack him. Perhaps, the greater demon was slightly cautious of him. That would be even better because then, Hugo was more confident that once he found a suitable opportunity, he would be able to kill this greater demon. The greater demon in a distance had of course, discovered Hugo. This young-looking spellcaster gave off a very threatening aura, so his abilities must be quite strong. Nevertheless, the greater demon was not afraid. The more talented the spellcaster was, the higher the sense of accomplishment he would feel upon killing him. The entire Dora demon tribe held high esteem of anyone who managed to kill a powerful spellcaster, so he would be respected by all the Dora demons. Before that, however, the greater demon wanted to kill most of the other spellcasters first. Thereafter, he would direct all his strength to attack this young but threatening spellcaster. Although the greater demon did not understand why Hugo did not step forward to rescue the others, he was obviously delighted with Hugo's indifference. Foolish spellcasters. You're atrocious, selfish, and pathetic. I really don't know how you managed to step out of your dimension and entered the void zone as well as conquered hundreds and thousands of dimensions. Seeing the indifference displayed by Hugo, he snickered in his heart. He focused his attention on the large number of young spellcasters. The reason he had not attacked them was to guard against Hugo. Nonetheless, even without his interference, the resistance of this group of spellcasters was already beginning to shake, under the continuous attack from hundreds and thousands of Dora demons. Not too much longer, they would be ripped into shreds by countless Dora demons. Numerous golden glowing runes began to shift about, their lights flashing as if they would soon be destroyed. We're done for. The runic magic circle can't hold up anymore. We're all going to die here. Damn that Hugo. If we somehow survive this, we must spread the word about his despicable character all over the entire Galaxy Grand Alliance. I didn't expect that he would be so heartless. We won't be able to hold on any longer. How unfortunate, we've waded through so many hardships, and multiple layers of competition until we reach the final round that will be observed by the Grand Alliance, but we're going to die at the hands of a foreign tribe. Among this group of spellcasters, there were anger, frustration, and various manifestations. All these emotions reflected the turmoil inside their hearts. Following the destruction of the runic magic circle, they were in a dire situation. Crash! Another Dora demon slammed viciously onto the runic magic circle. The next instant, the runic magic circle was smashed into smithereens like a piece of fragile glass. Dora warriors, their runic magic circle has collapsed. Go on. Rip all these abominable spellcasters into shreds. A smile appeared on the greater demon's face as he ordered the countless Dora demons to charge dementedly at the dozen spellcasters. Escape, everyone, wield your escape techniques. Even if only one can escape, you'll be the lucky one. Once the runic magic circle had collapsed, the spellcasters could no longer resist the attacks. The leader of the spellcasters asked everyone to escape, but judging by the dense formation of Dora demon enclosing them, escaping was simply impossible. Swish swish. Suddenly, from a distance away, two rays of light flew toward them at lightning speed. From within the light, two figures emerged, dressed in spellcaster attire. Immediately, a look of joy appeared on the faces of the spellcasters who were trapped and facing imminent death. Sir Wizards, please save us. We're spellcasters from the Galaxy Grand Alliance. These spellcasters immediately asked for help from the two strangers. Although they did not know whether their pleas would be useful, they were desperate, and this was their last remaining hope. The Galaxy Grand Alliance? Sounds like a huge faction from far away. The more stoic-looking, middle-aged man frowned as he spoke. Just as he was about to step forward, the younger black-robed wizard beside him stretched out a hand to stop him. The young wizard smiled slightly. Wizard Midnight, you've just killed a greater demon. This time, you should let me try. After all, I've been in the Bloodshed universe for 3 days and gained a sufficient understanding of these Dora demons. These two wizards were coincidentally Midnight and Merlin, who had been wandering around the Bloodshed universe. The two of them did not have a clear destination or direction, and simply wandered around aimlessly. Whenever they encountered any Dora demons, the ruthless bloodshed began. Of course, it was Wizard Midnight who had done most of the attacking. They had also encountered a greater demon before, but he too was killed by Wizard Midnight. Wizard Midnight's secret abilities had astounded Merlin. Most probably, Wizard Midnight was already infinitely close to becoming a great wizard. This time, they bumped into the Dora demons swarming around some spellcasters in the Bloodshed universe. This was a fresh situation for Merlin. Moreover, in the past 3 days, he had gained an understanding of the Dora demon tribe. Even without activating the God-binding disc, his abilities should be comparable to an average greater demon. Therefore, this time, he was ready to make a move. Wizard Midnight hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Merlin. Then, he nodded faintly and took a step backward. When he first met Merlin, he only thought of Merlin as an average potential wizard. Since they had both came from Arcane City, he decided to give Merlin a leg up and help familiarize him with the Bloodshed universe. Up to this point, Merlin should be relatively familiar with the Bloodshed universe. Furthermore, Wizard Midnight also wanted to see Merlin's abilities. Merlin took a deep breath, and swept his gaze across the demented Dora demons in front of them. Numbers, to him, meant nothing. Who? A cool breeze wheezed by. Merlin stood motionless in the same place, but his entire body was emitting an invisible, harrowing fluctuation. Chapter 535, The Grand Alliance Wizards 2. Chapter 535, The Grand Alliance Wizards 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 9-hit strike. The unseen force was, in fact, Merlin's mind power fluctuations. Lately, he had been focused on fusing mind power with his instincts. Therefore, no matter what situation he faced, he was ready to unleash his occult mind spell at any time. Moreover, mind power had no shape nor shadow, and was very fast, far beyond anything a spell could match. Thus, when dealing with a sudden, unexpected occurrence, casting an occult mind spell was of utmost suitability. Wave after wave of mind power attacked without sound or shadow. The rest only saw that the dense crowd of Dora demons shrieked in a blood-curdling manner, following which their bodies seemed to be crushed by an extremely terrifying force, exploding into mists of blood instantly. Merlin's occult mind spell was now cultivated to 4-hit strike, which was a fatal threat to most 9th-level spell casters. As a result, these ordinary Dora demons could not even withstand one blow. Everyone was ineffably stunned as they watched the sweep of Dora demons died with barely a whimper. When they looked back at Merlin, their eyes were filled with a trace of fear. Phew! Merlin let out a long sigh. He had cast his occult mind spell only once, and the majority of the huddled group of Dora demons had been wiped out. The remaining ones had scattered in all directions out of terror, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Merlin was profiting greatly as well. Darkness Eye in his palm was absorbing more and more of that cold force, and a colossal burst of energy seemed to faintly struggle against the seal. This was the characteristic of Darkness Eye when it was almost cultivated to its 5th form. As long as it absorbed another great amount of negative energy, the 5th form of Darkness Eye would be cultivated. What a powerful spell caster! We're saved. Impressive, he clearly has the elemental fluctuations of a 5th-level spell caster, yet he barely broke a sweat in slaying so many Dora demons. He really is too powerful. However, what he had cast earlier was not a spell. It was a soundless, traceless attack with such formidable might. Could he be an extremely rare mind power master? There's a chance that he's a formidable mind power master. Most mind power masters become one because their spell caster level could not advance, and their spells aren't that great. Come to think of it, this wizard must be a mighty mind power master. This group of young wizards who had been entrapped for a long time was able to vaguely surmise Merlin's identity when they saw him kill so many Dora demons in one blow with such a peculiar attack. Still, they merely guessed one part of it, but Wizard Midnight, who stood at a distance, knew very clearly that spellcasters who were able to enter Arcane City must be prodigious wizards with extremely high potential and capabilities. Merlin's powers as a mind power master might be something he had simply cultivated by himself. Merlin's spells must be even stronger. I had thought that he was a potential wizard with relatively weaker abilities. I wanted to shield him for some time so that he won't be killed by the foreign tribe in the Bloodshed universe. To think that I was wrong in my judgment. Even if his powers are no match for mine, he'll be quite safe in the Bloodshed universe. A bright look flashed across Wizard Midnight's eyes. He had only taken the initiative to help Merlin in view of how they were both potential wizards from Arcane City. However, it now looked like Merlin did not need his assistance at all. To be able to enter the Bloodshed universe, Merlin would naturally have such abilities. D*MNU, Despicable Spell Caster. You dare to kill the brave warriors of my Dora demon tribe. I'll swallow you alive. The greater demon, which was dark red all over, unleashed a roar as he turned into a beam of dark red light, instantly rushing toward Merlin. His speed could not even be discerned by ordinary eyes, and one had to use mind power to detect him. Wizard Midnight perceived the force of this dark red greater demon along with the single horn on his forehead, and Wizard Midnight's expression gradually turned grave. He was certain that he could kill this greater demon, but he was unsure whether Merlin could contend against it. Therefore, Wizard Midnight secretly prepared himself. If Merlin showed any signs that he could not hold on any longer, Wizard Midnight would step in and eliminate the greater demon. Be careful! The greater demon's attack was sudden and fast. The 10 or so young wizards warned Merlin in a panic, but with such speed, it would be rather hard for Merlin to evade. Humph, just what I wanted. Naturally, Merlin had sensed the greater demon coming. Now, he was using an opponent who was evenly matched with him to hone his own mind power. It was best if he could, under this pressure, completely fuse his mind power into his instincts. In this manner, his mind-heart would break through to the 8th level. With this in mind, Merlin mobilized his thoughts, and wielded his occult mind spell instantly. Invisible fluctuations wildly surged like a tide toward the greater demon. Currently, Merlin had only cultivated 9-hit strike up until 4-hit strike, but a mind power attack had no sound nor shape, and its speed was beyond comparison with any spells. The consecutive attacks were able to reduce the greater demon's speed by a little. By the 4th strike, the dark red greater demon could not help but reveal his figure. He no longer rushed forward stubbornly, for Merlin's occult mind spell was able to cause him harm. Berserk! The greater demon was filled with endless wrath, and unleashed a deep howl. His entire body turned an even darker shade of red as his body swelled up rapidly. At the same time, the force of his body became even stronger. Whoosh! The greater demon bounded toward Merlin once again. This time, whether in terms of speed or strength, he was clearly on another level from before. Merlin's 4-hit strike only had a limited influence on this greater demon, unable to easily prevent him from approaching Merlin. A technique unique to the Dora demon tribe, Berserk. Their strength would increase many times over instantly. This greater demon is now at least on par with the peak attainable by the fusing of 2 spells, second only to powerful wizards who had fused 3 spells. Merlin felt a sense of threat. If he had been able to rely on his occult mind spell to contend against his opponent before this, now, his occult mind spell was presently not of much use against a Dora demon who had used Berserk. Everyone became anxious. After the greater demon became Berserk, Merlin was immediately at a disadvantage, caught in a situation of imminent danger. However, just when Wizard Midnight had decided to step in, Merlin's speed increased somewhat, and his mind power began to fluctuate violently. Everyone could feel each wave of fluctuations. Ha ha, I finally grasped it. My mind power is fused with my instincts, and my occult mind spell can be unleashed anytime, anywhere, faster than any spell. Merlin was wild with joy because earlier, under the threat of the Berserk greater demon, Merlin had used occult mind spell to its peak. At last, the pressure had reached the critical point, and his mind power had finally, naturally, fused with his instincts. Thereafter, mind power would accompany his every single movement. No matter how swift and sudden the danger was, Merlin's occult mind spell could be cast immediately. Furthermore, his mind-heart, which had originally reached the limits of the 7th level, had finally advanced to an 8th level mind-heart in a natural and inevitable manner. An upgrade in mind power? What a cunning little spell-caster. Hee, but of what use is that? I'll swallow you in one bite, ha ha. The savage nature of the dark red greater demon flared up as he cast aside all concerns, and locked his terrifying momentum onto Merlin. He instantly turned into a dark red light beam, appearing before Merlin in a flash. Merlin did not dodge, and a cold glint shone in his eyes. Following that, balls of flames and thunder, suppressed to the maximum, appeared in his hands without warning. Buzz! The flames and thunder fused in an instant. Pushing with both hands, Merlin commanded softly, "Explode!" Boom! In that instant, the flames and thunder wreaked havoc in a frenzied manner. The petrifying shockwaves spread at a visible pace like ripples on water, stretching out to all directions in widening rings. Chapter 536, Tagging Along. Chapter 536, Tagging Along. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin's spell fusion, particularly the fusion of 6th level spells, contained terrifying might. Compared to the initial fusion of 5th level spells, its power was further augmented, on par with most 9th level spellcasters who had fused 2 spell models. After the smoke and dust had dispersed completely, the greater demon's figure was revealed. At the moment, he had completely crashed down from his berserk state. The Dora demon tribe was a very peculiar civilization. They were able to become berserk, after which their strength would increase many times over. Once berserk had faded, they would resume their initial appearance. This greater demon, with berserk, was at most equivalent to a spellcaster who had combined two spell models. His defensive capabilities were formidable indeed, able to withstand Merlin's spell fusion, only his berserk state was now nullified. Swish! A smile tugged at the corner of Merlin's mouth once again. His use of spell fusion was not just a one-time thing. He was able to use it 10 times. Thus, he pushed with both hands, and another spell fusion whistled as it flew toward the greater demon. Boom! The insane explosive strength engulfed the greater demon in an instant, following which the life force of the greater demon vanished quickly. The disappearance of his force meant that this greater demon had been thoroughly exterminated. Phew! Merlin unleashed a long sigh of relief. He was still rather pressured when faced with a greater demon. Following the greater demon's death, the remaining ordinary Dora demons quickly made their escape, scattering in all directions. Merlin's darkness eye also absorbed a large supply of powerful negative energy. This was left behind by the greater demon which Merlin had killed. The stronger the demon was, the greater the negative energy they had left behind. Merlin was even already able to vaguely sense that darkness eye was not far from its fifth form. At the moment, the 10 or so young wizards wore surprised expressions, and were even slightly stupefied. The abilities which Merlin had displayed far exceeded their imaginations. It turned out that Merlin's identity as a mind power master was only secondary. It did not mean that Merlin's occult mind spell was stronger. In fact, his stronger technique was his spell. Moreover, being able to fuse spells at the stage of a 5th-level spellcaster was something that could only be accomplished by those genius freaks of the legends. After a moment, these wizards all came before Merlin to express their gratitude. "We thank you both wizards for coming to our rescue. We're spellcasters who are taking part in the Galaxy Grand Alliance's competition. Yet, we didn't expect that the minute we entered the Bloodshed universe, we would encounter this group of Dora demons and fall into peril." One of the spellcasters who was wearing a grey robe stood out and introduced the group to Merlin. Merlin furrowed his brows. The Galaxy Grand Alliance? I've never heard of it. It must be rather far away. The Galaxy Grand Alliance is a great distance away, of course, separated from Arcane City by an unknown number of dimensions. With a casting tool of average speed, one might need more than a few years to reach there. However, the Galaxy Grand Alliance can be considered a relatively large faction, comprising nearly 20 dimensions controlled by 10 or so individuals, forming a colossal faction. The one who spoke was Wizard Midnight. He had a certain understanding of the Galaxy Grand Alliance. Nonetheless, Wizard Midnight's words had revealed something. The 10 or so young wizards were not dumb. They immediately grasped the meaning of Wizard Midnight's words. You're both wizards from Arcane City? At the mention of Arcane City, the 10 or so young wizards became solemn even in their breathing. It was not just these 10 or so spellcasters, but even Wizard Hugo at the side, who had been indifferent to the peril of the other spellcasters, quickly shifted his gaze to Merlin and Midnight. In the eyes of any spellcaster, Arcane City was an unsurpassed sacred place. Every single spellcaster who came from Arcane City was a fearsome genius wizard. Even Wizard Hugo had joined the competition of the Galaxy Grand Alliance because of his wholehearted desire to enter Arcane City. Merlin nodded. That's right, we came from Arcane City to the Bloodshed universe to gain experience. It's really Arcane City. Haha, to think that we'll meet the genius wizards of Arcane City in the Bloodshed universe. In the past, there were merely rumors that one would encounter the genius wizards of Arcane City in the Bloodshed universe if one was lucky. I didn't think we'll actually encounter them. The prodigious wizards of Arcane City are impressive indeed, able to wipe out this group of Dora demons so casually. Even the greater demon was killed. Unlike some wizards, who wish so badly to join Arcane City, thinking that they're some genius, when in fact, they aren't even worth mentioning in comparison with the genius spellcasters of Arcane City. These wizards were, of course, talking about Hugo, and Wizard Hugo's face turned gloomy. He clenched his fist tightly and said nothing. Instead, he flew off, leaving all of a sudden. That's right, back when you were all trapped by these Dora demons, why didn't you leave the Bloodshed universe? Merlin asked, puzzled. Before he came to the Bloodshed universe, he was informed that if he was in danger and overpowered by his enemies, all he had to do was to wish for it, and he would immediately leave the Bloodshed universe and return to Arcane City. There was no need for him to stay on for a full 10 days. How can we leave so conveniently? Accessing the passage to the Bloodshed universe alone took up a great amount of energy of the great legends in the Grand Alliance. How can they bring us away so easily? Perhaps only the ultimate arcane wizards of the myths are able to pull off such techniques. These wizards looked admiringly at Merlin. Arcane City was different indeed. Even if one encountered danger, one could leave at any time. Merlin gradually understood as well. This was a protective measure for the spellcasters of Arcane City. After all, the potential wizards of Arcane City could be considered the future of the spellcaster civilization among the countless dimensions. Therefore, every single potential wizard was very valuable. They would not let a potential wizard die in the Bloodshed universe so easily. Oh wizards, I wonder if we can follow you both up until the 10 days are up before leaving this place. We've thought about it carefully, and realized the Bloodshed universe is far too dangerous, not something we can handle at all. We don't hope to gain anything else from this competition, only to leave the Bloodshed universe in one piece. The 10 or so young wizards shot hopeful looks at Merlin. Merlin furrowed his brows and looked toward Wizard Midnight, who said calmly, we've already been in the Bloodshed universe for 3 days, and will return to Arcane City in 7 days. That's all right, you can return after the 7 days. We'll tough it out for the remaining 3 days, and should be able to hold on that long. After coming to the Bloodshed universe and encountering the Dora demon tribe, these spellcasters had completely given up on the competition, only wishing to return to the Galaxy Grand Alliance. Following behind 2 Arcane City wizards like Merlin and Midnight would provide them with utmost security. In that case, all of you can tag along. Wizard Midnight nodded, following which he, along with Merlin, led the 10 or so young wizards to continue their wanderings in the vast Bloodshed universe. Chapter 537, A Shift in Mindset. Chapter 537, A Shift in Mindset. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Crackle. The thunderbolt and flames in Merlin's hands combined in an instant. However, when he tried fusing the wind-type spell, his spell fusion became unstable immediately, on the verge of collapse. Merlin shook his head helplessly. It looked like he was still unable to find the critical point, and thus unable to fuse 3 spells for a long while now. If he was able to do so, the might of his spell fusion would rapidly flourish. At that point, even those peak 9th level spellcasters who had fused 2 spell models would be no match for Merlin. It was just that fusing 3 types of spells was too challenging. Merlin had even decisively used the wind-type spell as the 3rd spell to be fused. Wind-type spells would not clash with fire-type and thunder-type spells. Even so, it was of utmost difficulty to merge a wind-type spell with the existing spell fusion. If this was the case for wind-type spells, Merlin could forget about the other types of spells, which would be even harder to fuse. Wizard Merlin, could it be that in Arcane City, there are many like you who fuse spells? On their journey, the 10 or so young wizards seemed curious about Merlin and Wizard Midnight, but the latter wore such a cold expression that they dared not ask him anything. Conversely, Merlin, who also appeared aloof, would still answer their questions. Therefore, once they had any inquiries, they would put it to Merlin. Merlin shook his head. There aren't many. Merlin was telling the truth. Spell fusion was difficult. How could it be possibly achieved by everyone? Even if it was in Arcane City, those who could fuse spells were rare indeed. These spellcasters admired Merlin's spell fusion very much. Naturally, they heard that one could still fuse spells even without becoming a 9th level spellcaster. Moreover, one's strength would become formidable after spell fusion. It was just that none of them had seen any spellcaster below the 9th level who could fuse spells. Now, they had finally met a wizard like Merlin who was able to fuse spells as a 5th level spellcaster. Naturally, they were excited, and their gazes revealed their rapt admiration. At last, the spellcaster at the lead could not help but ask Merlin, "Wizard Merlin, is there a trick to spell fusion?" "Trick? What, you wish to learn it?" Merlin replied with a question, laughing. In fact, there was no big secret to spell fusion, but its difficulty lay in putting it into practice. Even if one had grasped its theoretical basis, it did not matter. Merlin, for instance, knew very well that he would have to find the critical point in order to fuse the spell successfully. However, he had tried with his wind-type spell for a very long time yet was still incapable of doing so. This was because he was unable to find the critical point. The most important aspect of spell fusion was to practice it. It must be fate that had brought these spellcasters to Merlin, and he did not mind sharing some knowledge with them. After all, spell fusion was not some great secret. If it was something else like occult mind spells, Merlin naturally would not pass it on. That was secretive to its core, and even if he wanted to teach it to others, he must obtain Wizard Arcee's permission. Is Wizard Merlin really willing to teach us the trick to spell fusion? In that instant, these spellcasters were bubbling with excitement. This was spell fusion, how precious was that? Merlin was willing to teach them just like that? Merlin smiled and said freely, "It's nothing more than a few tips. If you're able to fuse spells because of that, then it's just your luck. Furthermore, these aren't great secrets, and in fact, many spellcasters know of them." As soon as they heard that Merlin was going to explain the trick to spell fusion, all at once the 10 or so spellcasters focused their attention onto Merlin. They made not one sound, silently, and attentively listening to Merlin's explanation. Merlin was not stingy with his knowledge in the slightest, narrating in detail all the methods he had picked up during spell fusion. He would even expound in greater detail when some of the spellcasters asked questions. As for Wizard Midnight, he said not a word, sitting quietly at a distance as he watched Merlin teach them the trick to spell fusion. Of course, Wizard Midnight was familiar with these tips for spell fusion, and had attempted it before. Nonetheless, it was far too challenging with a great degree of risk, so he had given it up. Now, he was already a lofty 9th-level spellcaster at the peak, already starting to fuse spell models. There was no need for him to fuse spells. Still, as he watched Merlin explain so generously, he could not help himself from nodding along wordlessly. Soon enough, more than half of the day had gone by but daylight did not fade. The bloodshed universe was different from ordinary dimensions. In here, there was no day or night. The ultimate arcane wizards, in order to punish the Dora demon tribe, had placed the bloodshed universe in eternal daylight. Phew! Merlin had finally finished his explanation. He saw that the 10 or so young wizards were in deep thoughts, and some were even making an honest attempt at spell fusion, searching for the critical point that Merlin had mentioned. Nevertheless, Merlin had warned them that they must be careful. After all, their spell models were not that stable, and they did not possess the excellent physical attributes which Merlin had back then. If the spells exploded, their lives might be in danger. Wizard Merlin. Wizard Midnight, upon seeing that Merlin was finished, called out with a smile. Wizard Midnight. Merlin flew directly to Midnight's side, asking with concern, "Wizard Midnight, what's the matter?" Wizard Midnight smiled and eyed the 10 or so young wizards behind Merlin, then said serenely, "Wizard Merlin, you're generous indeed to pass on your own experiences to them. Although everyone knows the general facts of spell fusion, what you've explained belongs to your own understanding, to your individual experience of success. Even I have benefited greatly from listening to you. I'm afraid they don't know what a precious opportunity this was." Merlin wore a calm expression. He knew that what Wizard Midnight said was true. It might be that the general facts of spell fusion were known to all, especially to some great legends and great wizards. After all, they had slowly leveled up from 9th-level spellcasters. Fusing spell models and fusing spells, in fact, differed only in a few aspects and shared many similarities. However, what Merlin had just told them was his personal understanding and experience which had led to success. This could be called something precious indeed. Wizard Midnight, fate had brought these wizards to us in the bloodshed universe. All that I've said was nothing more than what I've learned and understood. If they were able to benefit from that, of course, that's a good thing. The might of the spellcaster civilization would be strengthened by just that much. In addition, this isn't anything to hide. In fact, I hoped that my experiences and insights would spread throughout the myriad of dimensions through their words. Merlin was rather carefree about this. The trick to spell fusion was not a secret. The theory was merely the introductory step to help them ascertain the right direction. What was truly important was practice, to search for the critical point within a spellcaster's own spells. If he was able to spread his knowledge, resulting in an occasional wizard or two succeeding in spell fusion and augmenting their abilities, Merlin would be glad. This was something meaningful to the entire spellcaster civilization. In truth, before he had arrived in Arcane City or even before he had come into contact with the Rock Tribe in the Seelie dimension, Merlin would not have such a mindset. Previously, he had been like most spellcasters, being relatively selfish. Naturally, he would keep the good stuff and good tips to himself instead of sharing them so freely. However, in the Seelie dimension, he had witnessed how the Seelie people did not hold their own fates in their hands. The Seelie people could only seek survival between the gap of the Rock Tribe and the spellcaster civilization. If the spellcaster civilization and the Rock Tribe waged an open war one day, as long as contenders at the level of great honored legends were sent forth, the entire Seelie dimension would be wiped out easily. In the vast boundless void zone, there were countless tribes and civilizations. The spellcaster civilization, under the leadership of the three ultimate arcane wizards and many powerful honored legends, had occupied tens of thousands of dimensions and was considered to be a comparatively powerful civilization. However, it was merely a comparatively powerful civilization and was far from being at the top. At the very least, the spellcaster civilization was now unable to deal with the Rock Tribe. In the Void Zone, the spellcaster civilization was occasionally in unfavorable situations. Every day, there were battles with foreign tribes, and every day, countless spellcasters would die. From this, Merlin had discerned a source of urgency, having come from the kingdom of Black Moon to the Void Zone. Before this, the widespread spellcaster civilization was his most solid foundation. He had thought that in the entire world, spellcasters were supreme, able to exile even the powerful natural gods. Nonetheless, after gaining a true understanding of the situation of the spellcaster civilization, some changes had occurred in Merlin's heart. Therefore, if this was Merlin of the past, he would not tell these spellcasters so many things. He might even choose to act like Hugo when he first saw them caught in danger, indifferent and unmoved, only concerned with self-preservation. However, the higher he stood, the further he could see, and subtle transformations had taken place in his heart, shifting Merlin's mentality and behavior in certain ways. This act of teaching the trick of spell fusion, done in passing, might be seeds of a sort. Perhaps these seeds would take root and sprout in these spellcasters, and it would not threaten Merlin anyway. Presently, Merlin would not mind doing more of such deeds. After a long moment, Wizard Midnight drew in a deep breath and spoke leisurely. It looks like Wizard Merlin has understood the general situation of the entire spellcaster civilization. Back when I was weak, I thought that standing at the top of a kingdom was the most powerful I can be. Thereafter, I discovered that there was a vast continent beyond the kingdom, and beyond the continent were the endless dimensions. At last, I came to Arcane City and went through a few battles with foreign tribes. Only then did I learn, on a profound level, how much the spellcaster civilization is struggling. Generally, among the entire spellcaster civilization, only a few great wizards and great legends, and people like us from Arcane City, would know of these circumstances. This is due to our privileged positions. The stability in the depths of the spellcaster civilization is built upon the bedrock of battles between countless great wizards and great legends against foreign tribes. In truth, I've already fused 4 types of spells. The final type left is Darkness type. I came to the Bloodshed universe in order to understand the essence of darkness through the act of slaughtering. Once I succeed and achieve 5 elemental spell fusion, I'll instantly become one of the top great wizards. At that point, I'll choose to leave Arcane City to the very edges of the spellcaster civilization. I'll choose a place where we're fighting foreign tribes. There, I'll complete the process of condensing a maxim or become one of the millions of wizards who die in battle. Wizard Midnight's voice hinted at the adversities of his past. Merlin could dimly sense that Wizard Midnight must surely have a history which he was unwilling to speak about. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the sky erupted in bursts of deafening thunderclaps. Beams of lightning, each as thick as an arm, streaked across the sky. The thunder element in the air seemed to be agitated, appearing to be unusually active. What a great commotion! Someone is casting a powerful spell up ahead. Shall we go and see what's happening? Wizard Midnight's expression steadied as he stood up promptly. Merlin roused the 10 or so spellcasters. Together with Wizard Midnight, they quickly flew toward the area with the most intense elemental fluctuations. Chapter 538, Royal Demon Blood. Chapter 538, Royal Demon Blood. In the open space, the lush and verdant grass had been burned to ashes. In the black smoke which pervaded the air, a young spellcaster in a white robe was clashing with a greater demon, his body surrounded by fearsome lightning. However, the white-robed wizard was now clearly in a situation that did not bode well. He was at a disadvantage as the greater demon closed in step by step. It's Lebetta. He's a genius wizard who has the greatest chance of coming in first in this competition of the Galaxy Grand Alliance. The 10 or so spellcasters beside Merlin recognized at a glance this young wizard who was well versed in thunder-type spells, his body surrounded by fearsome thunder and lightning. He was the foremost genius in the Galaxy Grand Alliance, and would very possibly be recommended by a legendary wizard to enter Arcane City directly in the future. Although Lebetta was losing ground, he would not have any trouble handling most 9th-level spellcasters, and he was only a 7th-level spellcaster. He was merely inferior to Vic by a shade and was truly qualified to enter Arcane City. Nevertheless, when faced with a greater demon, one which was even stronger than the greater demon Merlin had previously encountered, Lebetta was evidently unable to hold on much longer and was at risk. Wizard Merlin, Wizard Midnight, please save Wizard Lebetta. Although he's constantly the center of attention in the Galaxy Grand Alliance, and known to be the foremost prodigy there, he isn't arrogant, completely unlike Hugo. His teacher is even a great legend, but he didn't ask his teacher to recommend him to enter Arcane City. Instead, he joined this competition in hopes of getting first place in an honorable and honest manner, entering Arcane City in that way. One could see that this Lebetta was highly influential in the Galaxy Grand Alliance. Even these spellcasters who were not that well acquainted with Lebetta was asking Merlin and Midnight to rescue him. Merlin looked at that greater demon, and was about to strike when Wizard Midnight stopped him. Wizard Midnight looked at his surroundings, then said in a low voice, "Something's not right. There are oddities all around us. Let me attack and settle this greater demon as fast as possible, following which we'll leave this place immediately." Wizard Midnight stretched out his hand and traces of elemental fluctuations began to appear over his body. Whoosh! A blanket of crimson light descended suddenly, immediately trapping Merlin and the rest. "Ha ha, what a big fish I've caught. So many spellcasters, I'll have myself a good meal this time." After the voice appeared, it was followed by a creature with a frail frame, only its body was blood red all over, and there was a faint golden horn in its forehead, which was especially eye-catching. "It's a grand demon." Wizard Midnight's voice lowered as his body immediately tensed in vigilance. Upon hearing the words, Grand Demon, Merlin was slightly shocked as well. Naturally, he knew what this meant. The Grand Demons of the Dora Demon tribe were beings comparable to great wizards. "Merlin, this is a Grand Demon. It'd be fine if this was just an average Grand Demon, but look at how his blood red all over, and his single horn is very long. He's different from other Grand Demons. If my guess isn't wrong, this is a Grand Demon with Royal Demon blood, comparable to some powerful great wizards." Royal Demon blood. Ever since Merlin had come to the Bloodshed universe, he had been listening to Wizard Midnight explaining some general knowledge of the Bloodshed universe. The Dora Demons themselves had comparatively powerful abilities, and the Royal Demons were the strongest among them. The Royal Demons were equivalent to the spellcasters' honored legends and could be considered very formidable. At the height of the Dora Demon tribe, they had 9 Royal Demons. Any Dora Demon who had Royal Demon blood would hold a high position, and their natural abilities were powerful. In the Dora Demon tribe, the purer the Royal Demon blood, the greater their strength and potential. It was just that after the Dora Demon tribe betrayed the spellcaster civilization, the ultimate arcane wizard, in a fit of rage, struck out to vanquish the 9 Royal Demons of the Dora Demon tribe before finally imprisoning all of the Dora Demon tribe in the Bloodshed universe. The Bloodshed universe was in fact just a gigantic dimension cage, confining a powerful tribe. The hatred between the Dora demon tribe and the spellcaster civilization became deeper and deeper, unable to be resolved. Now, they had bumped into a grand demon with royal demon blood. This was rather troublesome. Merlin was even preparing to use the god-binding disc. If that was still not enough, he could only rouse the black cat Didymos. The black cat Didymos had currently transformed into a living state, and in fact, had always been on Merlin's shoulder. However, he had used some unknown method so that besides Merlin, he was seen by no one. The black cat Didymos sprawled across Merlin's shoulder, and narrowed his eyes in an expression of languor as if completely unconcerned about what was happening in the world outside. Merlin, I'll handle this grand demon. You go on ahead and kill that greater demon. Wizard Midnight drew in a deep breath as he gazed at the grand demon, and in fact, wore a look of excitement. Merlin frowned and said, Wizard Midnight, can you hold him off? It was not that Merlin was doubtful of Wizard Midnight's abilities, but a grand demon with royal demon blood was very terrifying, far beyond the abilities of most great wizards. Wizard Midnight smiled in response. I've already fused 4 types of spells, and most great wizards are no match for me. Now that I'm faced with a grand demon with royal demon blood, there's certainly a degree of pressure. However, with my current state, this intense pressure is just what I need. I've been in the bloodshed universe for so long, and my comprehension is basically sufficient. Now, I require some pressure to completely fuse the darkness type spell. With 5 types combined into one, I'll become a great wizard at the peak at last. After a pause, Wizard Midnight continued saying, in addition, even if I don't succeed, I can exit the bloodshed universe at any time. Don't forget that we're potential wizards of Arcane City. As long as we wish to leave, there's nothing in the bloodshed universe which could kill us. However, if I really choose to leave, you'd better leave quickly too. You won't be able to save them just by yourself. Merlin nodded. It was true that he and Wizard Midnight could leave at any time, but Lebetta and the rest had no choice but to face the frightening Grand Demon. If so, there was only one ending for them. Still, if it came to that, Merlin had decided that he would save these wizards even if he had to wake Didymos up. Nonetheless, it was not at that point yet. Ha, a Grand Demon with royal demon blood, it's my first time meeting one. Nevertheless, your Dora demon tribe is pitiful indeed. Forget about those who merely have royal demon blood, even your 9 royal demons are dead. In the bloodshed universe, you're nothing more than slaves reared in a pen. Wizard Midnight laughed uproariously as he spoke. In an instant, the Grand Demon who had been calm immediately changed his tune. His murderous intent overflowed and filled the air like a vicious storm. Even though Merlin was a good distance away, he felt a faint sense of suffocation. Seeing that Wizard Midnight had gone to stop the Grand Demon, Merlin glanced at Lebetta, and noticed that he was gradually unable to hold on any longer. Therefore, without further delay, he cast his Wind-type spell and promptly rushed at the Greater Demon. 9-hit strike. Merlin immediately wielded the invisible and shapeless occult mind spell. Wave after wave of mind power attacks finally halted the Greater Demon. The Greater Demon turned around and fixed his blood-red eyes upon Merlin, laughing coldly. Another one with a death wish. That's good, I'll eat your first, then eat all of the rest. Hee. A sinister force was exuding from the Greater Demon, and Darkness Eye in Merlin's palm also became excited. Merlin was thinking to himself that after killing this Greater Demon and absorbing his negative energy, Darkness Eye might really undergo a significant boost. Thus, in the midst of his flight, Merlin promptly fused the wisps of flame and thunderbolt flickering in his hands, before flinging it viciously at the Greater Demon. Go! The spell fused from flames and thunder quickly sped towards the Greater Demon. Boom! The spell exploded and the fearsome shockwaves immediately sent the Greater Demon flying backward, before he crashed heavily onto the ground. D*MNU, wretched spell caster. I'll swallow you alive. The Greater Demon unleashed a great roar as his body enlarged rapidly. The stench of blood around his body grew thicker, and Merlin immediately perceived a sense of intense threat. Berserk? Merlin's heart trembled. This Greater Demon, after becoming Berserk, was even more terrifying than the Greater Demon he had killed previously. No matter in terms of strength, defense or speed, he was much more powerful. Bang bang bang. the greater demon was able to forcibly withstand Merlin's spell fusion. Each time the spell exploded, it was able to halt the forward momentum of the greater demon, but that was all it could do. It was incapable of nullifying the berserk state of the greater demon. Once this greater demon had come before Merlin, he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Ha 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 ha, see how this tastes. This is the first time I'll unleash my spell fusion at full force, go. In the distance, Wizard Midnight suddenly broke out into laughter as wisps of intense wind element, fire element, ice element, and earth element emerged around his body. The flames grew fiercer, yet the ice element and fire element were coexisting in harmony. Following that, under the snarling of the wind element, the flames raged more and more, and its forces became increasingly fearsome. Wizard Midnight had perfectly fused wind-type spell, fire-type spell, earth-type spell, and ice-type spell. Now, he was only missing darkness-type spell to completely combine everything, leveling up to become a top-notch great wizard. In comparison to the pandemonium caused by Wizard Midnight and the Grand Demon, Merlin's current battle could not be considered much of a disturbance. However, faced with the greater demon, Merlin was forced back step by step. Merlin even considered utilizing the God-binding disc. Otherwise, he had no way of dealing with this terrible greater demon. However, the fusion spell that Wizard Midnight had displayed earlier had helped resolve a problem, which had been lingering in Merlin's mind for a long time. Sometimes, epiphanies were just that simple. Wind reinforces fire. So, the critical point that I've searched for so painstakingly is something so simple. Everything suddenly became clear to Merlin. Locating the critical point meant locating a point of similarity. The common point between thunder and flames were obvious enough. As for the common point between wind and flames, it was more obscure. Wind could support fire, that was the critical point. It looks like I won't have to use the God-binding disc. A smile tugged at the corner of Merlin's mouth as he stared at the approaching greater demon. His body was gradually surrounded by fluctuations of wind element, fire element, and thunder element. All at once, 3 different types of elements surrounded Merlin, adding a mystical force to him. Chapter 539, A Preeminent Great Wizard. Chapter 539, A Preeminent Great Wizard. Go! Merlin pushed with both hands. The wind howled, and anyone could clearly see that the flames and thunder were in the storm, gradually fusing together. The 3 types of spells were finally fused into one. Boom! The colossal shockwaves immediately sent the greater demon flying, but this time, he had no way of standing up again. His entire body was fragmented in the blast, and torrents of blood flowed out, and the soil on the ground was stained a deep red. Merlin appeared abnormally calm. He shut his eyes lightly, still carefully recollecting how it had felt when he had fused 3 spells earlier. He wanted to hold on to this feeling. It was key to fusing 3 types of spells. The fusion of 3 spells instantly boosted the might of spell fusion. Initially, spell fusion could only handle an average 9th level spellcaster who was slightly stronger. However, with 3 spells, it was directly able to threaten those spellcasters who had fused 2 spell models. Merlin's palm absorbed the cold force once again. He opened his eyes, and discovered that the greater demon on the ground no longer had a life force. It was merely one blow from the fusion of 3 spells, yet it was already able to kill this powerful greater demon. The current Merlin, without having to utilize the God-binding disc, was completely on par with those 9th level spellcasters at their peak who had fused 2 spell models. Bang! Just then, a resounding thud sounded. At the same time, a figure crashed into the ground in a straight trajectory, not far from Merlin. It was Wizard Midnight. Wizard Midnight presently appeared to be in a mess. The robe he was wearing had been torn to tatters. He had just been knocked to the ground by a blow from the Grand Demon, but based on his appearance, it was just a physical impact. The spell surrounding his body still had not vanished, meaning that he was not injured. Wizard Midnight, how are you doing? Merlin asked hurriedly. After all, the disparity between Wizard Midnight and that Grand Demon was too vast. Wizard Midnight might not be afraid of most great wizards, for he was a genius of Arcane City, and fighting above his level was something he was used to. However, the Grand Demon before them was not an average Grand Demon, but one bolstered by royal demon blood, whose power could be compared to those spellcasters at the peak of Great Wizard. The fact that Wizard Midnight was able to hold on until now without being critically injured was already rather impressive. Still, if he went on like this, Wizard Midnight would no longer be so fortunate. Ha ha, good strike, good strike. Wizard Midnight leaped up. If Merlin had not perceived that Wizard Midnight's current mind power was extremely lively, meaning that he was not hurt at all, Merlin might have thought that something had gone wrong with Wizard Midnight. Whoosh! Wizard Midnight rushed toward the Grand Demon once more, and the darkness element of his body became increasingly intense, seeming to contain faint traces of other spell fusions. Could Wizard Midnight be preparing to exploit the enormous pressure exerted by the Grand Demon in battle to forcibly fuse the spell models? This thought occurred to Merlin. This was a very risky method. Once there was any slight loss of control, the spell model would collapse, bringing down the other spell models as well. If that happened, the Grand Demon would not even need to attack for Wizard Midnight to instantly die from the backlash of the spells. What insanity! It was the first time Merlin witnessed Wizard Midnight's insanity. A prodigious wizard like Wizard Midnight could have peacefully and steadily stayed on in Arcane City for more than 100 years. By then, no matter how difficult it was to fuse the spells, with Wizard Midnight's talents, he would be able to slowly achieve this over a long period. He did not have to take such risks to forcibly fuse the spells as he was doing now. Nonetheless, this was Wizard Midnight, as long as there was a sliver of hope, he would advance boldly, no matter how dangerous it was. Perhaps this was the reason why Wizard Midnight was able to come from a tiny kingdom and advance as the foremost genius of the kingdom, then the continent, then the dimension, finally arriving at Arcane City. With capabilities like Wizard Midnight's, there would be a place for him even in Arcane City. Merlin witnessed a dedication that was hard to put into words. Bang! In the end, when Wizard Midnight had been battered to the ground by the Grand Demon many times over, Merlin could feel that Wizard Midnight's force was slightly weaker. The Grand Demon's immense strength was not something he could withstand. If this went on, Wizard Midnight would really die. Despicable spellcaster, it looks like you're quite stubborn. However, no matter how stubborn you are, it's useless. This is your final chance. The Grand Demon appeared to be rather enraged. The numerous reckless attacks from Wizard Midnight did not cause the Grand Demon any injury, but they still caused a certain amount of trouble for him. Therefore, the Grand Demon had lost his patience, and a trace of the berserk force began to emerge around him. Hum hum hum. When a Grand Demon with royal demon blood became berserk, his force would be augmented to a terrifying extreme. The air itself was suppressed, and even Merlin could not help but take a few steps back. The force itself was already so fearsome. Wizard Midnight would surely be unable to withstand it this time. Wizard Midnight, hurry back to Arcane City. I have a way of dealing with this Grand Demon. Merlin's entire body was silently on guard. The berserk force of the Grand Demon before him had caused Merlin to lose faith in the God-binding disc. He was ready at any moment to awaken the Black Cat Didymos. Wizard Midnight slowly stood up. At this moment, his face was unusually cold and detached. Wisps of darkness element surrounded his body, blanketing his entire person. The final step is finally completed. Wizard Midnight's voice sounded very calm, but the words were like a clap of thunder in Merlin's ears, causing him endless astonishment. Completed? All the spell models have been fused into one? Merlin was somewhat incredulous. Even though he admired Wizard Midnight's dedication, having dedication was one thing. Whether one would accomplish one's goal due to that dedication was another thing. He found it hard to believe that Wizard Midnight was able to fuse all his spell models into one under such challenging circumstances. Fuse! After Wizard Midnight gave a low cry, the dense apparitions of spell models appeared over his head. As a 5-elemental spell caster, Wizard Midnight possessed up to 50 spells from 0-level spells to 9th-level spells. Anyone could see how difficult it was to fuse such a great number of spell models. The more spell models there were, the harder it was to fuse everything thoroughly. If Merlin was to fuse spell models in the future, he would have 60 spell models in total. That could be said to be even more frightening, and the degree of difficulty in becoming a great wizard was difficult to imagine. Although one could see that the densely packed spell models above Wizard Midnight's head consisted of 50 spell model apparitions, in fact, Wizard Midnight was only left with the 10 spell models of darkness-type spells. The other types of spell models had been fused together long ago, and now transformed into a white ball of light. Boom! As soon as Wizard Midnight spoke, the 10 darkness-type spell models were inserted into the white ball of light. These final 10 spell models were fused into the rest, and the white light shone with blinding rays. At the same time, Wizard Midnight's force expanded more and more, rising constantly until it broke through a bottleneck. As a 5-elemental spell caster, Wizard Midnight would certainly rise among the preeminent great wizards in one move as soon as he became a great wizard. Now, his force kept growing incessantly, rapidly reaching a point that Merlin had never seen before. He has really succeeded. Merlin's gaze trembled. The force on Wizard Midnight's body had finally stopped growing, but Merlin was able to feel a force from Wizard Midnight that was different from any other great wizards. To be accurate, Merlin had never felt such a powerful force from a great wizard. In the past, Merlin had met many great wizards before, but none who was as fearsome as the force coming from Wizard Midnight. It was rather rare for a 5-elemental spell caster to become a great wizard. Most dimensions would seldom witness such a spell caster. Only Arcane City would see this happening, but it was still very rare. Merlin was able to personally witness a 5-elemental spell caster fusing all his spell models to become a great wizard. This was of great benefit to him. At the very least, when he fused spells in the future, he would have a point of reference. Great wizard? The Grand Demon, who had always been calm, was now undergoing a change in his manner. He even awakened from his berserk state, for he knew very well how powerful a great wizard was. That's right. Now that I've become a great wizard, you shall be my first blood sacrifice. Wizard Midnight's tone was icy, revealing a limitless murderous intent, as if he was filled with detest toward foreign tribes. Buzz! A ball of light gradually formed in Wizard Midnight's hand. This light emitted brilliant rays, and one could faintly sense the wind element, fire element, ice element, earth element, and darkness element within. This was 5 spells fused into one, a spell unique to great wizards, and it appeared strangely beautiful. However, the more beautiful something was, the more dangerous it was. Go! After Wizard Midnight pointed with a finger, the ball of light promptly sped toward the Grand Demon. Throughout its flight, the light swelled and expanded rapidly, becoming incomparably gigantic in a flash. Everything within the range of a few hundred meters was engulfed, including the Grand Demon, who became berserk once more. Hiss hiss hiss. With the light swallowing everything, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only bursts of soft hissing noise. Nonetheless, the Grand Demon who was trapped in the light seemed to be experiencing a tremendous amount of pain, and started to howl wildly. When the Grand Demon was berserk, his body grew incomparably hard all over, with astounding defensive capabilities. It was on par with great wizards at their peak. However, faced with Wizard Midnight, who had just become a great wizard, there was nothing those defensive capabilities could do. The Grand Demon's hands were covered in flames, his legs covered and bound by heavy black earth. Moreover, his body was thoroughly frozen. A great wizard's spell comprised all the spells fused together. The might which was displayed was difficult to imagine. Wizard Midnight, who had reached the level of a great wizard with 5 elemental spells, instantly became one of the most formidable great wizards. Even the Grand Demon, who possessed royal demon blood, was slowly reduced to ashes in the midst of pitiful wails. He's dead? Merlin's heart leaped. In his palm, Darkness Eye was so excited that it seemed about to break free from his palm. A colossal gush of cold force surged frantically into Darkness Eye. Merlin instantly understood that this was the endless negative energy left behind after the Grand Demon died. It was all absorbed by Darkness Eye. Upon taking in such a large amount of negative energy all at once, Darkness Eye, which had been on the brink of evolving long ago, finally began to evolve. Chapter 540, Options. Chapter 540, Options. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The thick strands of darkness element above Merlin's head finally condensed into a gigantic apparition of a ghostly face. The current ghostly face was much more distinct, and it even wore an eerie smile on its lips. The immense surge of negative emotions was like a flood which rushed into Merlin's mind turbulently, disturbing his emotions. Humph, suppress. Merlin had been expecting the 5th form of Darkness Eye would surely cause a backlash, so he was already prepared for it. His mind heart had broken through to the 8th level, so his mind power was tremendous, far beyond anything the average 9th level spellcaster could compare to, even approaching the peak of the 9th level. In general, the mind power of a mind power master was very frightening. Relying on his massive mind power, Merlin suppressed the huge surge of negative emotions totally. The 5th form of darkness eye now had no effect on Merlin at all. Although the 5th form of darkness eye did not influence Merlin much, to the spellcasters beside him, as they stared at the ghostly face above his head, a sense of dread welled up from the depths of their hearts. The 1st form of darkness eye was delude, followed by exterminate, dispel, and control. In particular, the 4th form, control, was able to strip away a spellcaster's link to the elements, causing them to be incapable of even casting a spell. Thus, it was able to easily suppress 8th level spellcasters at their peak. Nevertheless, the 4th form of darkness eye had its limits, and it had no way of threatening 9th level spellcaster. Now, the 5th form of darkness eye could transform the illusory into reality. Its ability was the combination of the previous 4 forms. Once the 5th form was wielded, Merlin's opponents would involuntarily fall into an illusion, robbed of their control over the elements. Moreover, it could directly bind them or attack them. In short, the 5th form of darkness eye was even more powerful, on par with 9th level spellcasters at the peak. Merlin's darkness eye could even forcibly contend against those who had already fused 3 or even 4 types of spells. As for a 5 elemental spell fusion such as Wizard Midnight's, only a real-life battle could determine whether darkness eye would hold up. Darkness eye had 7 forms, and the subsequent 6th and 7th forms would be able to deal with great wizards and great legends. Cultivating the 6th form of darkness eye was not only exceedingly difficult but the force of its backlash was also rather scary. Merlin would not consider further cultivating darkness eye, at least for now. Soon enough, Merlin withdrew darkness eye. He had already achieved his goal in coming to the bloodshed universe and had even gained something unexpected. His mind power had broken through to an 8th level mind heart, and his mind power had been merged with his instincts. When he returned to Arcane City, Merlin could attempt the mind tower once again. Ha ha, it looks like Wizard Merlin had profited rather handsomely as well. Wizard Midnight chortled as he flew toward Merlin. At present, his face was filled with glee. It was extremely challenging to achieve 5 elemental spell fusion. There were some 5 elemental spellcasters in Arcane City too, but the probability of fusing the spells successfully and becoming a top great wizard was quite low. Roughly, only 30 to 40% of 5 elemental wizards had succeeded in the end. 30 to 40% might seem very high, but Arcane City was a place which gathered first-rate geniuses of the entire spellcaster civilization. All those who had entered Arcane City were demonic geniuses, and even they only had a 30 to 40% chance of success, to say nothing of the spellcasters among the myriad of dimensions, whose chances would be much lower. Conversely, spellcasters with only 3 elements would find it a little easier to become a great wizard. However, such great wizards did not have much potential. Even if they became a great wizard, they were the most ordinary great wizards with the weakest abilities. For instance, even if Wizard Midnight had been a 9th level spellcaster, and even if he had only fused 2 or 3 types of spells, he would be able to handle these common great wizards. In order to become a preeminent great wizard, one would need to construct enough spells. However, too many spells meant that becoming a great wizard in the future would be even difficult. If one was supported by a comprehensive inheritance of resources, one would consider this factor even when one first started to construct 0-level spells. Merlin, for example, had not known back then how one would attain the level of a great wizard, and constructed spells at random, ending up as a 6 elemental spellcaster. He did not know if this was a blessing or a curse. Even if his capabilities were increased, the level of difficulty for a 6 elemental spellcaster to become a great wizard was nearly inconceivable. Wizard Midnight, congratulations! You've achieved your wish in becoming a top great wizard. Merlin was sincerely happy for Wizard Midnight. Ever since he had arrived at the Bloodshed universe and gotten to know Wizard Midnight had assisted him plenty. Moreover, Wizard Midnight was, in fact, warm-hearted, though he might not have the looks for it. His demeanor was aloof, but he was willing to help others. For the remaining few days, I won't wander around anymore. I'll just stay here, and slowly learn about the complexities of being a great wizard. Although Wizard Midnight said that it was for the sake of understanding the complexities of a great wizard, in truth, he was waiting for the full 10 days to pass before he left, so that these 10 or so young wizards would not fall into peril. Thus, he would fulfill his previous promise. Merlin nodded. His mind power had broken through by now, and Darkness Eye was cultivated to its 5th form. He no longer needed to slaughter in the bloodshed universe, so along with Midnight, he silently watched over the group of young wizards. The prodigious wizard Lebetta expressed his thanks to Merlin and Wizard Midnight. With abilities like his, he was certain to make it to Arcane City in the future. Merlin was very courteous as well, and only after they exchanged a few words did Lebetta take his leave. After all, he still had to compete. He still had to fight for the number 1 spot. Time hurried by, and soon enough, Merlin and Wizard Midnight had been in the bloodshed universe for 10 days. During this period, the group of young wizards had asked for Merlin's guidance on many matters. Merlin gave detailed explanations of everything and was almost like a teacher himself. After all, Merlin had been in Arcane City for a while now. His experiences were something the young wizards could not match up to. Their biggest reward in coming to the bloodshed universe this time had been to encounter Merlin. Wizard Merlin, if you have a chance in the future, you must come to the Galaxy Grand Alliance. These spellcasters seemed reluctant to part ways. Merlin bobbed his head. If fates allowed, we'll surely meet again. Zap. As soon as Merlin spoke, a white beam of light immediately enfolded Merlin and Wizard Midnight. They had disappeared in a flash and were back in Arcane City. 10 days have passed. When they had returned to Arcane City, the great legend who watched over the bloodshed universe cast a surprised look at Wizard Midnight. Naturally, he was able to see that Wizard Midnight had successfully fused all his spells and become a preeminent great wizard. Congratulations! You're the 6,356th wizard in Arcane City to have fused your spells in the bloodshed universe, and successfully become a top great wizard. The great legend's words amazed Merlin and Wizard Midnight. They did not expect that in Arcane City, there were so many who had successfully become a great wizard in the bloodshed universe as well. Wizard Midnight, now that you're a great wizard, what are your plans now? Merlin fell into silent contemplation for a moment, then asked Wizard Midnight. My plans? According to the rules of Arcane City, I have a few options after becoming a great wizard. One is to choose to stay in Arcane City, though it would be difficult to earn more adventure points. In addition, staying here is not going to help in consolidating a maxim. The second option is this: I can be appointed outside, sent by Arcane City to some special dimensions to assist the great legends in management. Once the time is up, I'll be able to return to Arcane City and obtain many adventure points. The third option would be to voluntarily head to the front lines of our battles against foreign tribes. This way, each member of the foreign tribe I kill would earn me a great sum of adventure points, and I'll be able to return to Arcane City at any time. I've made my decision long ago. I'll voluntarily apply to go to a dimension where the front lines are. Arcane City had provided 3 options, each with its own pros and cons. Still, after hearing that Wizard Midnight was going to willingly apply to the front lines, Merlin furrowed his brows and said softly, Wizard Midnight, although fighting against foreign tribes will garner you great sums of adventure points, it's very dangerous. The deaths of preeminent great wizards are common. Why don't you choose the second option? In 100 years' time, once you've assisted a great legend in managing a dimension, you'll obtain plenty of adventure points as well. The third option was far too risky, and one could die at any time. Furthermore, if the conflict spread, not even great legends would be able to guarantee one's security. Wizard Midnight shook his head lightly, his eyes filled with a determined glint. He said gruffly, I've made up my mind about this long ago. Once I've become a great wizard, I'll head to the front lines. In addition, only in a state of constant battle will I be able to locate the essence of elements, and gradually condense a maxim to become a great legend. That's enough. This is my choice and I've made up my mind. Wizard Merlin, I know you're a 6-elemental spellcaster with boundless potential, but fusing spell models is far too difficult. It's not something you should rush. If you ever come to the dark blue dimension in the future, this rune would immediately react. If I'm not dead by then, I'll immediately sense you, and will come to meet you. Wizard Midnight waved a hand, and a rune immediately imprinted itself onto Merlin's arm before fading without a trace. It was a type of reactive rune. As long as they were in the same dimension, it would react. The dark blue dimension. I've memorized it. Merlin drew in a deep breath, knowing that Wizard Midnight's mind was made up and would not be easily swayed. He could only wordlessly keep the dark blue dimension in mind. It was a dimension at the foremost frontlines where the battle against the foreign tribe was most violent. Spellcasters died there at every moment. Very well, I'll leave Arcane City soon enough. You don't have to send me off, ha ha. Wizard Midnight was frank and turned to leave after he said what he had to say. He quickly disappeared from Merlin's vision. Merlin let out a long sigh. He knew that Wizard Midnight's determination to battle against the foreign tribe at the front lines must be due to some secret of his past, or something to do with the foreign tribe. Everyone has their options. Merlin silently wished Wizard Midnight well in his heart, following which he turned to leave too. This time, he was ready to attempt the Mine Tower once more. Chapter 541, The Legend Zardo. Chapter 541, The Legend Zardo. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin came to the Mine Tower. Merlin was filled with confidence this time while he looked at the lofty building. The Mine Tower was wondrous indeed. Previously, Merlin had merely made it to the 9th floor, and his mind power had grown many times over. Thanks to some techniques he had learned on the 9th floor, he was able to break through to an 8th level mind heart in just a few months. The benefit brought to a spellcaster's mind power by the Mine Tower was hard to imagine. This was a technique that only the ultimate arcane wizards possessed. Other than Arcane City, other places, even places managed by honored legends, would not have something as mystical as the Mine Tower. It was not surprising that Arcane City was able to assemble countless geniuses from the myriad of dimensions of the spellcaster civilization. The Mine Tower alone was enough to attract countless spellcasters, something no other place could compare to. In addition, there were other marvelous places such as the force field area. Merlin did a quick check. Initially, he was left with 500 adventure points, but entering the Bloodshed universe had used up 200 adventure points. Now, he had merely 300 adventure points. Nonetheless, attempting the Mine Tower required only 100 adventure points, so Merlin had enough to attempt the tower. Just as Merlin was about to enter the Mine Tower, he encountered someone familiar, who came down from the distant sky and landed before the Mine Tower. It was the plump wizard Arat. Wizard Merlin, you've come out of the Bloodshed universe at last. I know that you wanted to stay there for a full 10 days' time, hence, I was prepared to look for you today. However, the great legendary wizard said that you had left already. Thereafter, I found out that you've come to the Mine Tower. Arat wore an anxious expression. Wizard Arat, what's going on? Merlin stopped in his tracks and asked. Sigh. Arat seemed to have a difficult time saying it before he clenched his teeth and said softly, Wizard Merlin, you've entered the Bloodshed universe at an inopportune time. Just 6 days ago, 3 great legends came to our newest batch of potential wizards to select disciples. Great legends selected disciples? Merlin was slightly stunned. Great legends were not allowed to stay in Arcane City, but there was one exception, which was the recruiting wizards of Arcane City. These recruiting wizards were great legends with extremely formidable powers, and there were even some of them who were higher-ranked honored legends. In Arcane City, if one was noticed by these great legends, one might be made a disciple. Back then, the legend Mogan had felt that he was merely a legend with one maxim. He might not be the best wizard to guide Merlin. Thus, he hoped that by sending Merlin to Arcane City, Merlin would be taught by a great legend or even an honored legend. Now that chance had arrived. What's the situation exactly? Merlin even felt a trace of regret. He could have gone to the Bloodshed universe at any time, but he would not get another opportunity like this once he had missed it. After all, these recruiting legends would only select a disciple occasionally. One might say that it was done on impulse, and it was even harder to encounter an honored legend. Arat wore a distressed look as he said powerlessly, 2 out of the 3 great legends are great honored legends. At first, they seem to have a rather good impression of you, but upon discovering that you've gone to the Bloodshed universe, they had selected Wizard Rael and Saturn. A disappointed look crossed Merlin's face. Those two great honored legends would not have waited just for Merlin's sake. After all, even the most genius spellcaster would face many difficulties in becoming a great wizard, to say nothing of becoming a great legend or even an honored legend. However, there's still the third great legend. He has been waiting for you to come out. So, after learning that you're out, I've instantly looked for you to bring you to that great legend. Arrett smiled as he spoke. He was happy for Merlin for the fact that a great legend was willing to wait just for Merlin for so many days. Oh. Which legends is that? Merlin was extremely curious. It was very rare that a great legend would wait just for him. Arcane City was not lacking in geniuses, so it was rather easy for great legends to take on any kind of genius disciples they wished to. They would not wait just for someone in particular. Therefore, this great legend had induced an inquisitiveness in Merlin. This great legend is the legend Zardo. Wizard Merlin, come quickly with me to meet the legend Zardo. It's just a shame that the legend Zardo isn't a great honored legend. If you had been around that day, out of those two great legends, one of them would surely pick you. You're far stronger than Rael. Arrett seemed rather indignant. Although Merlin was somewhat regretful, it was not so easy to encounter an honored legend. Even up until now, after entering Arcane City, Merlin had not seen any great honored legends. Come on, we mustn't let Wizard Zardo wait any longer. Therefore, with Arrett leading the way, both of them flew off into the distance. Swish swish. Two figures landed from the sky before a castle. This was the place where Wizard Zardo was staying. He had been waiting here just for Merlin for 6 full days. Wizard Merlin, go in. Wizard Zardo had said that when you've arrived, you're to go in and see him immediately. Arrett pointed toward the castle. He was only bringing Merlin here. Without the great legend's permission, he dared not enter the castle. Merlin nodded. I'm very thankful to you, Wizard Arrett. Ha ha, it's nothing. I think highly of you. Although I can't be considered much of a genius in Arcane City, I have a good eye. When you've succeeded in the future, you'll surely be stronger than Saturn. At that time, it might be me who would need favors from you. The rotund Wizard Arrett spoke with a laugh. Merlin bobbed his head. Arrett was straightforward indeed. He had helped Merlin plenty in Arcane City. In terms of Merlin's relationships, Wizard Midnight, whom Merlin met in the Bloodshed universe along with Arrett, Saturn, and the rest, could be considered relatively close to Merlin. Following that, Merlin slowly walked into the castle. Arrett watched Merlin's disappearing figure from outside the entire time, his eyes filled with admiration. He mumbled to himself, how I envy him, to have a great legend waiting for him. How many years has it been since something like this had happened in Arcane City? Arrett shook his head. When he could no longer see Merlin, he turned to leave. At the castle, Merlin gently pushed open the large door. This door appeared to very heavy, but it swung open under Merlin's gentle push. Is that Wizard Merlin? A deep and resounding voice rang out in Merlin's ear. Merlin lifted his head to see a wizard, well-built and dressed in a golden robe, standing in the hall. He exuded an incomparably suppressive force. Merlin was familiar with this force. When he had first entered Arcane City, Merlin had felt a similar force from Saturn's teacher, the legend Black Cloud, who had formed 4 maxims. However, this legend Zardo before him had an even more impressive force than the legend Black Cloud, rousing Merlin's amazement. Wizard Zardo, you've waited for long. Merlin said deferentially. Since you know that I've waited for a long time, you'd better satisfy me. If you do, 6 days' wait is nothing, but if you don't, you'll be punished. This legend Zardo had a rather strange temperament. If Merlin did not satisfy his requirements, Merlin would be punished. Merlin understood that the legend Zardo was testing him. One would have to undergo a test in order to become the disciple of the legend Zardo. How may I satisfy Wizard Zardo? It's simple. I've created a subspace from a maxim in my grasp. If you can come out from that place in one piece, I'll be very satisfied, and you can be my disciple. A subspace constructed using a maxim as a foundation? Merlin's face shifted. This was no test, but a suicide mission. Just as he was about to decline, a cold smile tugged at the corner of the legend Zardo's mouth. Oh right, you'll have to rely on your own strength to pass the test. As for your spatial ring and that peculiar cat with you, they'd better stay with me. With that, the legend Zardo made a gentle gesture and Merlin's entire body became stiff. On his shoulder, the black cat Didymos also seemed to detect the danger, and immediately burst out with a mighty roar, his body swelling rapidly in size. Bang! With a soft sound, Legend Zardo's large hands flickered with a multicolored light, and he swiped forward viciously. The black cat Didymos was immediately entrapped without being able to put up the slightest resistance, caught in the Legend Zardo's grasp. As for Merlin's spatial ring, it had appeared in the Legend Zardo's hand at an unknown time. Merlin was utterly dumbstruck. The black cat Didymos was on par with great legends but was caught by the Legend Zardo without the slightest resistance. How terrifying was this Legend Zardo standing before him? Go on in. Oh right, just a reminder, if you can't withstand my Maxim subspace, you might actually die. At worst, I'll be reprimanded by the arcane wizards. Go ahead, enjoy yourself. Wizard Zardo's breezy delivery caused Merlin's face to shift greatly. How was this a proper process of recruiting a disciple? However, he could not even open his mouth at the moment, and could only watch helplessly as Wizard Zardo made a great swipe, hurling him into a deep and dark subspace. Chapter 542, Dire Straits. Chapter 542, Dire Straits. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the endless depths of the subspace, Merlin fell pitifully through space. Merlin's face was ashen. At first, he thought this was a great stroke of luck, but it had turned out to be his doom. That Legend Zardo was totally unreasonable, as if unconcerned about the rules of Arcane City. If Merlin died in this subspace, he would have died for nothing. However, there was no point in complaining now. Even the black cat Didymos was unable to contend against the Legend Zardo as he was caught in his grasp. If Merlin wanted to leave the subspace alive, he would have to be cautious, and do things according to the Legend Zardo's rules. I know that this subspace is constructed based on the Legend Zardo's maxim. How come there's nothing strange? Merlin carefully extended his mind power in all directions but did not seem to sense any maxim. This was just a subspace, not a dimension. Even a great honored legend would only be able to create subspace but not a dimension. Only the three ultimate arcane wizards could form a dimension. However, though this was just a subspace, it was endlessly vast. Merlin's mind power was unable to detect its end. Young fellow, are you ready? If you are, then first enjoy the flame subspace. The Legend Zardo's voice reverberated across the endless void. After he spoke, Merlin felt that his surroundings were quickly transforming. Boom! Merlin's world was transformed, and he was transported to a subspace filled completely with flames. The raging flames burned on the ground and in the air. The entire space was brimming with a terrifying blaze. From these flames, Merlin discerned the force of a maxim. He had previously obtained a flame maxim as well, so naturally, he was able to tell that these were very powerful flame maxims. Who? Merlin drew in a hot breath of air as if the flames were absorbed into his body. The surrounding temperature was alarming, and his enervating halo would not hold on much longer. Nonetheless, at this point, Merlin calmed down. He thought back carefully to the Legend Zardo's words, who had mentioned that after Merlin was sent into the Maxim subspace, he would have to rely on his own strength to survive. In fact, Merlin had come across a subspace constructed from a Maxim before. Back then, Wizard Bamu had survived in the flame prison on the ship of Nicola. Moreover, he had gleaned the essence of fire-type spells from the flames of the flame prison which contained the force of the Maxim. In that manner, he had constructed a new 8th level spell, and used that to withstand the scorching of the flame prison. Nonetheless, it was a bitter and arduous process, and Wizard Bamu was nearly unable to hold on at the end. To comprehend the essence of fire. Perhaps that's the only way, and this might be the Legend Zardo's intention. Merlin eyed the ferocious flames, and countless thoughts occurred to him. The Legend Zardo surely had not targeted Merlin without reason. By taking the trouble to hurl Merlin into the Maxim subspace, he must wish for Merlin to get something out of it. The road to becoming a legend was challenging. Even if Merlin had the Matrix, and even if he had constructed 6 elemental spells, it was of utmost difficulty to become a great wizard, let alone a great legend. Therefore, understanding the essence of elements would increase his chances of becoming a great legend in the future. This was the legend Zardo's true purpose. Still, it was too extreme to just instantly throw Merlin into the Maxim subspace. A moment of carelessness might just cause Merlin to be burned to ashes by the flames. Endless Flame. Merlin cast the 6th level spell Endless Flame. The spell model of Endless Flame was practically perfect, though this was only thanks to the function of the matrix. What Merlin had to do now was to understand the essence of the elements, particularly fire element. Before this, because Merlin had acquired the Flame Maxim before the rest, he had been immersed in fire element for a long time. Thus, he had the deepest understanding of fire element and darkness element. Nevertheless, in the face of the surging, spitting flame maxims, Merlin's Endless Flame was of no use at all. The moment the soaring Endless Flame appeared, it was immediately suppressed and absorbed by the Flame Maxims, following which it vanished completely. The Flame Maxims are too strong. I have no way of blocking them, so my spell must approach the Flame Maxims, hopefully reaching their level. Merlin's entire being was immersed in his understanding of the Flame Maxims. Although these Flame Maxims were blazing stormily, the strange thing was it did not sweep across Merlin. It was as if in the entire flame subspace, only the place where Merlin stood was a safe spot. In the grand, sumptuous hall of the castle, the tall and sturdy wizard Zardo was holding a black cat in his lap, his hands stroking it lightly. The black cat was like a person, with a face that revealed its dissatisfaction. Nonetheless, faced with wizard Zardo, the black cat Didymos was powerless. It looked like this great legend had not reached the level of an honored legend yet. He was definitely a preeminent great legend below honored legends. Despite the black cat Didymos' strength, he was unable to withstand even a blow from the legend Zardo. After all, Didymos was at best comparable to a legend with one maxim. The disparity was far too great. It's been 10 days. Little fellow, do you think Merlin is able to hold on? The legend Zardo asked the black cat in his lap with a humorless smile. The black cat Didymos looked at the suspended image in the hall. It showed Merlin, who was painstakingly hanging on in the flame subspace. 10 days was the amount of time in which the legend Zardo had expressly allowed Merlin to gain understanding. Otherwise, Merlin would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Even so, the black cat Didymos was quite pessimistic and said, though Wizard Merlin is a prodigy, legend Zardo, I'm afraid that no spellcaster would be able to succeed in such extreme measures. Is that so? Even you, an extraordinary being who goes against the natural order by transforming into a living entity, can appear by Merlin's side. I'm curious as to whether Merlin would die so easily. A genius like this, no matter his circumstances, will always find a way out of a predicament. In my long life, I was like this as well. No matter what predicament it was, I would always discover something previously unimaginable and obtain incredible benefits in that way. The disciple that I take on must naturally be just like me, and Merlin is really too similar to me. The legend Zardo glanced at the black cat Didymos. He was filled with curiosity about how the black cat Didymos had transformed from a half-spirit into a living state. In the past few days, he had been astutely researching the black cat Didymos. Turning into a living form was something not even the ultimate arcane wizards could achieve because this involved the natural order. Not even the ultimate arcane wizards were able to control the power of the natural order, for it was the foundation on which the millions of dimensions, and even the void zone, existed. Your ability is swallowing, and you'll gain a portion of strength from what you swallowed. Although it's a minute portion, by accumulating over decades, centuries, or even a millennium, you'll certainly grow rapidly to an inconceivable level. Since you're a lucky one who can reverse the natural order, you can't be predicted based on conventional reasoning. Not even the arcane wizards can forecast your future. The legend Zardo seemed to be highly interested in the black cat Didymos. With a great swipe of his hand, he retrieved a colossal monster from an unknown subspace. The monster was covered all over in crimson eyes, with a height of dozens of meters, exuding a wild and ferocious force. Heh, this is a 1,000-eye beast that I've captured. It's comparable to some of the top great wizards. I've planned on researching it, but I'm almost done with it. Here's a gift for you. Swallow it. When the black cat Didymos saw the 1,000-eye beast before him, his eyes immediately glinted with a green light. It was a look of greed. Just as the legend Zardo had said, the black cat Didymos, in fact, could still advance further. His ability was to swallow. Only by constantly swallowing powerful forces could Didymos gradually evolve. Swoosh! The great mouth of the black cat Didymos immediately became a gigantic pit which gobbled the thousand-eyed beast into his stomach in one gulp. Just as it was with the rock giant, the black cat Didymos sprawled across the legend Zardo's shoulder in satisfaction, beginning to close his eyes as he slowly digested. He seemed to have forgotten about Merlin. Wizard Zardo smiled, and paid no more attention to the black cat Didymos. Looking at Merlin's serene expression in the image, the legend Zardo waved abruptly with one hand, mumbling softly, "You should have gained most of the understanding by now. If you still can't withstand it, then you're not the disciple I want." At this point, Wizard Zardo's eyes were cold and detached. In the flame subspace, Merlin was comprehending the essence of fire. In truth, over the past 10 days, he had already gained much. He was even confident that if given 1 or 2 more months, he would surely understand even more, and might be able to forcibly contend against the flame maxims. However, the surrounding flame maxims suddenly flared up, and waves of heat rolled toward him furiously. He instantly knew that the legend Zardo must not be protecting him anymore. Over the 10 days, the flame maxims had been of no threat to Merlin. He guessed that this was the legend Zardo's help. However, the legend Zardo seemed to think that he had sufficient time by now, and was no longer aiding Merlin, allowing the flame maxims to sweep across him. The true test is only coming now. Boom! Boundless flames wrapped around Merlin instantly. Merlin had enervating halo as well as endless flame. This time around, endless flame would not be suppressed and absorbed so easily, but when faced with the flame maxims, it still could not put up any effective resistance. Merlin was crying out in his heart, "Give me more time, I'll surely succeed." Nonetheless, the legend Zardo would not give him any more time. Merlin was in a tight situation. Traces of the flame maxims began to burrow into Merlin's body, turning him into ashes from the outside. Even Merlin's thunder maxim was powerless when confronted with numerous flame maxims. 10 days were totally insufficient for Merlin to understand the essence of fire, to say nothing of coming up with an effective defense. At this point, Merlin was in dire straits. In moments like this, some people would fall silent, while some would erupt without inhibitions. Merlin was evidently the latter. "I don't care. Since the Matrix can absorb the power of maxims to derive spells, it can surely absorb the endless flame maxims that fill up this place. It must." With anticipation burning in his eyes, Merlin, in this most deadly situation as if at the end of the rope, immediately activated the Matrix. Chapter 543, Siphoning Off Frantically. Chapter 543, Siphoning Off Frantically. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Absorbing the maxim and deriving spells was Merlin's absolute final resort as previously. The maxims in Merlin's awareness were under his control. Therefore, its absorption of the power of the maxim would not cause any unusual changes. However, this flame maxim was outside his awareness, shaped like a gigantic flame subspace. The surging, spitting flame maxim could not be controlled by Merlin at all. This was just like how it was easy to refine one's own magic power, yet it was of utmost difficulty to refine someone else's magic power to cast a spell, which was like a suicide mission. However, currently, Merlin had no other choice, and could only make a tentative attempt. He hoped that the Matrix was strong enough to absorb the maxim by force, just like how it had refined the god's divine energy in the past. In essence, most legends were equivalent to an average natural god. Only legends who had consolidated a maxim were able to fight against those powerful natural gods. Splash! A splashing sound, reminiscent of a river, came into Merlin's ears. Following the appearance of this odd noise, Merlin acutely sensed that the ferocious flame maxim did not seem to cause his body any harm. At the moment, his body seemed to have transformed into a bottomless pit, wildly swallowing the flame maxim. Fortunately, this flame maxim was not controlled by anyone. If a great legend was controlling it, it would promptly attack Merlin. Even if Merlin was a 6th level, 7th level or 8th level spellcaster and so on, to say nothing of being a 5th level spellcaster, he would be incapable of withstanding it. This was the power of a completely different league. However, the Maxim subspace was purely space which was constructed by the legend Zardo using countless years' time, and painstaking effort with maxims as the base. There was nothing else but maxims in here. It can really absorb and refine the maxim. Merlin was wild with joy. He could distinctly sense that the matrix was currently like a greedy giant beast, gulping down the flame maxim frantically, then transforming it into mystical energy that was stored in the matrix. Compared to the god's divine energy which it had swallowed, the matrix seemed to prefer maxims. The matrix had crossed over along with me. Surely some unknown change must have taken place. Otherwise, a supercalculator would not swallow the maxim so vigorously. In the past, Merlin's matrix was only able to perform simple calculations and optimizations of spells. However, thereafter, the spells became more complex, and when Merlin had needed to derive new spells, he found that the matrix was able to refine maxims. From that point onward, the matrix had become much more enigmatic. Merlin was unable to know exactly what changes had occurred to the matrix, but luckily it was deeply concealed. Even maxims which he had hidden in his body could be detected by great legends, but no one had ever noticed the matrix. Up until now, the matrix was Merlin's greatest secret. It was the greatest tool in his journey of becoming a powerful wizard. The flame maxim was diminishing bit by bit. Although the matrix appeared just like a black hole that swallowed incessantly, the flame maxim in the subspace was far too immense. Despite the fervent swallowing of the matrix, Merlin could not see any difference. Still, this made it easier for him to conceal and disguise the changes that were happening to him. In a flash, 3 days had passed. The matrix had absorbed much of the flame maxim. Although the derivation of new 6th-level spells would require a lot of power from the maxim, the amount of flame maxim absorbed alone was already sufficient to derive the remaining for 6th-level spells. Initially, the legend Zardo had decided to let Merlin, under the surrounding pressure of the maxim, force out a rapid understanding of the essence of elements. This would be of great help when he had created maxims as a great legend in the future. However, the legend Zardo did not expect that Merlin would not have an understanding of the essence of elements at all. This was far too difficult, and it was impossible to gain this comprehension in a short time. In addition, Merlin was merely a 5th-level spellcaster. Although he had not understood the essence of elements, Merlin had reaped a great profit. The maxim in the subspace was nearly endless. The legend Zardo had spent huge efforts in accumulating his own maxims for countless years in order to create a maxim subspace of this scope. Now, Merlin had simply taken advantage of this, and the maxim was absorbed and refined, bit by bit, by the matrix. Huh? Still alive? Not bad, not bad. This Merlin is impressive indeed. It looks like I've made the right call. He's mostly gained an understanding of fire element. In that case, it's time for the next one. It shall be the windstorm subspace this time. Zardo did not notice that Merlin was frantically siphoning off his maxim. Conversely, he was very pleased with Merlin, and transferred him to the windstorm subspace. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A gale whistled. Merlin's surroundings began to transform rapidly. The initial flame maxim was gone, and what appeared now were violent wisps of a wind maxim. Merlin was still safe for now. Based on what had happened in the flame subspace, Merlin knew that the legend Zardo would give him a grace period of at least 10 days. Within this time, he could work hard to understand the essence of wind element and resist the wind maxim in that manner. However, Merlin knew very well that it was impossible to gain an understanding in just 10 days. Instead, he seized this time to activate the matrix, and began to automatically absorb and refine the surrounding wind maxim. Just the flame maxim alone was enough to derive all the 6th-level spells, but 7th-level spells would require much more power of the maxim. Therefore, in such a good place, Merlin was free to siphon off the maxim. Of course, he would not let this opportunity slip by him. He activated the matrix, and started to wildly siphon off the maxim. There was no way that the legend Zardo would imagine that a mere 5th-level spellcaster would be able to siphon off the maxim. Sending Merlin to the maxim subspace was a complete mistake. Merlin stayed in the windstorm subspace for more than 10 days. The matrix had accumulated more wind maxim than flame maxim. After all, Merlin had used the 10 days of grace period to begin absorbing and refining the energy of the maxim. After going through the windstorm subspace, Merlin was sent to the ice subspace, which was filled with ice maxim. Merlin repeated his set method of using the matrix to refine a great portion of the maxim. Next was the thunder subspace. Merlin had thunder-type spells as well, so he was rather surprised because he had not met many spellcasters who had constructed thunder-type spells. Thunder-type spells were too wild and difficult to control. In particular, when he had become a great wizard in the future and wanted to merge the spell models, it would pose numerous problems. For now, Merlin had already experienced 4 maxim subspaces. This meant that the legend Zardo was a formidable legend who had created a minimum of 4 maxims, and was already on par with the legend Black Cloud. Most ordinary legends had consolidated 1 maxim. 2 maxims could be considered a relatively powerful legendary wizard. Legends with 3 maxims were rarer, while 4 maxims would practically make one an overlord in control of multiple, or even dozens of dimensions. Merlin's breathing quickened. He could dimly sense that the legend Zardo did not just stop at 4 maxims. Indeed, after 10 days or so, he was once more transported to a subspace that was full of a heavy force. This place was filled with an Earth-type maxim, which was called the Terra Maxim. Moreover, Merlin could evidently feel that the Terra Maxim was obviously more powerful than the other maxims he had come across in the other subspaces. It was undergoing a subtle evolution. A great legend with 5 maxims. The legend Zardo is surely a great legend who had formed 5 maxims with the Terra Maxim as his primary maxim. It's not surprising that he could come along with those great honored legends to recruit disciples. In some ways, the legend Zardo had greater potential. Once he becomes an honored legend through the Terra Maxim, he would immediately surpass most honored legends, becoming a formidable honored legend. There's even a high chance that he would become the foremost honored legend. Merlin was astounded deep inside. Great legends who had consolidated 5 maxims were even fewer in number than honored legends. Most 5 elemental spellcasters would find it hard to become a great wizard, let alone construct 5 maxims. The stronger the power of the maxim, the greater the amount of energy obtained after the matrix had refined it. This Terra Maxim is far stronger than the maxims in the other subspaces. The legend Zardo must be preparing to use this Terra Maxim as his foundation to take the lead in becoming an honored legend using the Terra Maxim. In that case, Matrix, feel free to absorb and refine. Merlin glanced at the immense Terra Maxim, and his heart was filled with elation. No matter how powerful a maxim was, it could serve as nourishment for the Matrix and be transformed into special energy. This energy could be used to derive new 6th level spells, 7th level spells, and so on. 2 months. It's almost time. Merlin wasn't at risk in the final Terra subspace as well. It looks like I got lucky. Merlin is really a wizard of inconceivable genius. Ha, I really owe Hochi and Jelen a big one. How shall I repay them? It would do no good to fool these 2 fellows. In the castle, the legend Zardo gave a satisfied smirk. Hochi and Jelen, the 2 honored legends, were rare friends of his. As the legend Zardo had formed 5 maxims, and the Terra Maxim was about to evolve, 10 years if it was quick, 100 years if slow, the legend Zardo was confident that the Terra Maxim would evolve completely, and he would become a great honored legend with the Terra Maxim as his primary force. Therefore, the legend Zardo, in fact, enjoyed a high position among legendary wizards, and even honored legends treated him as a peer. He and the other 2 honored legends, Hochi and Jelen, had come together to select a disciple. In fact, all 3 of them had taken interest in Merlin, but ultimately it was the legend Zardo who had gotten the chance, and wizard Hochi and Jelen had let Merlin slip out of their grasp. Consequently, he owed those 2 honored legends a favor, but it now looked like his choice was correct. If wizard Hochi and Jelen knew that Merlin was able to survive the legend Zardo's maxim subspace in 2 short months, they would surely somewhat regret giving up Merlin to the legend Zardo. Alright, it's time to come out. With a great grasp of his hand, the legend Zardo immediately closed the maxim subspace, retrieving Merlin from within in one motion. Chapter 544, A Wild and Bold Idea. Chapter 544, A Wild and Bold Idea. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin was allowing the Matrix to absorb and refine a large amount of the Terra Maxim when suddenly his surroundings switched, and he was back in the castle once more. Before him stood the legend Zardo. Merlin still held a huge grudge against the legend Zardo, but this time, Within the Maxim subspace that the legend Zardo had built up so painstakingly, Merlin had wantonly siphoned off the Maxims. This had already caused the legend Zardo a grievous loss, so his current attitude toward the legend Zardo was more apologetic. Nonetheless, the legend Zardo was overjoyed as he measured up Merlin, before nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad, Merlin. You're able to survive for 2 months in the Maxim subspace and must have obtained a special understanding of the 5 types of elements. Essentially, you've established a foundation for becoming a great legend in the future. As my disciple, if you're not even able to become a legend, then don't call yourself my disciple. Thus, although my methods are extreme and dangerous, they truly provided you with a foundation for becoming a legend. I believe that even those honored legends wouldn't have created such a Maxim subspace purely for the sake of their disciples. The successful creation of this subspace had taken me numerous centuries. As a spellcaster with 5 Maxims, the legend Zardo was naturally very proud. His disciple must become a legend. Therefore, he had gone to such lengths to create this Maxim subspace. It was just that this method was fraught with danger. Out of all the spellcasters who had entered, only 1 out of 10 would survive. The legend Zardo had previously taken on a few genius wizards, but all who entered the Maxim subspace, without exception, were incapable of enduring even the first flame subspace. Merlin was the first spellcaster to have endured the entire experience, and had thus passed the legend Zardo's test. Naturally, the legend Zardo was ecstatic. Nonetheless, Merlin felt rather helpless. He feared that there were no spellcasters who would be able to survive the legend Zardo's Maxim subspace. This time, if he had not used the Matrix to absorb the power of the Maxims, he would not have survived either. Moreover, even though he had come out of the Maxim subspace in one piece, in truth, he did not gain much understanding and was still a long way from the legend Zardo's expectations. It was just that Merlin had no way of explaining all this. The legend Zardo smiled, and returned the spatial ring to Merlin, but the black cat Didymos remained in his grasp. "Merlin, this cat is rather significant, being a life form that reverses the natural order. I want to research him properly. Be rest assured, I'll return him to you after my research, and it'll only benefit him." The legend Zardo gently stroked the black cat Didymos while Didymos gave 2 disgruntled snorts, humph humph, after which he closed his eyes and resumed his contented manner. Merlin was quite powerless when he saw Didymos' attitude. During the 2 months he had spent on the legend Zardo's shoulder, Didymos must have had received many benefits, and had immediately flung Merlin to the back of his mind. Following that, Merlin left the castle. The legend Zardo would stay in Arcane City for a while longer, and Merlin could look for him at any time. In truth, there was a limit to what the legend Zardo could impart to Merlin. Helping him establish a foundation for becoming a legend was his greatest gift to Merlin. Other spellcasters, even great honored legends, would have no way of doing the same. Swish! The legend Zardo instantly entered the Maxim subspace. He came to the Terra subspace, and examined the heavy Terra Maxim. After a long moment, a puzzled expression came over his face. "Huh? Why does it feel like the Terra Maxim has diminished somewhat? It's only a few years, has the Terra Maxim really been used up so much? Looks like this Terra Maxim I've consolidated isn't stable enough, and there's still a long way before it reaches its peak for me to become an honored legend." The legend Zardo thus started to replenish the Terra Maxim of the Terra subspace. To become an honored legend, his Maxim must be comprehended to its peak. When one had a complete understanding of a Maxim, one would become a great honored legend. The peak Maxim of an honored legend was eternally stable, never fading away. Even if it had existed for millions of years, it would remain there if it was not acted upon by external forces. It was even more stable than the divinity of natural gods. In fact, the Terra Maxim of the legend Zardo was already stable, very close to the peak of a Maxim, but how could he possibly know that the Terra subspace was missing a portion of the Terra subspace, because Merlin's matrix had absorbed and refined it? No matter what, he would never have thought that a mere 5th-level spellcaster could steal his Terra Maxim. After flying out from the legend Zardo's castle, Merlin left the place at the greatest speed possible. There are so many Maxims in the Maxim subspace. Although a part of them was absorbed and refined by the Maxim, it's only a drop in the ocean in terms of their overall volume. It's such a tiny portion, surely the legend Zardo won't realize this. The more Merlin thought about it, the more his lingering fear grew. His true secret was the Matrix, something which even the great legends were unable to understand. Though Merlin had never met the ultimate arcane wizards, perhaps even they would have no inkling of the miracles of the Matrix. If the legend Zardo's suspicions were aroused because of this, then Merlin would lose more than he had gained. It was fortunate that Merlin was merely a 5th-level spellcaster. No one would believe that a 5th-level spellcaster would be able to steal maxims. It was a power on a completely different level. Although it was risky, Merlin's current harvest was huge. He checked on the special energy accumulated by the Matrix. 6th-level spells would not be a problem, and he could even derive 6 new 7th-level spells. As to whether this energy could derive 8th-level or 9th-level spells, Merlin had no way of ascertaining. After all, each increase of a level meant that the required energy would increase by multiple times. Previously, Merlin had decided on attempting the Mind Tower, but since he had so much energy, he changed his mind and returned to his residence in Arcane City. Following that, he started to derive the remaining 6th-level spells. At present, Merlin already had an 8th-level Mind Heart, and his mind power was more than sufficient, comparable to a 9th-level spellcaster at their peak. Constructing for 6th-level spells was a walk in the park. Of course, he had to derive first. Now, Merlin had 2 6th-level spells, Endless Flame, and Immense Thunder. Following those two would be Darkness-type, Ice-type, Earth-type, and Wind-type spells. Matrix began derivation of 6th-level spells. Merlin gave the Matrix this command. Instantly, a huge amount of energy was consumed, and the Matrix began deriving the remaining 6th-level spells. Hum hum hum. One after another, the spell models appeared in Merlin's mind. First, it was Darkness-type spells. As there was enough energy, or because he still kept any spell he came across in database, though he had stopped focusing on populating it, therefore, there was a greater number of derived spell models for Darkness-type spells. In general, Merlin had ascertained that a spell model with 100% compatibility was a perfect grade spell. The more stable the spell model was, when he fused spells in the future, these spell models could withstand any slight tremors through sheer force, and would not simply collapse at a touch. This would be very helpful when he had the spell models to become a great wizard. Begin simulating the spell model. The Matrix first derived Darkness-type spells. Merlin did not delay and directly picked a spell model. He mobilized his immense mind power and simulated the spell model in his awareness. His mind power was so tremendous that simulating the spell model was much easier. Merlin only had to spend 2 days to simulate his third 6th-level spell into his awareness. Not bad, there's not even the slightest tremor. It should be a perfect grade spell as well. Merlin cast this 6th-level Darkness-type spell. Instantly, darkness element pervaded the air and blanketed the entire room. It looked just like a cage, but there were dangers hidden within it. Merlin only had to use his thoughts, and countless attacks would spring out from the darkness. This 6th-level Darkness-type spell shall be named Darkness Cage. Merlin was very satisfied with the Darkness-type spell derived by the Matrix. Its might was decent, and it had 100% compatibility. Even without testing it, Merlin knew that this was certainly a perfect grade spell. Merlin found it difficult to imagine what kind of wizard was able to rely solely on themselves to derive perfect grade spells. Wizard Neela, who did not have the Matrix, and who was still first in the spell ranking, had constructed 30 perfect grade spells. What a number of perfect grade spells! Even Merlin was taken aback in pure admiration. This was expected of the foremost genius in 1,000 years, a rare 7-elemental spellcaster. After deriving Darkness Cage, Merlin continued to derive the final 3 6th-level spell models. Spells which were derived by the Matrix were at least excellent grade. Of course, Merlin had selected those perfect grade spells with 100% compatibility. Respectively, they were the Wind-type spell Formless Wind, the Earth-type spell Innovating Loop, and the Ice-type spell Solid Ice. These spells were basically built upon the 5th-level spells with further strengthening and consolidation in terms of the spell's might. In short, the 6th-level spells were not an absolute upgrade. Merlin's abilities were somewhat improved, but not significant. Only 7th-level spells could do that. Once he became a 7th level spellcaster, Merlin's 6 types of Pandora demon abilities could be upgraded once more, and their strength would flourish many times over. Many Pandora demon abilities could be upgraded to the 3rd stage. Even those with only 2 stages could be upgraded to their 2nd stage with 7th level spells. Therefore, the 7th level was an inherent barrier. Once Merlin had passed it, his capabilities would increase tremendously. The power of his spells alone would be a match for a great wizard. I should go to the Mind Tower and see if I can expand my mind power. Then, I might as well directly construct all the 7th level spells, rising to the 7th level in one go. Merlin was now a 6th level spellcaster. His cultivation pace was very rapid, but he was still unfulfilled. With that colossal reserve of energy, the Matrix could immediately construct all 7th level spells. What was missing now was mind power. As a mind power master, Merlin's current mind power was considered decent. If he could augment it by a bit more, he would be more assured in constructing 7th level spells, becoming a powerful 7th level spellcaster in one stroke. At this moment, a wild and bold idea had formed in Merlin's mind. Chapter 545, Direction. Chapter 545, Direction. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the Mind Tower, Merlin stepped onto the 1st floor. Back in the familiar Mind Tower again, Merlin did not waste any more time. The floors which he had successfully completed were no longer of any help to him. Therefore, he went through them like a hot knife through butter, and quickly reached the 9th floor. You've come again? It looks like you must have gained an understanding. On the 9th floor, the old man in black appeared once again. Evidently, Merlin had made an impression on him. Thus, he was able to recognize Merlin at a glance, and a subtle smile flitted over his lips. That's right, I've recently gained a new understanding. Please guide me, old wizard. Merlin was brimming with confidence. Although his mind heart was only the 8th level now, the mind power it contained was equivalent to a peak 9th level spellcaster. However, this old man in black only had the mind power of an average 9th level spellcaster, so Merlin had suppressed part of his mind power, and only used mind power of the average 9th level. Windstorm. A windstorm emerged completely from mind power, yet it was not an occult mind spell but purely a technique of control. Merlin had discovered upon fusing his mind power with his instincts that using mind power to induce a windstorm was an incomparably simple matter. Back then, the old man in black was able to stir up a storm at will because his mind power had been merged with his instincts. Ha ha, good one. The old man in black was in exuberant spirits. His mind power filled the air as he used various tricks to catch Merlin off guard with an attack. Both sides exchanged blows in this manner. Even the sneakiest attack when confronted with its target, was easily dispelled. This was the benefit of having mind power which was fused with instincts. No attack was as fast as mind power, so even the most unexpected attack would be blocked by one's instinct. With mind power merged into the instincts, one could fend off any sudden attacks. Both of them were spellcasters who had fused their mind power into their instincts, so both were unable to get in a single blow. Ha ha, that's enough, that's enough. Suddenly, the old man in black retreated, and stood in mid-air, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. In the past, those spellcasters would use the absolute strength of their mind power to instantly defeat me, but this method would not bring benefit to the growth of one's mind power. They didn't consider why was the mind tower erected. Without understanding, how would one profit? I can see that you've got it. What's most precious about the mind tower is that every floor provides an opportunity for learning. Each floor would benefit a spellcaster. Since you're a mind power master, it would aid you even more. I can feel that your mind power is formidable, and you've suppressed it to the 9th level on purpose. Therefore, I've lost long ago. Go ahead to the 10th floor, you'll obtain even more precious things there. After bowing to the old man in black respectfully, Merlin took one step back, and his body was instantly washed in a white light, which wrapped around him. His figure disappeared instantly. On the 10th floor of the Mind Tower, there was already an old man in white when Merlin arrived. The old man was sitting on the floor silently, and a tea set was set out before him. You've finally come. The old man in white lifted his head to glance at Merlin as he spoke serenely as if he had been waiting here long ago. "Oh wizard, is this the 10th floor?" "That's right, this is the 10th floor. I've waited for you a long time." "Waited for me?" Merlin furrowed his brows, but did not know what the old man in white meant. "Still," he inquired, "I wonder what test is there on the 10th floor?" "Test? Don't bring that up first. Will you have a cup of tea with me?" The old man gestured with one hand, and a cup of tea flew from the floor to Merlin. Merlin accepted it dubiously, and took a small sip. After coming to this world, Merlin had never drunk any tea. Now that he tasted this familiar flavor once again, he reminisced for a moment. "Oh. Do you like tea?" the old man in white asked in astonishment. "I don't, but I've drunk it before, and it brought back some memories." The old man in white set down his cup, and said with a smile, "Very well. Before you came to the 10th floor, Old Man C has told me about your situation, and have asked me to provide you with some benefits." "Oh, that's right, you still don't know who Old Man C is." "Old Man C is the guardian of the 9th floor that you've met." Merlin was slightly stupefied. It turned out that the old man in black on the 9th floor was so helpful to him, asking the guardian of the 10th floor to give Merlin more benefits. Merlin became more respectful to him because of this. The guardians of the Mind Tower were personally appointed by the arcane wizards. In terms of mind power, they were exceptional. "Since Old Man C had already mentioned you to me repeatedly, I'll naturally give you some benefits. However, whether or not you can obtain these benefits still depends on you." Merlin's expression trembled. He knew that the test of the 10th floor might be coming. "There's no need to be so nervous. Since you're a mind power master, do you know what mind power is?" The old man in white raised a question that appeared simple but one which Merlin was unable to answer. What was mind power? Even honored legends would have no answer. In fact, after becoming a great wizard, mind power did not appear to be important because for a great wizard to become a great legend, the main thing was to understand the essence of elements, and form a maxim. There was no need to use mind power to simulate the spell models to cast spells anymore. It looked as if upon reaching the level of great wizard, mind power would be abandoned completely. This was the end result of the cultivation of most spell casters. Nonetheless, Merlin was a mind power master. There was still a group such as the mind power masters in this world. They attempted to forge a path that was different from spell casters, further strengthening their mind power to the level of a great legend. However, what was mind power? Merlin thought about it carefully for a long moment before replying. Mind power is intangible and vague. Perhaps it's a type of consciousness. The expression of the old man in white did not change. He set down his cup gently, and said calmly, "What's mind power, really? In truth, even I don't know. Not just me, but even the ultimate arcane wizards, who are beginning to be enlightened about the natural order, are unable to completely grasp the essence of mind power. Spellcasters understand the essence of elements, and can create maxims, becoming great legends. In that case, by understanding the essence of mind power, can we mind power masters also become as powerful as great legends?" The words of the old man in white set off a spark in Merlin's eyes. Wizard Arcee's lifelong goal was to perfect the system of mind power masters, hoping that this would give rise to a mind power master who was on par with great legends. As a result, he had created the formidable occult mind spell 9-hit strike. The old man in white appeared to have expected Merlin's interest, and smiled. He continued saying, "Although no one has discovered the essence of mind power even now, the intangible nature of mind power is still evident. Mind power attacks are most peculiar. Spellcasters can merely feel mind power but cannot see it, which means that mind power doesn't exist on the material plane." Merlin nodded as well. He was thoroughly immersed in the old man's point of view. In terms of his understanding of the system of mind power, Merlin was, in fact, an amateur with an incomplete understanding. This was a rare opportunity, and he listened with rapt attention. Mind power doesn't exist on the material plane as it's incorporeal. However, once it had reached the 7th level, it'll start to interact with the material world. I believe you've experienced that. Mind power at the 7th level can form a powerful attack, which may directly affect the material plane. This is transformation. In fact, we mind power masters, as we constantly improve our mind power, are also uncovering the essence of mind power step by step. Still, mind power remains shapeless. If mind power was to turn from shapeless to corporeal one day, what would change? Mind power can simulate anything, and once it attains a form, won't we be able to obtain anything we want with a single thought? That is, in fact, a power that only belongs to the grand natural order. The entire void zone is operated by the natural order, and even the ultimate arcane wizards have no way of violating the natural order. Your 9-hit strike merely interacts with the material world through powerful mind power. In truth, that's already the wrong path. Interacting with the material world, in the end, can't compare to turning mind power itself into something material. That would be a grand, limitless scenario. Think about it. If someone from the mind power masters truly achieved this, what would they become? The old man in white was now wearing an expression of unrestrained emotion and excitement. Boom! At the moment, it was as if a thunderclap had rung in Merlin's mind. Everything was turned upside down. Mind power was intangible, but it could transform into anything. What if it really could become something tangible? Turning something incorporeal into something solid seemed to be a fairy tale, but Merlin believed that it could be done because he had personally witnessed this fairy tale. The black cat Didymos had transformed from a non-living entity to a living being. It was as if a stone had suddenly gained life. It was inconceivable and outrageous, for it had reversed the natural order. Since the black cat Didymos could reverse the natural order, why not mind power? Moreover, after mind power had reached the 7th level, was it not able to interact with the material world? If taken one step further, mind power would directly turn into something material from the intangible into the tangible. Perhaps this was the true direction of mind power masters, the road for them to achieve power. If that day really arrived, and mind power could turn the intangible into something material, Merlin was unable to picture how powerful mind power masters would actually be. At the very least, once mind power could turn corporeal, it was something the average legend or honored legend could not compare to. Merlin became more and more excited, and his gaze toward the old man in white had changed, becoming very respectful. "Teacher! You're my teacher." Merlin bowed deferentially to the old man in white. This discussion did not seem to have brought many benefits to Merlin, but in fact, it had illuminated a direction for Merlin, a direction which no one would imagine. This wonderful gift was even greater than Arcee's teaching of the occult mind spell 9-hit strike. That's right, perhaps our hopes are really placed on you. You're also my only disciple. All right, you can go. There's no need to go to the 11th floor. You won't have to come to the Mind Tower anymore. This tower is no longer of any use to you. The words of the old man in white caused Merlin's face to shift slightly. He had merely reached the 10th floor. The Mind Tower had 16 floors in total, how could it be useless to him? Moreover, the old man in white was only the guardian of the 10th floor. The 11th floor, 12th floor, and so on, would those not be even more helpful to Merlin? Merlin's expression shifted uncertainly as he looked at the old man in white. In that instant, the mood between them turned taciturn. "Teacher, this Mind Tower is created by the arcane wizards, containing endless mysteries, so I still wish to attempt further and gain more understanding." Merlin spoke cautiously. "Oh. Merlin, you think you're on the 10th floor?" The old man in white gave a wooden smile as he looked at Merlin, following which, with a light wave of his hand, the 10th floor of the Mind Tower began to rapidly transform. The familiar surroundings were disappearing at a terrifying speed. Chapter 546, The Blackfire King. Chapter 546, The Blackfire King. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This. Merlin stared with mouth agape at his environment. The familiar 10th floor had already vanished, and where he was at now was, in fact, a lavish place, surrounded by transparent velurium. When he looked down below, he could see everything that was beneath him. He was no longer on the 10th floor, or to be more accurate, he had never been on the 10th floor. "Teacher, where have you brought me to?" Merlin asked softly. "No, you've been here the entire time, at the 16th floor. In fact, when you left the 9th floor, you were handed over to me on the 16th floor." "What? The 16th floor?" Merlin's expression changed significantly. He knew that the Mind Tower only had 16 floors in total, and even now, The number of spellcasters who had reached the 16th floor could be counted on one's fingers. He had directly come to the 16th floor from the 9th floor. So, everything earlier was a hallucinating spell? Merlin recalled that he had even drunk tea earlier. He could distinctly taste the aroma and bitterness of the tea. His mind power was very powerful, and he had experienced many hallucinating spells in the past, but never like this one. He had not the slightest inkling that it was an illusion. This was far too scary. What's illusory and what's real? Aren't they simply separated by a boundary? It's just a shame that an illusion is still an illusion, and can't become reality. All that I can accomplish now is merely to make an illusion seem real, but it's still illusory in the end, and not reality. The essence of mind power is to change the illusory into reality, and I can't do that yet. The voice of the old man in white carried a helpless and rueful tone. However, it was as if a stormy sea had broken out in Merlin's mind. Only now did he sense that the old man in white before him, his new teacher in mind power, was so terrifying in terms of mind power. This old man was definitely stronger than Arceus, who had taught Merlin 9-hit strike. At the very least, the old man in white had found his way, whereas Arceus was still without direction. After a long moment, Merlin understood that the identity of the old man in white was extraordinary. A powerful master who oversaw the 16th floor of the Mind Tower must be someone whom not even the ultimate arcane wizards would overlook. Therefore, Merlin asked carefully, "May I know who teacher is?" The old man in white laughed slightly. "Dis. However, this name isn't commonly used. It's so ancient that even I'm about to forget it." Dis? Merlin carefully thought about this name, but none of his memories carried an impression of it. It was an unfamiliar name. "However, most people call me the Blackfire King." A strange smile had crawled over the old man's face, and when Merlin heard this name, his face instantly became stiff. King. This was not a label that most spellcasters could achieve. Even the great honored legends were not called a king. In simple terms, the label of king was not a definite indicator of one's level, but rather a general appraisal of one's power. To become a king, one must at least be an honored legend. Moreover, one must be unrivaled. After achieving the status of legend, one must not have had any failures, and must also wipe out a foreign tribe civilization. To wipe out a civilization by oneself, how awe-inspiring and terrifying was such a feat! Just like the Dora demon tribe, who had 9 royal demons during their golden age who were comparable to honored legends. Finally, the ultimate arcane wizard was enraged, and they personally attacked to slay those 9 royal demons, extinguishing the Dora demon civilization with one wizard's strength. In truth, it was not just the ultimate arcane wizard who had powers like these. Some formidable honored legends had similar abilities. Nonetheless, to fulfill those two conditions, one must at least be an honored legend, and exterminate a foreign civilization on one's own. Only spellcasters like these had the right to be called a king. The Blackfire King was one such prominent figure. He might not be the strongest among the honored legends, but news of his feat had definitely spread the furthest. Almost every spellcaster in Arcane City had heard of him before. The Blackfire King had cultivated 2 maxims to their peak, which were a Darkness-type maxim and a Fire-type maxim. Blackfire was thus an honorific, and King was an affirmation of his abilities and achievements. The Blackfire King had previously, with just his own strength, wiped out 3 foreign civilizations, one of which even had a few powerful honored legends. Even so, they were slain by the Blackfire King alone, and thus he had acquired more than 10 dimensions. Thereafter, the Blackfire King had made an astonishing move. He gifted the 10 dimensions he had received to Arcane City at no cost, and thus became a legend in residence at Arcane City, staying here ever since. From that point onward, few had seen the Blackfire King, and most did not know what he had been up to. Now, it looked like the Blackfire King had always been in Arcane City, and was even appointed by the ultimate arcane wizard to oversee the 16th floor of the Mind Tower. What Merlin found hardest to understand was that the Blackfire King's detailed elaboration on the system of mind power earlier was definitely not insights he had simply gained overnight. Surely, in terms of mind power, he was highly accomplished. A powerful great king still wanted to focus on cultivating mind power? It should be known that the system of mind power masters was still not refined. There were no mind power masters who could solely rely on mind power to be on par with legends. Forget about a great king, even among most great wizards or legends, few would concentrate on cultivating mind power. There's no need to be puzzled. Although I've grasped two maxims thoroughly and become a king, there's almost no hope for me to go any further. In truth, having reached this stage of a great legend, I don't have to focus on consolidating maxims anymore because it's practically impossible. Since there's no more hope, most would turn to research other matters. For instance, some great kings like to study puppets, focusing their research on puppets which are powerful to the extreme. Or they might research runes. It just so happens that I have an interest in mind power, and I think that once the system of mind power is perfected, and we discover the essence of mind power, changing the illusory into reality, we would likely reach a level that even an ultimate arcane wizard would find difficult to conceive. Merlin, you're the first one to learn of my theory in full, and you have the best chance to perfect the system of mind power masters, thus fulfilling my theory. Countless thoughts flashed across Merlin's mind. Even if he put aside the Blackfire King's guidance in terms of mind power, the Blackfire King was still a legend with a darkness maxim. His understanding of darkness-type spells was not inferior to the legend of darkness Oflers in the slightest. After all, having condensed a darkness maxim to its peak, his general power was the same. The only difference was that a darkness maxim had a different approach, and most spellcasters who had cultivated darkness-type spells would have comparatively stronger mind power. Perhaps this was why the Blackfire King focused on studying mind power. Teacher, be rest assured that there'll come a day where I'll improve the system of mind power masters, making your theory come true. Merlin's voice was solemn, and the Blackfire King smiled before he said slowly, that's right, what I've achieved for the system of mind power masters is only in theory. All that I can help you with is to simply point you into one direction. However, besides mind power, perhaps I can still assist you in other areas. A mysterious smile crossed the Blackfire King's lips, after which he stretched out a withered hand, and passed it gently over Merlin. Buzz! Merlin's entire body stiffened, following which darkness eye in his palm seemed to come under great pressure. The giant ghostly face abruptly formed over Merlin's head, and one could even see the wrath of the ghostly face. Whoosh! The Blackfire King made another vigorous gesture, and the blood-like darkness eye was forcibly extracted from Merlin's palm, coming into the Blackfire King's hand. Darkness eye. This is the most notorious technique of the legend of darkness Oflers. All who cultivated Darkness Eye are practically Oflers puppets. Once you've cultivated Darkness Eye to its 7th form, you won't be yourself anymore. Darkness Eye will retaliate completely, turning the spellcaster into a puppet instantly. Through all these years, under Ofler's hand, there had appeared a dozen or so individuals who had cultivated Darkness Eye to its 7th form, and finally, become Ofler's legendary puppets. What? Become a puppet? Merlin had gone through numerous shocks by now. He had always felt that Darkness Eye was rather odd, thinking that it was because it had absorbed too many negative emotions, resulting in a backlash. He did not expect that this was simply a trick by the legend of Darkness Oflers, whose intention was to turn spellcasters into his puppets. Darkness Eye is mystical indeed. Once cultivated to its 7th form, most great wizards can explode with the power of a legend. Therefore, Oflers has relied upon Darkness Eye to establish a troupe of relentless and fearless legendary puppets. He really has his tricks. However, for him to have targeted my disciple, I'll have to teach him a lesson. An icy glint flashed across the amiable face of the Blackfire King, following which his body emanated wisps of the Darkness Maxim which immediately engulfed Darkness Eye. Boom! Darkness Eye swelled up frantically, following which an image was projected from Darkness Eye, transforming into a black-caped spellcaster shrouded in darkness. So, it's the Blackfire King. Since this wizard is connected to the Blackfire King, naturally, I won't disturb him anymore. This projection was the legend of Darkness Oflers. He even gave Merlin a deep look before deciding to leave, but the Blackfire King laughed coldly. Oflers, you dare to touch even a disciple of mine. It seems like you no longer have any regard for me these days? The legend of Darkness Oflers was rather afraid of the Blackfire King. Even though Oflers was a great honored legend with a long-standing reputation, he was still junior to the Blackfire King. Great Blackfire King, surely Merlin wasn't your disciple before this? So what? Oflers, regardless of whether Merlin was my disciple before this, he's my disciple now. I'll keep this Maxim seed of yours as a form of restitution to Merlin. If you're unhappy about that, you can ask the arcane wizard to arbitrate." With that, the Black Fire King's hand flared up with a surging blaze. The flames were transparent, and one could only feel the fearsome heat. Under the scorching temperature, Ofla's expression changed quickly, even wailing loudly, "Black Fire King, you're too unreasonable. I'll bring this matter to the arcane wizard, Arg." The projection of Ofla's unleashed pitiful cries, following which it was burned to ashes by the flames, leaving only a mystical force. It was a darkness maxim cultivated to its peak. This darkness maxim was immediately inserted into Darkness Eye by the Black Fire King, following which he waved his hand and Darkness Eye was embedded once more into Merlin's palm. That maxim of Ofla's had cultivated Darkness Eye to its 6th form. This is a small gift to you. Darkness Eye can still be useful. With the 7th form, one can achieve the fighting powers of an ordinary legend. However, the 7th form isn't easy to cultivate. Ofla's had cast a wide net, and who knows how many spellcasters are cultivating Darkness Eye, but only a dozen or so have recently cultivated it to its 7th form. Merlin was nearly mad with ecstasy. He could feel the immense energy fluctuations of Darkness Eye, which was nearly on par with some great wizards at their peak. Even if it could not defeat the top great wizards, it was still Merlin's greatest weapon for now. "Thank you, teacher." Merlin knew that the Black Fire King had no qualms about offending the legend of Darkness Ofla's only for the sake of his disciple. "Merlin, you mustn't mention to anyone outside that you're my disciple. In truth, that teacher Zardo of yours isn't bad as well. 5 maxims, that's an extreme potential. Once he becomes an honored legend with the Terror Maxim, his battle prowess would only be second to a king. In addition, he's a 5-elemental spell caster, which is aligned with the spells you constructed, so he's suited to guide you. As for darkness-type spells, you can ask me. However, what you currently need is your own understanding. Other people, even honored legends, can only help you directly to a small extent." Merlin bobbed his head. He sensed that even honored legends could only guide him in the right direction. For concrete improvements, he would have to rely on his own understanding. "All right, it's time to leave. If you want to look me up for anything in the future, just talk to this rune, and I'll know immediately. However, the Void Zone has no space nor time, so this rune is useless there. You can only use it when you're in Arcane City." Merlin kept the Black Fire King's rune carefully, following which he bowed in respect again. Today, the Black Fire King had done him a huge favor. In his heart, the Black Fire King had risen to a level similar to Wizard Leo, both being teachers who had helped him immensely. "Go forth. I'll wait for the day when you'll perfect the system of mind power masters." The Black Fire King gazed warmly at Merlin before he waved his hand. A white light covered Merlin, and instantly transported him from the Mine Tower. Chapter 547, Leaving. Chapter 547, Leaving. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After returning, Merlin quickly held out his hand. Darkness Eye in his palm was still emitting traces of crimson light, appearing very peculiar. However, Merlin could clearly feel that the backlash of Darkness Eye from before had disappeared. Darkness Eye had indeed absorbed the negative energy and became stronger. However, there was no backlash whatsoever from the negative emotions. This was all thanks to the legend of Darkness Ofla's. Perhaps the conspiracy of Darkness Eye was no longer a secret among some powerful legends. Back then, when he was cut off from the world in the glorious land, he had even thought that the legend of Darkness Ofla's was dead. Who would have known that Darkness Eye was hiding such an astonishing secret? Fortunately, I met my teacher. Otherwise, I would be digging my own grave if I continued to cultivate Darkness Eye. Merlin felt slightly scared thinking about it now. The legend of Darkness Ofla's. "One day, I'll definitely repay you with thanks twice over for today." A trace of coldness flashed across Merlin's eyes. Although he did not meet the legend of Darkness Ofla's, Darkness Eye had put him in such danger that Merlin was naturally not comfortable. Darkness Eye is now comparable to some peak great wizards. Maybe there's still a gap from those top great wizards, but it shouldn't be that huge. Merlin felt the power in Darkness Eye. Although he hated Ofla's very much in his heart, he had to admire him for creating such a powerful special Pandora demon ability. It could even make a great wizard burst with an ordinary legend's power. This time, after returning from the Mind Tower, although his mind power had not significantly improved, his mind heart had already reached the 8th level. His mind power was comparable to some of the more powerful 9th level spellcasters. Under such a circumstance, Merlin's attempt to construct all 7th level spells was not that difficult. However, he still had to start constructing to know whether it could be done. Of course, Merlin had made up his mind never to construct spells in Arcane City. After all, he had just become a 6th level spellcaster. If he became a 7th level spellcaster in such a short amount of time, it would arouse suspicion even in Arcane City with his numerous talents. Even if there was just the slightest chance of arousing suspicion, Merlin would not risk it. The secret of the Matrix could only be known by him. Therefore, he planned to leave Arcane City and construct 7th level spells in a safe place. As for the specific place to go, Merlin already had an idea. When he was in the Kingdom of Black Moon, he had obtained 2-dimension coordinates. One was for Wizard Saitu, where he had obtained the Thunder Maxim. There was a specific dimension coordinate in it, but Wizard Saitu might still be inside, so it was not absolutely safe. The remaining one was naturally Ecuador's dimension. In the mysterious castle in Sub-Zero Snowfield, when Merlin had controlled the puppet in the castle, it also mentioned a specific dimension coordinate. Furthermore, this wizard Ecuador had most likely fallen, and this dimension was most likely an unknown dimension. As for what exactly had happened, Merlin had to go and find out for himself. After all, it had been such a long time, so anything could happen. However, before leaving, Merlin still had to wait for Legend Zardo's message as well as the release of the Black Cat Didymos into the vast Void Zone. With the Black Cat Didymos accompaniment, safety would naturally be greatly increased. For a month, Merlin had a rare period of quietness. He studied mind power every day, and had transformed various things. He even took the initiative to immerse himself in the illusion which he had weaved. His illusion was far inferior to the Blackfire King's and did not even seem real. However, Merlin was not discouraged. The path of a mind power master was inevitably tough. Now, he was just like a pioneer, and needed to explore the path slowly and bit by bit. "Merlin, come to my castle." Suddenly, the rune on Merlin's arm twinkled with threads of light, and transmitted Legend Zardo's voice. Merlin's heart rejoiced. He quickly stood up, and went directly to Legend Zardo's castle. "You came quickly." Seeing Merlin, Legend Zardo laughed, and stroked the Black Cat Didymos. There seemed to be a trace of sadness, but he finally let go of Didymos. Whoosh! Didymos jumped onto Merlin's shoulder, and as Merlin took a closer look, Didymos seemed to have gained some weight. In such a short period of time, Legend Zardo had let the Black Cat Didymos to eat well for it to have gained weight. Now, the Black Cat Didymos had become a fat cat, not just in name but in reality too. "Teacher Zardo, I want to leave Arcane City and wander into the Void Zone." Merlin hesitated for a moment before speaking. Now that Legend Zardo was his teacher, he naturally had to explain to Legend Zardo why he wanted to leave Arcane City. To wander? Legend Zardo was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at Merlin for a moment, and nodded thoughtfully. "So, you've already begun constructing 7th level spells. 7th level is indeed a threshold, hence you can't be careless. You may be able to derive the spells faster if you go out and wander." Legend Zardo's hand grabbed the air, and a ball of multicolored light appeared in his hands. The ball fluctuated between colors constantly, appearing exceptionally beautiful. "This is the imprint from condensing my 5 elemental maxim. I'll put it in your arm now. You can release it if you've encountered any danger. Even if it's legends with 2 or 3 maxims, it'll be able to repel them. However, the time will be very short. You'll have to grasp the opportunity and escape. Generally, the moment my maxim imprint appears, the other party would know it's me. I believe my name still has some effect in the entire spellcaster civilization." After Legend Zardo had said that, he hit the multicolored light on Merlin's arm. It looked like a faintly colored birthmark. Merlin sensed that as long as he willed it, he would be able to unleash this imprint. This was a method that Legend Zardo had given Merlin to save him, and also directly showed that Legend Zardo attached great importance to his disciple. "Thank you, Teacher Zardo." There was a ripple in Merlin's heart. Although Legend Zardo was very extreme in his actions, once someone became his disciple, he would be very protective of his disciple. Merlin, when you go, as my disciple, as long as you don't encounter any honored legends, you won't have to worry about anything. I'll bear the brunt of any serious trouble. All you have to do is remember not to disgrace me, understand? I understand. Merlin looked at the dignified and high-spirited Legend Zardo and felt slightly speechless. Was this not urging his disciple to look for trouble? However, this feeling was indeed quite comfortable. However, if you meet an honored legend, that'll be quite troublesome. Don't provoke any honored legends for now. Although he encouraged Merlin to get into trouble, Legend Zardo still knew what he could and could not handle. Merlin was quite speechless. How would it be that easy to meet an honored legend? Even after entering the Void Zone for so long, and arriving at Arcane City, it was only due to coincidence that he had met the honored legend, the Blackfire King in the Mine Tower. Due to occupying hundreds or thousands of dimensions, the entire spellcaster civilization had many legendary wizards. However, honored legends were still rare. Even hundreds of dimensions could not give birth to an honored legend. Teacher, I'll be cautious. Then go and quickly become a 7th level wizard. Legend Zardo waved Merlin away, and Merlin also respectfully bowed before leaving the castle. Then, Merlin communicated with the Blackfire King's imprint. Teacher, I'm preparing to leave Arcane City to wander into the Void Zone. The Void Zone? Come back to the Mine Tower first. Hence, Merlin went to the Mine Tower. Now that he had the Blackfire King's invitation, he did not need to spend adventure points, and went directly to the 16th floor. You want to wander? The Blackfire King raised his head and asked calmly. Yes, teacher. No one has walked the path of a Mind Power Master. If I want to perfect it, I can't just stay in one place. Only by wandering around can I perhaps get the opportunity to perfect the Mind Power Master's system. Besides, I'm still a spellcaster, and I need to construct spells. The Blackfire King interrupted Merlin before he could finish. He hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't have anything to give you, but I believe that Legend Zardo has already given you something to save yourself with. Some honored legends will also give Legend Zardo some face. Furthermore, you're also a potential wizard of Arcane City. With these two identities as well as that item that Legend Zardo had given you, ordinary spellcasters won't attack you with the intention of bullying the weak, so I can be relieved. However, if you encounter danger and Legend Zardo doesn't do anything, you can reveal that you're my disciple. Otherwise, you aren't allowed to tell anyone that you're my disciple, understand? Merlin's heart trembled. It seemed that the Blackfire King was very low profile, and was the polar opposite from Legend Zardo. Legend Zardo wanted everyone to know that Merlin was his disciple, while the Blackfire King did not want anyone to know that Merlin was his disciple. I understand. Alright, go. I hope the next you return to Arcane City, I'll be able to see your improvement. Merlin knew that the improvement the Blackfire King wanted to see was an improvement in the mind power system. Merlin could only nod, and then he was sent out of the Mine Tower after being wrapped with white light. Chapter 548, Devouring Insect Tribe. Chapter 548, Devouring Insect Tribe. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the boundless Void Zone, an extremely fast flying ship was flying at a steady pace. On the flying ship was a black-robed young wizard currently looking at a map while slightly frowning. Wizard Saitu's dimension is slightly nearer. The Ecuador dimension is too far. With the speed of the Aurora ship, it'll only be able to reach after flying for years. The wizard on the flying ship was Merlin, who had just left Arcane City. The map in his hand seemed to cover more than half of the dimensions of the spellcaster civilization. It could be considered to be an extremely comprehensive map. However, in the vast Void Zone, the dimensions the spellcaster civilization controlled was just a drop in the ocean, so there were many places and dimensions that were not indicated on the map. Merlin's current destination was not Wizard Saitu's dimension but the Shkadu's dimension on the way to Wizard Saitu's dimension. The Shkadu dimension, although its name sounded a little awkward, was based on how the Shkadu people in this dimension used to pronounce it. In the Malta language, Shkadu meant center. The Shkadu dimension was the center dimension. Just by looking at the name, one would know the importance of the Shkedu dimension. This time, Merlin's trip to the Shkedu dimension was to prepare for Wizard Saitu's dimension. His Mind Heart had most likely already reached 8th level Mind Heart, so his mind power should be enough to construct all 7th level spells. However, if Merlin wanted his strength to have a quantitative upgrade after reaching the 7th level, he had to cultivate every spell's fused Pandora Demon ability to their highest stage. Some fused Pandora Demon abilities would be able to naturally upgrade their power as long as the spell met the requirements, but most fused Pandora Demon abilities needed certain rare items to cultivate. In Arcane City, although there were various cultivation facilities, and could be considered as unrivaled, there were no exchanging of rare items. At most, it would be some things like casting tools or robes. As for rare items, they were usually bought from large-size dimensions, and the Shkedu dimension was one of the nearer large-size dimensions among Wizard Saitu's dimensions. Merlin's idea was to buy the rare items first, find a safe place to construct 7th level spells, increase the spell's power by fusing a Pandora Demon ability, and use the qualitative upgrade in the spell's power to finally wander into Wizard Saitu's dimension, and the Ecuador dimension to see if they were still in good condition or if anything new happened. My fused Pandora Demon abilities are still a little weak, Merlin murmured in a low voice. His fused Pandora Demon abilities were all obtained in the Glorious Land. They were either 2 or 3 staged, and some were even forcefully fused into spells, so their quality and power were unevenly matched. This was an obvious shortcoming of Merlin's spells. If he was like Saturn, and had a grand-honored legend with 4 Maxims as his teacher since he was young, then his fused Pandora Demon abilities would definitely be the best. Adding that to his perfect grade spells, his spell's power would be at least 30% stronger than it was now. However, on a spellcaster's path, not everything went according to one's wishes. Merlin's fused Pandora Demon abilities were indeed quite far behind when compared to a genius with a good background like Saturn, but he had the matrix to derive perfect grade spells for him, which also made up for it quite a bit. Thus, if he could purchase the required rare items needed to fuse Pandora Demon abilities, and raise them to the highest stage, then the spell's power should have a massive increase when Merlin became a 7th level spellcaster. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Merlin had been on the Aurora ship for half a year. From Arcane City to the Shkedu dimension, even if the Aurora ship flew at full speed, it would take at least half a year to reach. According to the mark on the dimension map, Merlin was not far away from the Shkedu dimension. He would be able to reach the Shkedu dimension after 3 days at most. Phew! This is so tiring. Merlin let out a long sigh. In this half-year on the Aurora ship, Merlin had been comprehending the illusory ability of mind power. If he wanted to make an illusion become real using mind power, he first had to make great progress in the illusion ability. Previously, the Blackfire King was able to pass off the false as reality, and Merlin did not even have any suspicion. That was naturally because the Blackfire King's mind power was strong, but it also showed that the Blackfire King was very accomplished in illusions. Merlin already had some ideas about how to change illusion to reality using mind power. First, his mind power must be extremely strong. Only a strong enough mind power would be able to support the illusion into becoming reality. Next, one needed to comprehend the essence of mind power. By understanding the entire process, it would be equivalent to succeeding half already. What Merlin was doing now was to understand and comprehend illusion. Only after he had thoroughly comprehended illusion would he be able to change it into reality. This was a very long and difficult process, and even Merlin did not know exactly how much time it would take. Would it be a few years or a few thousand years? Merlin was unsure whether he could even succeed. He was now a pioneer. Every step forward was an uncharted land which he had opened up and was of great significance. However, this road was doomed to be solitary, and could only be slowly explored by himself. Over the past 6 months, Merlin had not been doing useless work. He had indeed made great progress in illusion. It was not the illusion that darkness-type spells brought forward, but an illusion directly woven by Merlin's mind power. It was extremely realistic, and even ordinary spellcasters would not be able to discover it. Of course, if he wanted to reach the Blackfire King's level where even Merlin's mind power could not discover it, he still needed to put in a lot of effort. I should reach the Shkadu dimension in a few days. Then. Merlin was planning how he would buy rare items in the Shkadu dimension step by step when his Aurora ship lightly trembled. No matter how slight the tremor was, Merlin keenly felt it. There's movement up ahead? That was an elemental fluctuation. Is it a spellcaster using spells? Merlin's eyes narrowed, and he immediately stood up in alert. In the boundless void zone, the chances of encountering a spellcaster was extremely small, even if this area was controlled by spellcasters. It was like a vast universe. No matter how large a spaceship was, how low would the probability of encountering someone else? Thus, in the past 6 months Merlin was in the void zone. This was his first time encountering an elemental fluctuation. Driven by curiosity, Merlin steered the Aurora ship and flew rapidly toward the direction of the elemental fluctuation. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A large group of black beetles, almost hundreds of thousands of them, blanketed the scene as if forming a big net, and were whistling toward a source of white light in front. It's really those pesky bugs. Why am I unlucky as to encounter the devouring insect tribe? In the white light, a figure flew forward while staggering, but the insects were extremely quick, and formed a large net to block the figure in the white light. Wizard Loose had already somewhat lost hope. To come across the devouring insect tribe in the vast void zone was truly superb luck. The devouring insect tribe was also called the Dimension Plague. They were born to live from dimension to dimension. The tribe's hive mind could live and grow parasitically in a dimension, and finally create countless devouring insects that would slowly gnaw at the entire dimension until nothing was left. Thus, the devouring insect tribe was called the Plague of the Dimensions. The devouring insect tribe was extremely terrifying, but fortunately, their numbers were small. That was because the lifespan of those insects was very short, only 100 years long. They relied on dimensions to live, so if there were none, they could even starve to death. The distance between many dimensions was very far, and with the insect's flying speed, it might take hundreds of years to reach a faraway dimension. By then, they would have long starved to death. It was also precisely because of this that the devouring insect tribe numbers were small. Encountering them in the vast void zone really was extremely unlikely. However, Wizard Loose was precisely that unlucky. He had almost reached the Shkadu dimension, but he ended up encountering the devouring insect tribe. Fortunately, this group was not extremely strong. The hive mind seemed to have just reached the 9th level, so the insects would all generally be the 7th or 8th level. However, under a hive mind's guidance, a large group of insects could exhibit terrifying power. Even some strong 9th level spellcasters would be trapped and surrounded, and finally be devoured. Wizard Loose had sacrificed a good amount of casting tools as well as some powerful defensive runic magic circles to get to where he was, and finally stumbled close to the Shkadu dimension. Once in the Shkadu dimension, those devouring insects that seemed to still be in their infancy stage would pose little threat, and be easily destroyed by some great wizards. However, it was a pity that Wizard Loose seemed to have run out of resources, and could no longer break free from the devouring insect tribe. Damn it, what do I do? What do I do? Those loathsome bugs will eat me until nothing remains. Wizard Loose's expression was full of anxiety. Suddenly, a golden light in front flew over at breakneck speed. Whoosh! The golden light suddenly stopped, and a black-robed wizard flew out from the flying ship. Wizard Loose immediately rejoiced. It was as if he found an oasis in the desert. However, he became disappointed just as quickly. He looked carefully, and discovered that this black-robed wizard was weak to the point of being pitiful. He was only a 6th level spell caster. Loose was slightly disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his attitude. He still had an idea, so he shouted toward the black-robed wizard, "The wizard over there, I'm Wizard Loose from the Shkadu dimension. I happen to encounter this hateful devouring insect tribe, but they're currently at their weakest infancy stage. Your flying ship is very fast, and these insects won't be able to keep up. I implore you to hurry into the Shkadu dimension, and call for a great wizard. I'm willing to give you 1,000,000 elemental crystal stones as a reward." 1,000,000 elemental crystal stones were almost 2/3 of Wizard Loose's wealth that he had accumulated for several hundred years. However, in order to survive, he could only suffer financial losses. However, after Wizard Loose had finished speaking, he noticed that the black-robed wizard was indifferent, and showed no signs of leaving. Wizard Loose became worried, and said through gritted teeth, "The wizard over there, if you're willing to go to the Shkadu dimension and call for help, I'll give you an additional 200,000 elemental crystal stones." Wizard Loose gnashed his teeth. In order to live, he was prepared to spend money in large amounts. He had already taken out most of his wealth. However, the black-robed wizard still showed no sign of leaving, and instead approached forward. "If you give me 1,200,000 elemental crystal stones, then I won't have to go to the Shkadu dimension anymore." The black-robed wizard looked at the stupefied Wizard Loose, and revealed a calm smile. Chapter 549, Pavilion of Rarities. Chapter 549, Pavilion of Rarities. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The black-robed wizard was Merlin, who came from afar. He naturally knew how famous the devouring insect tribe in front of him was. However, as the trapped wizard said, these insects were still in their infancy stage, and were not strong at all. Endless Flame. Merlin took a step forward, and his body burst into ferocious flames. The might of Merlin's 6th-level spell could already rival a 9th-level spell. Perhaps it was nothing much before the dense devouring insect tribe, but Merlin still had another move. What? Hurry up and go. Those are devouring insects. Even if they're in their infancy stage, they're not something that you can handle. Hurry and go to the Shkadu dimension and call for a great wizard. Loose became very worried when he saw Merlin acted directly. He was anxious that if Merlin died, there would be no hope for him anymore. Is that so? Merlin looked at the insects that were surrounded by the flames. His fire-type spell indeed could not do anything against these insects, but very quickly, sounds of thunder started to rumble in the vast void zone. Boom! Countless peals of lightning roared down, turning into an electric net, and mercilessly fell on Endless Fire. The flames and electricity formed a perfect fusion and emitted a dreadful force. Explode! Merlin shouted softly, and a white light immediately rumbled, almost lighting up several hundred meters of the void zone. The terrifying shock wave spread in all directions without restraint. As for the dense devouring insect tribe, they no longer emitted any sound. They were completely reduced into ash by the fused spell's explosive shock wave. Whoosh! Merlin cast a wind-type spell to blow away some of the smoke generated from the explosion. The insects have all but completely disappeared, and all that was left was Wizard Loose's astonished face. Merlin walked toward Wizard Loose and said calmly, "It's time to honor your promise. 1,200,000 elemental crystal stones." Ah! Wizard Loose returned to his senses. He looked at Merlin with flashing eyes and knew that the wizard before him was a true spellcaster genius from the legends. The kind of demonic super genius who was able to surpass several challenges. Merlin was only a 6th-level spellcaster, but when he handled the horrible devouring insect tribe, he looked relaxed, and dealt with them easily. Only demonic geniuses could have that kind of power. Of course, I won't go back on my word. After the excitement, Wizard Loose's heart was filled with bitterness. 1,200,000 elemental crystal stones. He had accumulated them over hundreds of years, but now they were all gone. Although his heart ached, he was already very lucky to preserve his life. Thus, Wizard Loose very willingly gave the 1,200,000 elemental crystal stones over to Merlin. Merlin kept the elemental crystal stones inside his ring, and revealed a smile. He never thought that he would be able to get such a large sum of easy money, after almost reaching the Shkadu dimension. His purpose at the Shkadu dimension this time was to buy some rare items, and he did have a lot of elemental crystal stones. However, no one knew how much those rare items would cost, so the more elemental crystal stones he had, the better. Then, when Loose found out that Merlin wanted to go to the Shkadu dimension, he volunteered to be Merlin's guide. Since Merlin was not familiar with the Shkadu dimension, having a wizard as a guide would help him avoid a lot of trouble. Thus, the two wizards chatted while flying toward the Shkadu dimension. It's bustling. Merlin stood outside the Shkadu dimension, and watched the many spellcasters going to and fro, and said with deep emotion. He had not seen such a lively scene ever since he entered the void zone. The Shkadu dimension in front of him had countless flying ships constantly entering and exiting. There were also some spellcasters, but the lowest of them were of the 7th level, and they were driving some stronger spellcasters. Otherwise, it would be difficult to enter the dimension. There was even fewer spellcaster below the 7th level like Merlin. Wizard Luce, who was acting as Merlin's guide, said proudly, "That's natural. I've been in the Shkadu dimension since I was young, so I know it like the back of my hand." The entire Shkadu dimension is basically equivalent to a huge trade city. The spellcasters coming and going into the Shkadu dimension span from hundreds of dimensions. Even some great honored legends sometimes come to the Shkadu dimension to see if there's anything they need. Then, the two flew into the Shkadu dimension together. Although there were many spellcasters in this huge dimension, there were also many elements. In fact, it was rich in elements, and was a very suitable dimension for spellcasters. Along the way, Wizard Luce had introduced the Shkadu dimension in a non-stop babble. He pointed at a group of spellcasters, and said proudly, "The number of spellcasters in the Shkadu dimension are countless. Roughly speaking, there are at least 1 billion of them. In addition to the large amount of spellcasters, some ordinary Shkedians have completely assimilated into the spellcaster civilization, and have become no different from us, spellcasters. Moreover, we even produced 3 honored legends as well as dozens of ordinary legends." Wizard Luce's detailed explanation of the Shkadu dimension made Merlin wonder. Honored legends were exceedingly rare, and generally, hundreds of dimensions might not even give birth to an honored legend. However, in just one Shkadu dimension, they had produced 2 honored legends in addition to hundreds of ordinary legends. That was very strange. However, it might have something to do with the many spellcasters gathered in the Shkadu dimension. By the way, Wizard Merlin, you must remember that the Shkadu dimension doesn't prohibit casting spells. Fighting at close quarters is also allowed, but the buildings here mustn't be damaged. If you enter any building, you can't make any more moves, otherwise, you'll be killed by the Shkadu dimension's law enforcement department. Wizard Luce said this with a solemn expression. This law enforcement department was the force that controlled the entire Shkadu dimension. The strongest among them were 9 honored legends, and 2 were honored legends from the Shkadu dimension. The large Shkadu dimension had naturally attracted countless resources, and gathered countless spellcasters. Honored legends from outside would also naturally wanted to occupy it. Thus, after fighting and compromising, the remaining 9 honored legends formed the law enforcement department, and recruited some ordinary legends to jointly maintain the prosperity of the Shkadu dimension. Fighting in the Shkadu dimension did not mean anything, but if it involved buildings or entering a shop to kill someone, that would go against the dimension's rules. Even some great legends did not dare to violate the rules. Once, there were 3 powerful legends who killed a great wizard in the Shkadu dimension. In the end, an honored legend personally acted, and killed him in one shot. From then on, even great legends had to obey the Shkadu dimension's rules. Merlin also nodded. Such rules were reasonable. Without these rules, the Shkadu dimension would become chaotic, and it would affect its prosperity. Wizard Luce, I need to buy some rare items to cultivate fused Pandora demon abilities. Do you know where I should look? Merlin did not conceal anything, and said he wanted to buy rare items. Oh. So, Wizard Merlin is also making plans for constructing 7th level spells. If you're looking for rare items, then the most suitable place would be the Pavilion of Rarities. That place specializes in selling powerful Pandora demon abilities as well as its corresponding rare items. They're very diverse and have almost everything. I believe that Wizard Merlin won't be disappointed. Then, I'll have to trouble Wizard Luce to lead the way. Merlin then followed Wizard Luce and flew toward the Pavilion of Rarities. Merlin looked closely at his fused Pandora demon abilities. Currently, he had Flash Wind, Fiery Collapse, Darkness Heart, Thunder Fury, Binding Ice, and Fuse Earth. Some of them, such as Fiery Collapse, Thunder Fury, Binding Ice, and Fuse Earth, needed rare items while Flash Wind and Darkness Heart did not. Once he had constructed 7th level spells, and practiced more, the power of his Pandora demon abilities would naturally increase. As Merlin was carefully coming through his fused Pandora demon abilities, they reached the Pavilion of Rarities. Standing in front of the pavilion were 2 beautiful great wizards. Majestic great wizards were designated as gatekeepers. Merlin shook his head helplessly. It seemed that in this prosperous dimension, everything could be measured with elemental crystal stones. Even Luce once joked that he could buy a great female legend for a day as long as he could afford it. Of course, that was only a joke. It was difficult to say if there really was something like that. Even if there was, the price would definitely be unimaginable. Respected wizards, is there anything you two need? A beautiful female great wizard quickly stepped forward, and asked respectfully. Merlin frowned. If this was anywhere else, a lofty great wizard with a grand position would never act like this, and have a respectful attitude toward a low-level wizard like Merlin. However, in the prosperous Shkadu dimension, it seemed like everything changed. This is the list of all the rare items I want. Does your pavilion of rarities have them? Merlin directly made a list of every rare item he needed. The female great wizard revealed a smile after reading the list. These are all very ordinary rare items. For example, the Bright Thunder Stone is a rare item for cultivating Thunder Fury, and the Millennium Lava Heart is a rare item for cultivating Fuse Earth. Our pavilion of rarities has all the rare items in this list. However, with all due respect, these Pandora Demon abilities aren't strong Pandora Demon abilities. Their powers are all very mediocre. If you cultivate these fused Pandora Demon abilities to the 7th level, there might be a large impact on its strength. What do you mean? Can I recultivate Pandora Demon abilities? Merlin frowned, and he coldly looked at the female wizard in front of him. Merlin's weakness was indeed just his fused Pandora Demon abilities. Since these Pandora Demon abilities were all obtained in the Kingdom of Black Moon, they were completely incomparable to the spellcasters in the Void Zone. More importantly, each spell type could only cultivate one fused Pandora Demon ability. Merlin had no more chance to reconstruct other Pandora Demon abilities anymore. Chapter 550, Advancing to the 7th Level. Chapter 550, Advancing to the 7th Level. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The female wizard looked at Merlin, and laughed softly. Of course, you can. However, that requires dispelling water. Dispelling water is only produced in a strange dimension and is controlled by a certain great king. Every bit of dispelling water costs a fortune. However, once it's consumed, the fused Pandora Demon ability in previous spells can be removed, and you can recultivate stronger Pandora Demon abilities. Merlin's eyes brightened. He had never imagined that there would be such a miraculous treasure. At present, his most obvious weakness was his fused Pandora Demon abilities. The fused Pandora Demon abilities he found in the Kingdom of Black Moon were generally not that strong. There were some that were not even perfect, and had many defects. If he had dispelling water, he would be able to recultivate Pandora Demon abilities. At that time, this obvious weakness would become an advantage, and he would be no inferior to the genius wizards who were taught by great legends since childhood. How many elemental crystal stones does dispelling water cost? Merlin asked softly. If the price was appropriate, he would not mind using dispelling water to recultivate Pandora Demon abilities. Dispelling water is costly, but it's extremely worthy. Each type of dispelling water only requires 10 million elemental crystal stones. If you use dispelling water and recultivate your Pandora Demon abilities, I believe that the power of your spells will be greatly improved. The female wizard said enthusiastically. However, no matter how passionate she was, she could not hide the high cost of dispelling water. 10 million elemental crystal stones were only enough to buy one type. If Merlin wanted to dispel the fused Pandora Demon abilities of his 6 elemental spells, he would need 6 bottles of dispelling water, which was at least 6 million elemental crystal stones. That was an astronomical sum. After all, even those great legends only had about 10 million elemental crystal stones in their families. Many top great wizards would only have 10 million elemental crystal stone after accumulating them for hundreds of years. Wizard Luce, as a 9th level spell caster, had only accumulated 1 million or so elemental crystal stones over hundreds of years, not even 2 million. However, one bottle of dispelling water cost 10 million elemental crystal stones. Who were they selling to? Great wizards and above spellcasters no longer needed dispelling water to cultivate their Pandora Demon abilities. The only wizards who could afford the price were honored legends above top great wizards. However, dispelling water was of no use to them. The spellcasters who wanted to buy dispelling water to recultivate their Pandora demon abilities were not able to afford it, but it was still being sold at such an exorbitant price. Merlin wondered how dispelling water could be sold. Seeing Merlin still remained unmoved, the female wizard hurriedly explained, "The price of 10 million elemental crystal stones is already quite cheap. After all, the last time we auctioned off dispelling water, one bottle fetched 12 million elemental crystal stones. The truth is, most of these bottles are bought by honored legends. If they took a fancy to a disciple, they can buy dispelling water to let their disciples recultivate stronger fused Pandora demon abilities." Merlin nodded. That was also a possibility. Nevertheless, looking at the price tag, even if his heart was moved, he had no other thoughts. He could not afford such a steep price at all. "Forget it. Just collect these items for me," Merlin told the female wizard. He could still afford these rare items, but dispelling water was far beyond Merlin's capability. "Very well, please wait a moment." The female wizard was slightly disappointed, but she did not hold many expectations in the first place. After all, not everyone could afford dispelling water. It would be considered lucky to sell one bottle in 10 years. After a moment, the female wizard took out a spatial ring containing some of the rare items Merlin needed. "These rare items aren't that expensive, and only cost a total of 300,000 elemental crystal stones. As for the remainder, our pavilion of rarities has expunged them, so the total is only 300,000 elemental crystal stones." 300,000 elemental crystal stones? That's not expensive. Merlin also knew the approximate price of these rare items, so he happily took out 300,000 elemental crystal stones. Before he left, the female wizard did not forget to make one final push, and said gently, "Dispelling water can dispel fused Pandora demon abilities even before there's a fused spell model. If you need it, the price can still be negotiated. The price of every bottle of dispelling water can be decreased by 1 million elemental crystal stones." Merlin smiled but said nothing as he knew the steep prices of dispelling water. However, no matter how high it was, it would at least be 8 million elemental crystal stones. This was not a small sum for any spellcaster. As for Merlin, he had dropped that thought long ago. After leaving the Pavilion of Rarities, Merlin needed to find a safe place to construct spells and try to rise to a 7th level spellcaster. Thus, he said to Wizard Luce, "Bring me to a safe residence." Wizard Luce nodded and said, "Generally, everywhere in the Shkadu dimension is safe. No one dares to disobey the rules." Thus, Wizard Luce brought Merlin to a secluded courtyard. Merlin temporarily stayed at the place for a month and spent 20,000 elemental crystal stones. Although it was considered costly, the environment was good. "Wizard Merlin, I live not far from here. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to find me." Wizard Luce had accompanied Merlin for most of the day, so when Merlin had settled down, he quickly turned around, and left. Merlin returned to the house, appraised the place, and casually sat down. His current mind-heart had already reached the 8th level, and his mind power was also comparable to some ordinary 9th level spellcasters. Logically, it was enough to let him construct all 7th level spells. However, whether he could really construct them, he had to simulate a 7th level spell model before saying for sure. Thus, Merlin silently activated the Matrix. Since the Matrix had absorbed too many maxims in Legend Zardo's Maxim subspace, its storing energy could be said to be terrifying. It would not be a problem to derive all 7th level spells. Matrix, derive 7th level darkness type spells. Merlin let the Matrix derive 7th level darkness type spells first. After all, darkness-type spells required the most amount of mind power. Merlin was also confident that his current mind power would be able to construct all 7th level spells. The Matrix started rapidly deriving the spells, and its storage energy also started to decrease. The special energy needed to derive 7th level spells was at least several times more than for 6th level spells. Beep, derivation completed. Very quickly, the Matrix had completed its spell derivation. Merlin quickly looked at them. Deriving darkness-type spells have always been more difficult. Perhaps it was because the number of darkness-type spells in the Matrix's database was lesser, hence, the darkness-type spells derived were also lesser. However, there were still a couple of perfect-grade spells with 100% compatibility. Merlin chose one of them. Since he had the Matrix for deriving spells, he did not have to worry about the process at all. What he needed to do now was simulate the spell model in his awareness. After spending 3 days, Merlin finally succeeded simulating the first 7th level spell model. The moment the simulation succeeded, the surrounding darkness element seemed to turn into a viscous liquid, and enveloped Merlin. Merlin clearly felt that the 7th level spells were different from the spells from before. It was a faint feeling of a deeper understanding of the darkness element. So, spell models have this function as well. It can help in comprehending the essence of elements. Merlin muttered under his breath while thinking carefully. The spellcaster system had existed for a long time. Although the Malta Empire collapsed more than 3,600 years ago, that did not mean that the spellcasters only had a history of around 3,000 years. The Malta Empire was simply the era where the spellcasters were at their most brilliant in the glorious land. Before that, spellcasters could have already appeared for 10,000 years. Over a long period of time, countless spellcasters had almost completely perfected the spellcaster system. Merlin had always thought that the purpose of a spell model was to absorb and transform elements into magical power before casting the spell, and unleashing great destructive power. However, it was not until simulating a 7th level spell now that Merlin realized the true purpose of a spell model was to help spellcasters slowly comprehend the essence of elements. The spellcasters also slowly formed a system from scratch. If an ordinary wizard wanted to directly comprehend the essence of elements, how difficult would that be? It could not be ruled out that such wizard did not exist, but they were few and far in between, and there might not even be one in 10,000 years. Therefore, most wizards had to gradually understand the essence of elements through constructing spell models one step at a time, following the spell models as they grew stronger, and construction became more complicated. By the time they construct 9th level spell models, most spellcasters would have a certain understanding of the elements. Those with slightly stronger comprehension would be able to fuse spell models, and become a great wizard. Furthermore, they would be able to completely comprehend the essence of the elements, condense maxims, and become great legends. Compared with spell models below the 7th level spell models had a qualitative improvement. Merlin immediately understood the real function of the spell models. Of course, Merlin did not understand much about the elements. He had just realized the use of spell models, and he had to slowly increase his comprehension. However, he roughly measured the mind power needed to simulate 7th level darkness-type spell models, and found that with his current mind power, he could completely simulate 6 7th level spells. Thinking of this, Merlin stopped hesitating, and let the Matrix begin to derive the remaining 5 7th level spell models. Day by day passed, and after around 20 days, Merlin's body trembled, and emitted an intense elemental fluctuation that carried an oppressive force. 7th level. In the Shkadu dimension, Merlin had finally become a 7th level spellcaster. Chapter 551, Legend Sith. Chapter 551, Legend Sith. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 7th level spellcaster. Merlin had finally reached the 7th level. This was very important to a spellcaster because only after reaching the 7th level could someone be considered a high-level spellcaster. It was from the 7th level onward that spellcasters begin to slowly understand the essence of elements, and embark on the path of becoming a great legend. Whether it was the 7th level, 8th level or 9th level great wizards, they were mostly comprehending the essence of elements, and accumulating power to become a great legend. Phew! Merlin let out a long breath of air. His 7th level spells had been completely finalized. Almost every spell had its strength increased slightly from the foundations of the previous spells. More importantly, comprehending the essence of elements was not something that happened overnight. It took a long amount of time. Now to start cultivating Pandora demon abilities. Merlin finally felt the spell model before taking out the rare items obtained from the Pavilion of Rarities, and started to cultivate fused Pandora demon abilities. 7th level spells generally cultivated the final form of fused Pandora demon abilities, which were also the strongest form. Now, with the pure power of the 7th level perfect grade spells, it was already comparable to 9th level spells. If amplified with a Pandora demon ability, it would reach the degree of an extremely high 9th level spell in an instant. At that time, if 3 types of spells were fused, it might even match great wizards. This would completely be Merlin's own power. It would be his strongest move besides God-binding Disc and Darkness Eye. Unfortunately, his fused Pandora demon abilities were not the strongest. Otherwise, with 3 types of spells fused, it might even truly rival great wizards. Merlin's heart was slightly moved. Then, he adjusted his thoughts and started cultivating Pandora demon abilities. 1 day, 2 days. Each day, Merlin's residence seemed to be enveloped in a layer of light, consisting of 7 colors. It was the converging elements which formed this special phenomenon. When Merlin cultivated his Pandora demon ability, the spell models also automatically absorbed and refined elements into magical power. Thus, such a magical phenomenon occurred. Cultivating Pandora demon abilities were not too complicated or difficult. With rare items, it took half the effort of cultivation to get twice the results. Every time Merlin had completed cultivating a type of Pandora demon ability, he felt his spell's powers increase vastly. Phew! Finally done! A few days later, after Merlin had consumed all the rare items, he held out a hand and a transparent flame immediately appeared in his hand. This was the 3rd form of fiery collapse. It became like this after fusing it into a fire-type spell, and its strength gained a substantial increase in power. The further a perfect grade spell goes, the stronger it gets. It can actually be bursting in such a terrifying power. Merlin was also slightly surprised with the effect of the perfect grade spell. At the 4th and 5th level, perfect grade spells were only slightly stronger than excellent grade spells. However, after reaching the 7th level, the power of a perfect grade spell increased several times. Coupled with the fused Pandora demon abilities, Merlin's spell power had been greatly increased. Currently, he could become a demonic wizard just by relying on his spells alone. Merlin also felt extremely satisfied, and considered leaving the Shkadu dimension to venture into Wizard Saitu's dimension. Is Wizard Merlin here? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from outside the door. Merlin used his mind power to check, and it was surprisingly the only wizard he knew in the Shkadu dimension, Wizard Luce. Creak! Merlin opened the gate and greeted Wizard Luce. Wizard Luce, please come in. Is there anything you need? Merlin was still relatively at ease toward Wizard Luce. Although Wizard Luce looked somewhat weak, he kept his promises, and even helped Merlin to buy items from the Pavilion of Rarities. He was also very warm-hearted. Merlin was even considering giving Luce some benefits. He had a few casting tools that were of no use to him, but they might be very useful to Wizard Luce. Wizard Merlin, there's great news. Great news? Merlin revealed an expression of surprise, and Luce smiled before continuing. Well, since I was trapped by the devouring insect tribe previously, my assets have become almost empty. Not only have I lost my casting tools, but even the elemental crystal stones I've accumulated were also given to Wizard Merlin as a gesture of thanks. These days, I've been paying attention to things that pay well but aren't too dangerous. Finally, a few days ago, I was introduced to something good by my friend, which is to help a great legend conquer a dimension. To be more specific, it's more like cleaning up a battlefield. It's very easy, but each wizard will earn 100 elemental crystal stones, and I immediately thought of you, Wizard Merlin. How about it? This is a good opportunity that can only be encountered and not sought. Help a great legend conquer a dimension? There should be some dangers, right? Merlin looked at Wizard Luce with a smile that did not seem like a smile. He saw through Wizard Luce's intention at a glance. He was just trying to drag Merlin along with him for his own protection. After all, Wizard Luce was very clear about Merlin's strength, which could rival a great wizard's. With Merlin by his side, if he encountered any danger, it would be easily dealt with. Wizard Luce's expression was also slightly awkward. He naturally knew that his plan had been seen through by Merlin. However, he took it in stride and nodded. To be quite honest, there'll be some danger but not much. There's a natural god in that dimension, but its strength is relatively weak, only equivalent to a legend with one maxim. This time, it's Legend Sith who had formed two maxims. He's responsible for dealing with those gods, and some strong believers will be dealt with by the great wizards he had recruited. We'll be going up against a few of the gods' low-level believers, and belong to the cleanup unit. There generally won't be any danger. Seeing Wizard Luce so eager to obtain the reward of 100,000 elemental crystal stones, Merlin considered, and decided to put Saitu Dimension aside for now, and might as well help Luce out. Besides, he wanted to see what a battle between a great legend and a god would be like. All right. When is this? Seeing that Merlin had finally agreed, Wizard Luce sighed in relief and said happily, in 3 days. I'll come here first, and then go with you. Merlin nodded, and after chatting for a while, Wizard Luce bade him farewell, and left the residence. Invading a dimension? Very well, let's see exactly how spellcasters occupy a dimension. If Wizard Saitu had fallen, and the Saitu dimension had no master now, Merlin planned to enter the Saitu dimension, and control it. No matter what, it would bring huge benefits to his understanding of the essence of elements. For some weaker spellcasters such as great wizards, they might never become great legends through conventional means. However, if they took some risks and tried their luck, they might occasionally encounter a masterless dimension that has elements while wandering the void zone. Furthermore, the god might not be born yet, so they would be able to occupy that dimension, and then use the elemental origin in the dimension to comprehend the essence of elements. Occasionally, it would form a maxim and they would become a great legend. However, spellcasters who had succeeded this way was too few in number. Not mentioning whether they could come across a masterless dimension. Even if they did, dimensions that did not have gods were simply just too few. Most dimensions are secretly occupied by a great legend who had fallen unexpectedly, and those who encountered such a masterless dimension would profit greatly. Merlin also planned to do that. He would first see how Wizard Sith occupied a dimension, so he would be able to occupy dimensions better in the future. Whoosh whoosh. The figures of two spellcasters swiftly flew to an area in the void zone. In this vast and empty area, there were a dozen or so other spellcasters gathered, some great wizards and some normal 9th level spellcasters. Wizard Merlin, we'll wait for a moment. This is the place designated by Legend Sith, but it seems he isn't here yet. The two figures were Merlin and Wizard Luce. The two had arrived at the place designated by Legend Sith, and waited quietly. Some of the other spellcasters calmly looked at Merlin and Luce when they had arrived, but did not say anything. After a few hours, several spellcasters arrived again. Merlin glanced over, and saw that there were approximately 50 spellcasters. Among them, 15 were great wizards, and 35 were 8th and 9th level spellcasters. They were all spellcasters recruited by Legend Sith. Great wizards would receive 500,000 elemental crystal stones each, and those below Great Wizard would receive 100,000 elemental crystal stones. The difference was huge. A great legend recruiting many spellcasters to conquer a dimension was very normal. That was because a dimension without master usually had natural gods, and these gods had some powerful believers. If it was just a legendary wizard alone, no one knew how long it would take to completely control the entire dimension. However, by enlisting a few strong powerful wizards, they would be able to completely destroy the gods' forces in the shortest amount of time, and control the dimension in the quickest way possible. This was the method of many legends. Normally, if a legend discovered a dimension, they would leave behind a unique mark or life force. Besides plunderers, great legends who had agreed and signed the Legends Accord would not be able to enter the dimension even if they had found it. That was how Wizard Sith was able to boldly recruit spellcasters in the Shkadu dimension to conquer a dimension. He must have already left his life force and imprint behind in that dimension without master. Come quick, Legend Sith is here. The wizards gradually started to stir up. From afar, a monumental castle-like casting tool slowly flew toward here. Using such a gigantic casting tool must require an enormous amount of magical energy. An ordinary great wizard would be unable to use it. Only great legends using the power of maxims would be able to easily use it. Boom! The monumental castle-like flying object slowly stopped, and a blue-robed spellcaster flew out, whose body emitted a suffocating and large life force. Traces of the maxim's power surrounded his body, emitting an aura that he was a great legend. Looks like everyone's here. Alright, sign the agreement first. Legend Sith's cold gaze swept the crowd, and with a wave of his hand, he took out a large black contract from his ring while quietly floating in mid-air. Chapter 552, Weak Civilizations. Chapter 552, Weak Civilizations. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sign a contract? Merlin shot a puzzled look at the large sheet of contract paper. Its contents were simple, generally outlining how those who helped Legend Sith in taking over the dimension must not attack each other during this time, and so on. Wizard Merlin must not have seen this before. In the Shkadu dimension, great legends would occasionally stumble across a masterless dimension, and enlist the help of some spellcasters. For safety reasons, they would naturally have to sign a contract. Otherwise, no one would feel secure. Wizard Luce explained softly by Merlin's side. The provisions of this contract were comprehensive, even stipulating that after Merlin had completed his tasks, he would receive the contract's protection for a period subsequent to leaving the dimension. Since he knew that the contract was something that would benefit him, Merlin did not hesitate, and immediately carved his mind imprint upon the contract paper. The contract instantly came into effect. Many spellcasters were treating this routinely. It looked like they were already familiar with these procedures. All right, the contracts are signed. According to the rules, I'll pay all of you with elemental crystal stones first. With a great wave of Legend Sith's hand, a large number of elemental crystal stones split into 50 portions, flying toward each wizard. Great wizards received 500,000 elemental crystal stones, while those below great wizards only received 100,000 elemental crystal stones. Just for recruiting spellcasters, Legend Sith had paid 11 million elemental crystal stones. This was practically the entire fortune of most legends. If it was not to seize a dimension, Legend Sith would not have paid such a huge price. We've got our 100,000 elemental crystal stones. Be careful when we're in the dimension, and we should be able to complete things quickly. Wizard Luce kept the elemental crystal stones into his spatial ring in a pleased manner. Following that, everyone entered Legend Sith's casting tool, which was as colossal as a castle, and immediately headed toward a strange new region. After an unknown period of time, Legend Sith stopped and said in a low voice, "We've arrived. Everyone, disembark and get ready." The gigantic castle swung open its door, and all 50 spellcasters flew out, looking at their surroundings curiously. Some spellcasters even took out their dimension maps, trying to locate their position. Merlin and Wizard Luce were also referring to a dimension map. On the map, this region was simply a patch of black, which meant that no spellcasters had set foot here before. If Legend Sith had succeeded, then this location would be carved upon the dimension map. In other words, most of the areas on the dimension map were in fact pioneered by great legends. That's the dimension discovered by Legend Sith. Wizard Luce pointed at a flat, large dimension before them which was enveloped in an intense radiance. From the looks of it, it was about the same size as the Mogan dimension. Everyone, I'll give you a brief explanation of the situation in this dimension. Legend Sith continued softly. In this new dimension, there are a few 100 million people, but they're governed by a god. This god calls himself the Satsuma god and has many powerful believers who provide him with a rich source of power through faith. Fortunately, he hasn't been born for long, only 2,000 or 3,000 years. With such a short time, the amount of divinity he's consolidated must not be much. I'll suppress him myself, and your job is to wipe out those powerful believers under Satsuma God's command. Legend Sith's words were met with silent nods from the spellcasters. 2,000 or 3,000 years was a long time to spellcasters. Most spellcasters, to start off as an entrance-level wizard to become a great legend, would only need a few centuries. A millennium was long enough, let alone 2 or 3. Nonetheless, to the natural gods born in dimensions, 2,000 or 3,000 years was rather brief. Most powerful gods would use 10,000 years at least, as a single unit of calculation. Those gods were the truly fearsome ones, formidable enough to be a match for honored legends. This Satsuma god of 2,000 or 3,000 years was at best the lowliest type of god, only comparable to a great legend with one maxim. Legend Sith was rather assured that he could suppress a god like this. Very well, follow me into the dimension. Presently, Legend Sith stored his castle, and led the 50 powerful spellcasters to enter the dimension in a bold and direct manner. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, these figures appeared in the vast sky. The warm sunshine lighted up the land, turning everything golden. At the moment, it was still early morning in this dimension, and there was a faint chill in the air. Merlin noticed that this dimension mostly consisted of broad swathes of ocean and forest, but cities had also been established in a few places with favorable conditions. Civilization was blooming, but this civilization was merely in its beginning stages. In particular, it was ruled by the Satsuma god, and the people had become slaves, from which the Satsuma god drew his faith. To the god, the believers were in fact slaves. Do you see that massive, floating continent? That's the Satsuma god's shrine. Most of the powerful believers are there. All of you, destroy their shrines, and kill every powerful believer. As for me, I'll personally suppress the Satsuma god. An excited look brightened Legend Sith's eyes, following which he pointed forward. Instantly, a massive storm materialized in the sky, whistling as it swept toward the floating continent. Ha ha, this is a masterless dimension. Anything we retrieve from these natives belongs to us. Kill! I haven't seen a dimension without a master for so long. I hope this time I'll find some rare items. These natives are all idiots, using rare items as everyday objects. They don't know how to use them correctly. After seeing Legend Sith had attacked, these spellcasters burst with excitement. Although there were dangers in entering a masterless dimension, and waging war alongside a great legend, was it not an opportunity for these spellcasters? Wizard Merlin, let's move quickly or the good stuff will be gone. As we're entering a masterless dimension, this is the only way we'll profit besides receiving remuneration from the great legend. Wizard Luce's eyes were faintly red with desire, and he rushed forward along with the other spellcasters toward the floating continent. Boom! Suddenly, an imposing shadow abruptly rose up over the continent, endlessly awe-inspiring. From the figure's mouth came a furious cry. Wicked devils, you'll be purged from this dimension. Traces of white light began to exude from the giant figure, spreading voluminously toward the floating continent. However, it was blocked by Legend Sith's maxim. At the same time, countless believers emerged in dense crowds on the floating continent. Their eyes were filled with a devout glint, and they each unleashed their mighty attacks, clashing murderously against the 50 spellcasters. Bang! With a casual fireball, Merlin killed one believer, then looked around. The disparity between the Satsuma god's followers and the spellcasters was far too great. Those believers did not have casting tools or fortified bodies. All they had was the power of faith. How could they be a match for spellcasters from a powerful faction of the Void Zone? Countless spells filled the air and blanketed the ground as they were cast, nearly shattering the entire continent into pieces. You devils, God will punish you, and your souls will suffer eternal anguish. The aged believers spat out vicious curses, but these were not useful in the slightest. They looked with high hopes toward the Satsuma god, who was now in a huge crisis, being suppressed by Legend Sith using two maxims, which slowly exhausted the god's divinity. Once the divinity had run out, it would be the moment when the Satsuma god was completely eliminated. Unlucky, I'm so unlucky. I didn't even find a single good thing. Earlier, a 9th-level spellcaster incidentally recovered a scorching flower from a native's body. How lucky. Wizard Merlin, what are you doing? Wizard Luce was vexed that he did not obtain anything good from the Satsuma god's believers. He had realized that Merlin was staring at the piles of corpses on the ground with a wooden expression. After a long moment, Merlin slowly said, Wizard Luce, these believers earlier said that we're intruders. Wizard Luce was slightly taken aback before he seemed to remember something. Gently, he said, Wizard Merlin, is this your first time witnessing a scene like this? The civilizations of these dimensions are merely primitive. They're enslaved by a god. What we need is for the entire dimension to be developed as a thriving spellcaster civilization. We'll spread the knowledge of spellcasters, allowing them to become spellcasters. After centuries and centuries, they'll remember only our benevolence. They'll know only that they're spellcasters who have gained immense strength. I suppose this is called assimilation? Merlin suddenly interjected. Assimilation? Not bad, that's not a bad word. Our spellcaster civilization has always been doing this. However, sometimes over the centuries, we'll encounter civilizations who can't assimilate. For instance, there was the civilization of the Dora demon tribe, who had worked with us very closely, but they had betrayed the spellcaster civilization in the end, and were wiped out by the ultimate arcane wizard. This is the fate of weak civilizations. If the spellcaster civilization hadn't stepped out of the glorious land back then, I'm afraid we would be faced with the same fate. Wizard Luce did not know that the Dora demon tribe was not wiped out, only they were trapped in the bloodshed universe, which was a fate more tragic than immediate extinction. Fate! Merlin glanced at the sky and fell into wordless silence. These things happened frequently. Each day, a civilization might vanish. The forces of the spellcasters grew day by day so that they did not suffer the same fate as those weak civilizations. It had nothing to do with morality. It was just that it was Merlin's first time learning the cruelty in the expansion of the spellcaster civilization. It was far from how picture-perfect it had seemed from a distance. However, he no longer struggled with himself over this matter, and instead, directed his gaze toward the battle between the Satsuma god and Legend Sith. The shrines on the floating continent had been demolished. The general situation was under the control of the 50 spellcasters. As the difference in strength was too big, the spellcasters did not have to exert themselves much. All spellcasters knew that the decisive factor was still the battle between the Satsuma god and Legend Sith. Gradually, the outcome became clear. After all, Legend Sith was a great legend with two maxims, Wind-type and Fire-type. With the power of both maxims, he began to gain an upper hand. Boom! After 10 days, Legend Sith pressed down with his huge hands, and the two maxims suppressed the Satsuma god forcefully. This was merely a suppression. The Satsuma god still had divinity, which would need to be erased for the Satsuma god to truly die. Nonetheless, the outcome had been determined. This dimension basically belonged to Legend Sith now. Swish! Legend Sith flew toward the floating continent, and said to the spellcasters, "Not bad, all of you have destroyed the shrine so quickly. However, some believers of the Satsuma god are still scattered over this continent. All of you must kill these believers and obliterate their shrines according to the places that I've marked out in 3 days. This way, we'll effectively defeat his faith, and he won't be able to benefit from the power of faith." Legend Sith had assigned all spellcasters their tasks, including Merlin and Wizard Luce. Both of them were responsible for cleaning up all of the shrines in the northwestern region. The truly dangerous part has come, Wizard Merlin. With Legend Sith around, of course, it's not risky, but this task of destroying the shrines by ourselves is most dangerous. After all, this is a foreign dimension, and no one knows what it hides. It's a good thing the areas we're clearing are next to each other, and we can work together. Wizard Luce's face grew solemn. The general battle had ended, which was not dangerous, but this individually assigned mission of clearing the shrines was the true threat. Fortunately, the area he was assigned was next to Merlin's. With Merlin around, Wizard Luce felt much safer. Chapter 553, A Huge Discovery. Chapter 553, A Huge Discovery. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 2 figures landed in an overgrown mountain forest. One was a black-robed spellcaster who glanced at the sky, and suddenly asked, "Wizard Luce, have you felt the elemental origin of this dimension?" Elemental origin? Luce blanked out for a moment. Naturally, he knew that the elemental origin was the foundation of a dimension. Many plunderers had exploited the elemental origin to create their maxims. Once the elemental origin was gone or otherwise damaged, that dimension would no longer be suitable for spellcasters, to the point that once the elemental origin had fallen apart completely, it would affect the environment of the dimension. Devastating squalls and torrents of floods, for instance, were likely to disastrously afflict the living beings of the dimension. When most legends occupied a dimension, they were not like plunderers. They would not directly damage the elemental origin but instead control it, gently perceiving its mysteries. In that manner, they would spend a long time to gain an understanding of the elemental origin bit by bit, and consolidate a new maxim. Merlin earlier had sensed that the elemental origin seemed to be gathering at the floating continent in the distance. There, Legend Sith had already suppressed the Satsuma god. In fact, it was simple enough to control the elemental origin. In general, it would follow the master of the dimension. Natural gods born in a dimension were the masters, so one could slowly take over this control of the elemental origin from a god. As long as one could suppress or kill a god, acquiring the elemental origin was a piece of cake. Merlin thought about the two-dimension coordinates that he knew. If they were truly masterless dimensions, then it would be easy for him to control the elemental origin. Most spellcasters above the 7th level, barring any outside interference, would quickly grasp the elemental origin of a dimension with no master. If one had controlled the elemental origin, it was equivalent to controlling the entire dimension. Legend Sith has almost gained control of the elemental origin. How lucky for him to find a masterless dimension such as this where the god isn't powerful as well. He has acquired a massive dimension so easily. Wizard Luce looked at the floating continent in the distance and an expression of envy came over his face. It was not so easy to find a dimension without a master. Some of the new great legends had been in the void zone for more than a century, yet they were still unable to find a masterless dimension. Let's go. There's a shrine in that area ahead. It's built on this wild mountain. Heh, that saves us some trouble. We'll just destroy it completely and be done with it. Wizard Luce and Merlin flew toward the shrine on the slope. Swoosh! Both of them hovered above the shrine, where believers were still walking in and out as if they had not noticed Merlin and Wizard Luce. As they watched the believers below, they exchanged a glance. These believers were far too weak. With a sweep of their mind power, they found out that in this shrine, even the strongest believer was only on par with a 7th level spell caster. Any spell they unleashed would be enough to destroy the believers completely. It's my turn now. Wind element surged up furiously around Wizard Luce, and he pointed down at the shrine. His mind power guided the 9th level wind-type spell and quickly rushed toward the shrine. Boom! Under the mighty force of the 9th level spell, the shrine could not withstand it at all, and was demolished instantly. As for the believers inside, they were totally crushed by the gale, and not a single one escaped. How simple! I hope the following shrines are this easy as well. Come on! Just as Wizard Luce was leading Merlin toward a shrine in the next region, Merlin furrowed his brows, and fixed his gaze upon the ruins of the recently destroyed shrine. As if he sensed Merlin's hesitation, Wizard Luce asked doubtfully, "Wizard Merlin, what's wrong? Have you noticed something?" Following Merlin's gaze, Wizard Luce looked toward the ruins of the shrine as well, but he did not see anything that appeared suspicious. "How come I don't see anything?" Wizard Luce mumbled throatily. Merlin abruptly flew toward the ruins, his eyes flashing with a determined sharp light. His expression even contained a trace of elation, only he was forcing himself to suppress it. Wizard Luce, pay close attention to the concentration of elements above the ruins. Merlin kept his voice low and steady. From Merlin's manner, Wizard Luce could discern a note of excitement. Concentration of elements. It's very normal, this concentration. Hold on, why are the elements so concentrated here? Wizard Luce's expression changed greatly. He felt it as well. Above the shrine, the elements had become more concentrated. This dimension was already concentrated with elements in the first place, and was considered a good dimension, suitable for the cultivation of spellcasters. However, the concentration of elements above the shrine was even more astounding. Just being there gave Wizard Luce a feeling of being immersed in elements. What an intense concentration of elements! Where from the ruins is this coming from? Wizard Luce finally gazed down at the ruins. He knew at last why Merlin was so excited. If he had guessed correctly, there must be a load of elements beneath the shrine. Loads of elements were in fact not uncommon. Conversely, some dimensions had plenty of them. Nevertheless, these loads could be categorized by size and quality. With such an intense load of elements, it must be a load of relatively good quality. As for the size, they would have to take a closer look. Wizard Merlin, let's see first how big this load really is. With a great swipe of his hand, Wizard Luce cleared away the ruins below. The earth and rocks were blasted away by Wizard Luce, revealing a glittering load of elemental crystal stones below the ground. There are elemental crystal stones so close to the surface. The quality of this load is exceptional. Wizard Luce gasped in astonishment when he saw this load, and his eyes brightened with glee. This was really a windfall that had fallen in their laps. He did not expect that upon following Legend Sith to this masterless dimension, they would discover such a massive load. Wizard Luce, look even more carefully at the direction of this load. Direction? Wizard Luce followed Merlin's gaze and discovered that the trail of elements wound west then east, starting from the demolished shrine, not diminishing in the slightest. It was evident that this load stretched very far. Come on, let's see how far it goes. With that, Merlin and Wizard Luce flew as they continued examining the load. At the start, Wizard Luce was filled with surprise and elation because this rather large load would at least provide a few million elemental crystal stones. Moreover, it would be first-rate elemental crystal stones. However, as more time passed, the load stretched further and further as if there was no end. From the initial few million elemental crystal stones, it grew to 10 million, 20 million, 30 million. In the end, there were more than 100 million elemental crystal stones, yet it was still not finished. The concentration of elements remained as strong as ever as they flew forward. Wizard Luce's face turned more and more somber until ultimately there was no trace of joy. Phew! Finally, Merlin and Wizard Luce had flown for 3 days straight. They were rather fast and did not know how much distance they had covered over these 3 days. It must have been hundreds of thousands of miles at least. An elemental crystal stones load that stretched over hundreds of thousands of miles, what a gigantic load this was. Based on their rough estimation, they could unearth at least 1 billion elemental crystal stones. They had never even heard of such a colossal elemental crystal stones load. It had exceeded their imaginations. This was no ordinary dimension but clearly a dimension of elemental crystal stones, which were hidden under the entire dimension. Wizard Merlin, the 3 days' time is up. Let's go quickly. Such a large load is no longer something we can profit from, it's the cause of ruin. Even an honored legend would go mad over this. At the moment, Legend Sith must not have noticed. We should leave this place as soon as possible to avoid stirring up trouble. Otherwise, there would be problems. Wizard Luce's speaking voice was shaking slightly because this was far too earth-shattering. A sum of more than 1 billion elemental crystal stones, what an enormous fortune that was. It must be known that the fortune of most ordinary legends was just about 10 million elemental crystal stones. Even those powerful honored legends, who hoarded for over 1,000 years, would not have more than 100 million. Anyone would go crazy over more than 1 billion elemental crystal stones. If one could acquire this dimension, one would immediately become one of the richest spellcasters of the entire spellcaster civilization in one leap. If it was a load with only a few million elemental crystal stones, Wizard Luce and Merlin would have hit the jackpot, but with more than 1 billion elemental crystal stones, this was no longer good luck but a hazard. 3 days are up. All spellcasters are to leave the Satsuma dimension. Suddenly, the sky thundered with a booming voice, which belonged to Legend Sith. He had given the spellcasters 3 days to destroy the shrines. Now that 3 days were over, according to the conditions of the contract, the spellcasters enlisted by Legend Sith must leave the Satsuma dimension. Up until now, it seemed that Legend Sith had not discovered any elemental crystal stones load. Wizard Merlin, let's go quickly. No matter what ends up happening in this dimension, it's not something we can get involved in. Wizard Luce was constantly urging Merlin to leave, but Merlin was somewhat reluctant. Such an enormous elemental crystal stones load. He thought about dispelling water in the pavilion of rarities. Each type would need 10 million elemental crystal stones. At first, Merlin had thought that he could not possibly attain so many elemental crystal stones. However, there was now a chance before his eyes. He only had to spend a little time, and with his methods, he could get enough elemental crystal stones from the load in a short period. Of course, this was assuming that it was not discovered by Legend Sith. Wizard Luce, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I can set up a runic magic circle first, making it harder for Legend Sith to find us. Following that, we'll get a sufficient amount of elemental crystal stones as fast as we can. Even if we're discovered, don't forget, we've signed a contract with Legend Sith. He can't attack us or even restrain us. At worst, we would have offended a great legend over this, but the Void Zone is so vast. With the elemental crystal stones, we can go anywhere we want. Can Legend Sith really search through the entire Void Zone? Merlin's words tempted Wizard Luce. It was true. With the contract, Legend Sith could not attack them for now. In addition, upon leaving the dimension, the contract stipulated that Legend Sith must not attack them for a month. This was their chance. Moreover, if they were quick and surreptitious about it, Legend Sith might not even find out. Let's do it. After giving it a great deal of thought, Wizard Loose finally made up his mind. His eyes were bloodshot. Evidently, it had been a big decision. After all, not everyone would have the guts to go against a great legend. All right, we can't delay any more. We'll act now. I'll set up the runic magic circle first. A smile appeared on Merlin's lips. With Loose's help, he would be able to dig up enough elemental crystal stones in the shortest possible time. Chapter 554, Darkness Eye, Summon Demon Spirit. Chapter 554, Darkness Eye, Summon Demon Spirit. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin flew into the air and extended a finger. A pulsating rune appeared on his forehead. It was the runic heartprint. Merlin had not used it for a long time. After all, it was no longer of much use to Merlin lately. Nonetheless, it was still able to isolate their force and prevent their movements from being revealed. Runic heartprint, go! One by one the runes were released by Merlin through the power of the runic heartprint. This was a runic magic circle that was built especially for concealment, and it was one of the most effective ones. It was just that it required too much mind power, so Merlin had not dared to use it in the past. However, his mind power had improved considerably since then, and he could set it up as he wished without being affected. Swish swish swish. The runes hovered in mid-air, covering up an area of over 100 miles. From the surface, it looked as if nothing had changed, but this was a facade. In fact, Wizard Loose was wildly excavating the elemental crystal stone's load. Rise! Wizard Loose gave a great roar and magic power cascaded from his body. He cast spells of powerful might one after another, raising the entire area of more than 100 miles into level ground. Following that, the entire elemental crystal stone's load was hauled up by the combined efforts of Merlin and Wizard Loose. Seize the elemental crystal stones quickly! Merlin's heart burst with glee as he yelled hastily. Countless elemental crystal stones were wildly absorbed into the spatial rings of both wizards. In a few short minutes, they had gotten a few 100,000 elemental crystal stones at least. If they kept this up for a few hours, they would even get a few million or maybe more than 10 million elemental crystal stones. If this pace was maintained for a day or two, they would surely obtain more than 100 million elemental crystal stones. Both of them were currently drunk on the thrill of frantically collecting elemental crystal stones. Legend Sith looked coldly at the Satsuma god he was suppressing. His two maxims were restraining the Satsuma god at all times, exerting immense pressure on the god. If he only had one maxim, Legend Sith might still be able to suppress the Satsuma god by force, but it would then take a few months to kill the Satsuma god off completely, or even a few years' time for his divinity to be exhausted. However, he had two maxims furiously draining the Satsuma god's divinity, so, in a mere 3 days' time, Legend Sith had already forced the Satsuma god to the end of his rope. Your divinity is finally all used up. Die! With a vicious push of Legend Sith's both hands, the two maxims, which were like massive mountains, immediately crushed the Satsuma god's gigantic frame into dust. Without divinity, the Satsuma god had no way of resurrecting himself. The exception was if he still had believers in the future who constantly accumulated the power of faith for him. Perhaps then, he would come back to life. However, the entire Satsuma dimension was in Legend Sith's grasp. When it became a spellcaster dimension in the future, it would be impossible for the Satsuma god to accumulate the power of faith. I finally succeeded. Now it's time to gain total control of the elemental origin. Legend Sith closed his eyes wordlessly. He was attentively feeling the elemental origin, rapidly achieving mastery of it. Only by controlling the elemental origin could he actually control the dimension. Through the elemental origin, Legend Sith was able to see any location in the Satsuma dimension. His mind power followed the elemental origin, and inspected the colossal Satsuma dimension. Huh? There's such a great commotion. What's going on? Soon enough, through the elemental origin, Legend Sith perceived a massive agitation in the dimension. Therefore, he quickly traced it back to its source. A runic magic circle? Legend Sith was slightly stupefied. Someone had actually used a runic magic circle to isolate their movements. It was not surprising that he had not discovered this when he was just starting to control the elemental origin. It was only now that he had full mastery of the elemental origin that he could sense a trace of that commotion. Humph, let me see who can it be. Legend Sith's face turned cold, following which his mind power, through the elemental origin, noiselessly probed within the runic magic circle. Not even the runic magic circle could detect his mind power. Rumble. Just as he had passed through the runic magic circle, Legend Sith was struck dumb by what he saw. Before his eyes were heaps and heaps of elemental crystal stones, piling up into mountains. In the depths of the ground stretching out endlessly, was, in fact, a massive load of elemental crystal stones. What? Such a gigantic load? The entire dimension is practically sitting above this load. The heavens have blessed me with these riches, ha ha, to think that I've found such a treasure trove. These two puny 9th level spellcasters are greedy by nature. They dare to steal elemental crystal stones which belong to me. D*MN fools. A murderous rage gripped his features. Naturally, he remembered that these two individuals had signed a contract with him, so he could not attack them. However, just because he could not attack did not mean that he was powerless. The contracts were signed indeed, but Legend Sith had other ways. Slave Wei, Slave Hai, both of you go and kill those two. Two spellcasters appeared behind Legend Sith. Their expressions were wooden, but they were filled with fear toward the Legend Sith. These were two great wizards controlled by Legend Sith. They had been kept hidden all along, just in case an unexpected situation ever arose where Sith could not attack, where these two could still be mobilized. Both of them had not signed any contracts, and could attack freely. Very well, Great Master. Slave Wei and Slave Hai had completely become Legend Sith slaves, controlled by a contract. Thereafter, the two great wizards left quickly. Within the runic magic circle, the place was filled with glittering elemental crystal stones. The massive load looked like a huge dragon. Merlin and Wizard Luce had joined forces to haul up one dragon after another. With a blow from their spells, everything became gleaming elemental crystal stones, which were divided by both into their spatial rings. Wizard Luce, how many elemental crystal stones have you collected, roughly speaking? Merlin suddenly asked. Wizard Luce examined his loot briefly, and his face was filled with delight. With a trembling voice, he said, I've already collected more than 3 million elemental crystal stones. How about you? I've gotten a bit more, over 5 million elemental crystal stones. We have to hurry. Although the runic magic circle is concealing us, as time goes by, it'll be difficult to avoid Legend Sith's detection. Merlin had a vague premonition. If they delayed any longer, it was likely they would be caught by Legend Sith. Is that so? Both of you are brave indeed. You actually dare to fool Legend Sith, and steal the elemental crystal stones. At an unknown time, two other spellcasters had shown up within the runic magic circle. From the elemental fluctuations of their bodies, they were great wizards. Oh no, the runic magic circle didn't even react. Legend Sith must have mobilized the power of this dimension's elemental origin. We've been discovered by Legend Sith. Run, run quickly! Merlin immediately dragged Wizard Luce and paid no mind to those two great wizards. His figure flashed as he dashed madly toward the exterior of the Satsuma dimension. Trying to escape? The two great wizards were Slave Wei and Slave Hai. Seeing that Merlin and Wizard Luce were no great wizards, they heaved a soft sigh of relief. At least, they would not be in danger this time around. Wizard Luce's face turned color. He was already somewhat remorseful that he had followed Merlin, and hauled the elemental crystal stones load. Wizard Merlin, we're done for. These two must be Legend Sith slaves or followers. Legend Sith can't attack, but his slaves can. We have no way of contending against any one of those two great wizards. Wizard Luce shook his head lightly. He was no longer holding on to any hope. Behind them, Slave Wei and Slave Wei moved very quickly as well. Both of them unleashed their full force, each casting spells which immediately blanketed a range of 100 miles. No matter how fast Merlin was, he could not outrun their spells. The great wizard's spells contained multiple elements, and shifted constantly, making it impossible to guard against. They had great might too, and was something far beyond a 9th-level spellcaster's abilities. Merlin, we won't escape. Wizard Luce was truly in despair. The great wizard's spells pressed upon them with terrifying force. He did not even have the courage to resist any more. Luce, right now, escape immediately as fast as you can, run. Merlin cried out furiously, and turned around abruptly, shielding Luce behind him. His head of long black hair began to flutter in a strange manner. This punk wants to die? He's just a 7th-level spellcaster. Going insane right before dying is quite normal, after all. Slave Wei and Slave Hai had killed so many people that they had lost count. Looking at Merlin was just like staring at an ant that would not give up struggling. Darkness Eye, summon demon spirit. Merlin gave a low cry and extended a fair palm. Instantly, crimson light shone from his palm, where an eerie blood-red eye blinked incessantly. At the same time, a swathe of darkness glided behind Merlin silently. A giant ghostly face of unparalleled size solidified, bursting out in peals of cold laughter, eyes fixed upon Slave Wei and Slave Hai, inducing a chill in them. This was also Merlin's first time unleashing the 6th form of Darkness Eye, which was only cultivated through the Blackfire King's help. The 6th form was, in fact, able to condense a spirit form, Darkness Demon Spirit, from the darkness. The pinnacle of this Darkness Demon Spirit was comparable to some gods. That would only be achievable by the 7th form. The legend of Darkness Ophlas was remarkable indeed, creating this special Pandora demon ability which could condense Darkness Demon Spirit, a spirit form with Darkness Eye as its base. As a result, the power of Darkness Eye was immediately leagues beyond other special Pandora demon abilities. Darkness Demon Spirit snarled as soon as it appeared, and immediately swung one ferocious palm to crush Slave Wei and Slave Wei. Thereafter, it opened its giant mouth, which was like a black hole, swallowing both of them promptly. From the time Darkness Demon Spirit appeared to the point where it swallowed the two great wizards, the entire process took barely 1 moment. Wizard Luce was still completely blank, at a loss of what to do. Let's go. Don't forget, there's still Legend Sith. Merlin did not hesitate any longer and withdrew the 6th form of Darkness Eye. Although he was also astounded by the terrifying might of the 6th form of Darkness Eye, what was more important now was to escape, to run far away from the Satsuma dimension. Darkness Eye? On the floating continent, Legend Sith, who had been observing Merlin and Luce, stood up abruptly. His eyes were like 2 pools of ice. It was not because of Slave Wei and Slave Hai. Those 2 great wizards were merely his slaves, and he did not care about them at all. What enraged Legend Sith was Merlin's use of Darkness Eye. Legend Sith, as a great legend with 2 maxims, naturally had some knowledge of Darkness Eye. All those who cultivated Darkness Eye, especially those like Merlin who cultivated it to the 6th form, were basically the legend of Darkness Ophlas' prey. They were surveilled by Ophlas. This isn't good. If Ophlas realizes what's going on here, there would be trouble. D*MN, how can a mere 7th-level spellcaster cultivate Darkness Eye to its 6th form? Legend Sith stood up hastily. No matter what, he must not let Merlin live. If Ophlas ever learned of this giant load of elemental crystal stones through Darkness Eye, it would be rather troublesome. Sith would not allow something like that to happen. Boom! That gigantic castle of Siths descended instantly, following which it sped out of the dimension at its highest speed, flying toward the vast void zone. Chapter 555, Blocking the Exit? Chapter 555, Blocking the Exit? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the infinite void zone, a flying ship turned into a beam of white light, and rapidly traversed the boundless void zone. Within the Aurora ship, Wizard Luce was full of shock, staring mutely at Merlin without speaking. He was far too flabbergasted. He thought it had been a situation of certain death, only for Merlin to display his unusual power, immediately swallowing the 2 great wizards. Those were 2 great wizards, not 7th level, 8th level or 9th level spellcasters, but formidable great wizards. It was only then that Wizard Luce realized he did not know Merlin at all. He was currently feeling slight pangs of regret for following Merlin in doing such an insane thing. Where are we going now? Now and again, Wizard Loose glanced at the massive castle behind them. This was Legend Sith's castle, which had been following behind them. It was only a matter of time before it caught up to them. Loose even suspected that the real reason Legend Sith had not caught up to them yet was due to the contract stipulating that within a month of leaving the dimension, Legend Sith was not allowed to attack. As he was hindered by the constraints of the contract, Legend Sith had not acted against them yet. However, he was pursuing them stubbornly. Clearly, Legend Sith was waiting for 1 month's time to pass, waiting for the contract to expire. At that point, even if Merlin was strong, could he overpower a great legend? Merlin was also full of gloom. He had surmised Legend Sith's intentions. 1 month might seem like a long time, but in fact, they had already been flying for over 20 days. In the sweeping void zone, a few days' time was nothing at all. How far away are we from the Shkadu dimension? Merlin asked quietly. He was currently steering toward the Shkadu dimension at full speed. Merlin knew that if they headed into the depths of the void zone, it would only be to their own dooms because he had no way of shaking off Legend Sith. They could only escape to the Shkadu dimension, and take advantage of the regulations there. They would have temporary safety. Of course, this was assuming that they reached the Shkadu dimension before the contract expired. We're about 8 days away. We'll have to hurry. Wizard Loose spoke in dispirited tones. He now appeared very terrified. They had offended a great legend and was being targeted, and pursued relentlessly. Wizard Loose had lost his courage long ago. Even when he looked at the 3 million plus elemental crystal stones in his spatial ring, he could feel no sense of joy. 8 days should be enough. Merlin gritted his teeth, and urged the Aurora ship forward at full speed as it flew ahead. Humph, you only have a few days left. When the contract expires, where else can you run? In the castle, Legend Sith was pissed off. Just to deal with 2 puny spellcasters who were not even great wizards, he had to chase them for so many days. Moreover, because of the contract, he could not act against them yet. Endless fury had stored up in his heart. Once the contract expired, this fury would erupt violently. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In less than a day, the binding power of the contract would expire. At the moment, Legend Sith was also getting closer to Merlin's Aurora ship. Quick, quick, go faster. We're almost at the Shkadu dimension. If we can't reach it before the contract expires, we'll be in deep trouble. Presently, Wizard Loose's face was drained of color, and his voice was shaking. He was anxious to the maximum. A great legend was just behind them, tracking them down murderously. In times like this, anyone would be incapable of remaining calm. Merlin was the same as well. He was now unable to maintain his cool. He could see the Shkadu dimension just in front of him, but the contract was expiring in a few hours. Moreover, upon entering the Shkadu dimension, they would have to enter a building to be safe. Otherwise, Legend Sith would have ways to instantly restrain both Merlin and Wizard Loose without damaging the buildings of the Shkadu dimension. Didymos, wake up quickly! Merlin roused the Black Cat Didymos in panic. Ever since they left Arcane City, the Black Cat Didymos had been in deep sleep. Merlin did not know how many things Legend Zardo had let the Black Cat Didymos swallow to the point where he still had not woken up. At this time, Merlin could only ask for the Black Cat Didymos' assistance. What's up? I was sleeping so peacefully. The Black Cat Didymos was so fat now that he would turn anyone speechless. If it was not for his cat features being too obvious, many people would mistake him as a plump dog, based on his size. Merlin had no inclination to focus on the Black Cat Didymos' appearance, and said hurriedly, Didymos, we're now in danger. A legendary wizard with 2 maxims is chasing us. If we still haven't entered the Shkadu dimension when the contract expires, we'll have to rely on your strength to stop Legend Sith. Merlin gave a brief explanation of all that had happened. The fat Black Cat Didymos was no longer sleepy but instead glanced back at the castle with an anxious expression. Merlin, you've really stirred up trouble. A great legend who had created 2 maxims. There's no point in relying on me. I'm afraid only that you can only ask that old fellow Zardo to save you. The fat Black Cat Didymos shook his head repeatedly. Although he had reversed his life form and swallowed so many members of foreign tribes, he was still only on par with an ordinary great legend with one maxim. It was a long way from being on par with Legend Sith who had 2 maxims. I didn't ask you to defeat him. Just hold him back for a moment. Currently, only you can slow him down. Merlin knew very well that although his darkness eye was powerful, it was nothing in a great legend's eyes. Only the black cat Didymos could block Legend Sith. However, the fat black cat Didymos had become more human-like, muttering continuously, "That's rather dangerous. Since I followed you, not only is there nothing to eat, but we also encounter constant danger. It's not like when I was with Zardo. Although that old fellow keeps researching me, at least I get to fill up my belly every day, sleeping, eating, and nothing else. What a wonderful life that was." Merlin was momentarily speechless. The black cat Didymos had completely turned into a lazy bulging cat. However, seeing that Didymos was complaining in this manner, Merlin knew that he had agreed to help, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was his last resort. If there was no need for this, Merlin would have hoped that the black cat Didymos did not have to do this. The contract is finally expired. Although you've reached the Shkadu dimension, ultimately, it's not too late for me. Come back here. Legend Sith immediately flew out from his castle and stood outside the Shkadu dimension. In the distance, he could see with his naked eyes that the Aurora ship was flying into the Shkadu dimension at its greatest speed. Boom! With a great swipe of Legend Sith's hands, a wind maxim quickly condensed into a gigantic hand that covered the area. This hand stretched toward the Shkadu dimension as quickly as it could. Swish! With a gentle flicker, the Aurora ship entered the Shkadu dimension, but Merlin and Wizard Luce did not celebrate just yet. Suddenly, they felt a suffocating force all over their bodies, just like a powerful binding power. The contract is expired. Sith has attacked. Merlin and Luce exchanged a glance, and could see the alarm in each other's eyes. Considering Legend Sith's speed, and the fact that they had just entered the Shkadu dimension, they would need a bit more time to reach the closest building. However, in this brief period of time, Legend Sith would be able to capture them. Didymos, it's up to you now. Merlin screamed wildly as he steered the Aurora ship. Without thinking of anything else, he flew wildly toward the nearest building, and he could even clearly see 3 words, Pavilion of Rarities. It was the Pavilion of Rarities which Wizard Luce had brought Merlin to back then. Meow. The black cat Didymos immediately flew out from Merlin's Aurora ship, and his body swelled up instantly. His gigantic frame was filled with an intimidating force as he roared, "I'll swallow you." The black cat Didymos opened his wide mouth, which turned into a massive black hole, swallowing the giant hand of Legend Sith's wind maxim. What's that? It's the power of a maxim. A great legend is attacking. It's a cat. A cat on the level of a great legend. My heavens, what's going on? How can a mere cat become on par with a great legend? Many wizards stared dumbly at the sky. A large hand formed from a maxim and an unspeakably overweight cat were battling fiercely. The cat had swallowed the hand in one gulp. It was just that the fat cat who swallowed the giant hand seemed to have taken a great hit as if from indigestion. His body shrunk immediately, and he slipped into the Pavilion of Rarities like a breeze. Swoosh! A great legend's figure appeared in the sky, his body surrounded by the vigorous power of his maxims. In addition, a castle-like casting tool slowly descended above the Pavilion of Rarities. Legend Sith's face was incomparably stormy. He had thought that victory was in his grasp, that he would certainly capture Merlin and Luce. However, it was disrupted by a cat at the last minute. Moreover, until now, he did not even know what that cat was exactly, to be able to swallow his maxim. This is bad. They've hidden in the Pavilion of Rarities. If they don't come out, I can do nothing. Legend Sith drew in a deep breath, then bellowed at the Pavilion of Rarities, "Humph, how long can you two hide? I'll wait here outside, and wait for you to come out." Legend Sith did not dare to make a move against the Pavilion of Rarities as that would be a death wish. The rules of the Shkadu dimension were bloodily and efficiently enforced. No one would go against them so lightly. Legend Sith did as he said, and set up the power of his maxim outside before flying into his castle. He really had decided to block the doorway of the pavilion. Many onlookers were filled with curiosity. They knew Legend Sith. Who knew what others had actually provoked Legend Sith to such an extent? He would hunt them to his dying breath. In the Pavilion of Rarities, Merlin looked at the listless-looking black cat Didymos on his shoulder, and his expression shifted uncertainly. A great wizard of the Pavilion of Rarities stood beside them, saying calmly, "Wizard Merlin, don't worry. After entering the Pavilion of Rarities, you're protected. No one would dare to pick a fight with you here." Merlin nodded, but he was still not completely relieved. Sith was waiting just outside the door. Was Merlin really going to hide in the Pavilion of Rarities forever? Furthermore, as time goes by, no one was certain that the Pavilion of Rarities would not hand him over. However, I'm curious. Wizard Merlin and Wizard Luce, what did you two actually do to offend a great legend like Sith to such an extent? The numerous spellcasters in the pavilion were now looking at Merlin and Luce in an inquisitive manner. To provoke a great legend to the point where he would resort to such a vulgar, relentless measure of blocking the exit. Could Merlin and Luce, two spellcasters who were not great wizards, really stirred up such a deep-seated grudge in Legend Sith that no one knew about? Chapter 556, Zardo's Arrival. Chapter 556, Zardo's Arrival. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the Pavilion of Rarities, Merlin was downcast. He looked at Legend Sith outside who was blocking the exit so openly. Clearly, he was waiting outside for Merlin. Once Merlin exited the Pavilion of Rarities, he would be seized by Legend Sith. Luce was also full of dismay, having no ideas left. He could only mumble over and over, "What do we do? What do we do?" Merlin glanced at the black cat Didymos on his shoulder, asking gently, "Didymos, how are you doing?" The black cat Didymos shook his head feebly. "Nothing too bad. However, by forcibly swallowing Legend Sith's maxim, I've really overstuffed myself. I'm afraid I'll need a very long time to slowly recover. Merlin, I can't help you much now. You'd better contact that old fellow Zardo quickly. With him around, Legend Sith outside would be no match." It was not as if Merlin did not know that he should inform Legend Zardo. Legend Zardo had even placed a rune on Merlin, which he could unleash in times of crisis. However, based on Legend Sith's manner, since this involved such a gigantic load, a mere projection of Legend Zardo would surely be insufficient in convincing Legend Sith to let the matter go. Legend Zardo would have to come here himself. It was just that Legend Zardo was in Arcane City. The vast void zone contained no space nor time, and there was no way to communicate across it. Suddenly, Merlin eyed the spellcasters in the Pavilion of Rarities, and his heart leaped. He immediately asked a female spellcaster beside him, "Who's the wizard in charge of the Pavilion of Rarities?" "It's the Great Wizard Leto." Merlin bobbed his head. "Please invite the Great Wizard Leto here. I have an important matter to discuss with him." The female wizard shot Merlin a doubtful look. Legend Sith outside was watching them like a tiger, evidently not about to give up. However, not only did Merlin show no signs of panic, he appeared calm and composed instead. What point was there in inviting the Great Wizard Leto? Was Merlin really counting on the Pavilion of Rarities to step in and ask Legend Sith to leave? Many thoughts flashed across the female wizard's head. In her opinion, Merlin could only stay forever in the Pavilion of Rarities. Moreover, as he had offended Legend Sith, the more time passed, the more unfavorable the situation was for Merlin. "Wizard Merlin, what use is there in looking for the Great Wizard Leto? The Pavilion of Rarities would not chase us out, but they surely won't help us confront Legend Sith either." Wizard Luce seemed to have the same thoughts. No matter how remorseful he was, there was no point in regrets. Now, the most important thing was to think of a way out. Merlin laughed softly. "Wizard Luce, I still haven't clarified my identity to you. When the Great Wizard Leto has arrived, I'll explain everything. Don't worry, I have a plan to deal with Legend Sith." Upon hearing Merlin's words, Wizard Luce widened his eyes in astonishment. It was true. After so long, Wizard Luce still did not know Merlin's identity, where he came from, and so on. "Ha ha, is there anything I can help with?" Soon enough, the Great Wizard Leto appeared before Merlin. This was a powerful great wizard who was at the peak, already beginning to consolidate a maxim. Great Wizard Leto, I'd like to ask the Pavilion of Rarities for a favor. Merlin took a deep breath and requested softly. A favor? The Great Wizard Leto gave a stiff smile as he glanced at Legend Sith outside, then said in a low voice, Wizard Merlin, Wizard Luce, if this is about Legend Sith, we're powerless as well. A legend with 2 maxims, although we at the Pavilion of Rarities aren't afraid, we're not willing to anger him either. The Pavilion of Rarities was backed by a few great legends as well. Naturally, they would not provoke the Legend Sith without reason purely for Merlin's sake. This was also one of the most important reasons the Pavilion of Rarities had done so well in the Shkadu dimension, for they had never caused trouble. Merlin shook his head. Great Wizard Leto, you misunderstood me. I don't want your Pavilion of Rarities to handle Legend Sith. I only wish for one of your wizards to make a trip to Arcane City, to bring a message to Legend Zardo for me. Huh? Arcane City? Wizard Merlin is a potential wizard from Arcane City? The Great Wizard Leto now widened his eyes. Arcane City was the sacred place of the entire spellcaster civilization. It was founded by the true pillars of the spellcaster civilization, the 3 ultimate arcane wizards. It could be said that the potential wizards of Arcane City were equivalent to the disciples of the ultimate arcane wizards. However, of course, they could not compare to disciples who were taken on personally. Moreover, the influences of the potential wizards themselves were often tangled and complex, with many of them supported by great legends. Therefore, once a potential wizard had left Arcane City would not pay any attention to what happened outside. Even so, a potential wizard of Arcane City held a rather high status. Only those rather freakish spellcasters were able to enter Arcane City. Their chances of becoming a legend were also far higher than spellcasters from elsewhere. In addition, Merlin had mentioned Legend Zardo, and was most likely Legend Zardo's disciple. Wizard Merlin, are you Legend Zardo's disciple? The Great Wizard Leto asked cautiously. Compared to Arcane City, Merlin's identity as Legend Zardo's disciple was undoubtedly the more threatening one, because Legend Zardo was an exceedingly protective spellcaster, and a top-notch legend with 5 maxims to boot. He was only second to an honored legend, and once he became an honored legend, he would be prominent among honored legends too. To go one step further, considering the potential of Legend Zardo's 5 maxims, no one would be surprised if he became a great king in the future. That's right, I'm the disciple of Teacher Zardo. However, now I'm trapped here with no way to communicate with my teacher, so I'd like to ask Great Wizard Leto for help. Indeed, he was the disciple of Legend Zardo. It was not surprising that Merlin was assured of a safety net. He was still so calm despite a great legend blocking the exit. With Legend Zardo as his support, naturally, he was unafraid of anyone. A smile stretched across the Great Wizard Leto's face. It was just bringing a message, which was a small matter, so he gradually replied, there are 3 arcane cities. Which arcane city is it? It's Santo Arcane City. Here's a rune. Hold on to it, and activate it upon entering Arcane City. Teacher Zardo would know then. Merlin handed over Legend Zardo's rune to the Great Wizard Leto. As for the Blackfire King, he was still a secret. The Blackfire King did not like others knowing about his relationship with Merlin, so Merlin was not about to disturb him over this matter. With Legend Zardo, he could easily resolve this issue. So, it's Santo Arcane City. What a long journey away. 500,000 elemental crystal stones. Merlin said resolutely. The Pavilion of Rarities would not help Merlin without a good reason. It was just elemental crystal stones, after all. In addition, for all that Merlin lacked now, he did not lack elemental crystal stones. Moreover, if Legend Zardo showed up, and dealt with Legend Sith when they went back to the Satsuma dimension with its giant load, Merlin would not need to worry about not having enough elemental crystal stones anymore. Ha ha, be rest assured, Wizard Merlin. We'll hurry to Arcane City as fast as we can. It'll take 2 months at most, but we'll certainly bring your message. In that case, thank you for your trouble, Great Wizard Leto. Thereafter, Merlin gave 500,000 elemental crystal stones to the Great Wizard Leto, who hastily turned to leave, and make preparations. Next to Merlin, Wizard Loose waited until the great Wizard Leto had walked away before finally bursting out, "Wizard Merlin, you've really kept me in the dark so agonizingly. So, you're Legend Zardo's disciple. In the Satsuma dimension, did you already plan for the worst?" Merlin smiled without saying anything, but Wizard Loose understood everything now. It turned out that Merlin had never been afraid of Legend Sith from the start. At worst, he could look for Legend Zardo. It must be known that Legend Zardo with his 5 maxims, stood at the peak of ordinary legends, second only to the powerful honored legends. With such powerful backing, Merlin was naturally unafraid of Legend Sith. Conversely, it was Loose who, without knowing anything, followed Merlin in taking such a massive risk. Still, after thinking about it, Wizard Loose finally heaved a sigh of relief. After this adventure, he believed that when Legend Zardo had arrived, and they had gained control of the Satsuma dimension, he would not miss out on the profits either. Merlin and Loose both exhaled, and relaxed completely. They just had to silently wait for Legend Zardo to arrive. However, Legend Sith who had been waiting outside was now becoming restless. Are they really planning to wait in the Pavilion of Rarities forever? This won't do. If this goes on, and too much time passes, the Satsuma dimension would really become implicated in this mess. I must settle this matter as soon as possible. After some thought, Legend Sith finally decided to inform his elder brother, Legend Arnie. Perhaps only Legend Arnie's appearance would make the Pavilion of Rarities hand over both Merlin and Loose. It was just that this would make the kinship between Legend Sith and Legend Arnie public. Nonetheless, for the Satsuma dimension, it was worth it to sacrifice the relationship that they had purposely kept hidden. With this in mind, Legend Sith sent for a slave, and said quietly, "Invite elder brother here." Upon hearing Sith mentioning his elder brother, the slave could not help but reveal their consternation. "Go on, quickly go and quickly return." With a wave of Legend Sith's hand, his slave promptly left the Shkadu dimension. In the peaceful residence, Merlin dressed in a black robe was silently watching Fire Dash, Thunder Dash, and Wind-type spells in his hand. These 3 spells had been fused successfully. Next, Merlin wanted to fuse the 4th type of spell, but this was somewhat challenging. Initially, Wind-type spells and Ice-type spells could fuse together, and Merlin wanted to start from there. However, after trying this out, he found that it was too difficult. The slightest contact between Ice-type and Fire-type spells immediately caused an explosion. Merlin had tried countless times only to result in failure at last. "Wizard Merlin, it's been 2 months. Why hasn't Legend Zardo arrived?" Wizard Loose was bored and restless, watching Merlin fused spells by his side. Although he was a 9th level spellcaster as well, simply watching Merlin's spell fusion was frightening enough, to say nothing of fusing spell models. Unless necessary, Wizard Loose would not consider fusing spell models. If he had failed, he would be doomed forever. Wait just a little longer, perhaps. Merlin suddenly perked up, and raised his head, looking in front. In the residence, an unfamiliar wizard who appeared imposing, had come in at an unknown time. "Teacher Zardo." Merlin's eyes shone with joy. This unfamiliar wizard before them was Merlin's teacher, Arcane City's legend in residence, a powerful wizard who had created 5 maxims, a Legend Zardo. "Heh, Merlin, as expected of my disciple. Tell me, what happened? You've only been out for a while, and already you've stirred up so much trouble?" Earlier, I noticed Legend Sith outside, guarding the door furiously. His expression of sky-high resentment really made me wonder, what did you do to anger him? Legend Zardo wore a humorless smile, which actually made Merlin relieved. At least, from Legend Zardo's tone, he did not seem to think that Legend Sith was much of a threat. Therefore, Merlin sent away the wizards of the Pavilion of Rarities, and carefully narrated the entire story of the Satsuma dimension. Chapter 557, Brothers. Chapter 557, Brothers. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's been so many days. Elder brother should be here soon. Humph, once he arrives, we'll be able to exert pressure on the Pavilion of Rarities, and make them hand over Merlin and Loose. Legend Sith, who had been waiting outside the Pavilion of Rarities all this while, directed his gaze at the Pavilion of Rarities. His eyes flashed coldly. He was pulling out all stops, not because Merlin and Luce had gotten a few million elemental crystal stones, but to maintain the secret of the Satsuma dimension. There was far too much at stake here. He must not let any other legendary wizards know about this. Thus, he needed to kill Merlin and Luce as soon as possible to guard this secret. Just as Legend Sith was waiting patiently, a figure suddenly flew out from the Pavilion of Rarities. What? He dares to come out? Legend Sith's gaze sharpened. Was his target unable to stand it any longer? However, he noticed that Wizard Luce still had not come out. Humph, no matter what scheme they're hatching, I'll capture him before anything else. Legend Sith knew that Merlin dared to come out alone, not because he was crazy but because he had some plan. Still, he did not overthink it. Since Merlin had shown himself, he would act immediately. Boom! A giant hand immediately took shape from the castle and instantly enclosed Merlin, making him unable to move a single muscle. This was something Legend Sith had set up during his long time outside. Once Merlin and Luce walked out, it would be near impossible for them to go back or even take one more step. Looking at Merlin's constant wriggling body, Legend Sith laughed heartily. Ha ha, since you've come out, do you still think you can go back? The entire exterior of the Pavilion of Rarities was sealed off by Legend Sith. Once Merlin and Luce appeared, it would be difficult for them to return inside. This was the case for Merlin now as he was trapped in the binding. Hey hey hey. Suddenly, chilling laughter sounded all around. Even though the area was sealed, this voice still rang out everywhere. Sith, how grand you look! Since when do you dare to attack my disciple? A voice spoke breezily, accompanied by a flame arm which crashed heavily into Legend Sith's giant arm. Instantly, the surrounding bindings were released, and Merlin regained his freedom of movement. He immediately retreated, and entered the Pavilion of Rarities once more. Merlin's function was merely to lure out Legend Sith. It's you, Legend Zardo? Legend Sith's eyes widened with indescribable dread. Before this, he had thought that Merlin was Legend of Darkness, Ofla's prey, but he had never imagined that he was Legend Zardo's disciple. Legend Zardo was a great legend with 5 maxims, far beyond his abilities. If Legend Zardo advanced one step further, and became an honored legend, he would be second only to the great kings. Below them, many spellcasters had also noticed Legend Zardo, who suddenly appeared from within the Pavilion of Rarities. Legend Zardo had appeared. How exciting! Legend Sith and Legend Zardo seemed to be in a standoff. Surely it's not just because of those 2 mysterious spellcasters. That's right. The 2 great legends are so powerful, especially Legend Zardo, who's just below an honored legend. He's the preeminent legendary wizard. He's always been protective, but it's impossible that he would act against Legend Sith just because of this. There must be a reason. Naturally, these spellcasters knew of Legend Zardo. As the mightiest legendary wizard below the honored legends, Zardo's name was well known throughout the spellcaster civilization. Some honored legends were not even as influential as Legend Zardo. This was because once Legend Zardo became an honored legend, he would be the top honored legend with a chance of becoming a great king. The spellcaster civilization was now countless times stronger than it had been when spellcasters first stepped out of the glorious land. Although the birth of a great legend was something significant, it was no longer a big deal. Only the birth of an honored legend would affect the entire spellcaster civilization. However, this was nothing in comparison to a great king. If a great king was born, that was truly a conclusive indication of one's strength. Legend Zardo had always been thought of having the potential to become a great king. Seeing Legend Zardo, Legend Sith said hurriedly, "Great Legend Zardo, this is all a misunderstanding. Wizard Merlin is actually your disciple. If I had known, of course, I wouldn't have dared to attack." Nonetheless, no matter what Legend Sith said, Legend Zardo was unmoved. His body even began to exude the 5 fearsome maxims, sealing the surrounding space, and entrapping Legend Sith. Sith widened his eyes as if he had thought of a scary possibility. Legend Zardo, Merlin has told you about the Satsuma dimension. D***MN it, you're planning to kill me and monopolize the dimension for yourself. At this point, Legend Sith understood everything. Legend Zardo had arrived long ago but had stayed inside. Instead, he allowed Merlin to leave the Pavilion of Rarities to tempt Legend Sith into leaving the castle. If Legend Sith was hiding in the castle, even Legend Zardo would have to go through a lot of trouble just to kill Sith. However, now that Sith was lured out, his escape route was sealed off by Zardo. This was all planned to directly target Sith. As he came to this conclusion, Legend Sith was finally afraid. After becoming a great legend, he still had not felt the threat of death, but faced with Legend Zardo now, a powerless feeling was born in him for the first time. The disparity between 2 maxims and 5 maxims was far too great. The top legend below the honored legends, this was not just a hollow reputation. It represented genuine, formidable might. With fear branching in his heart, Legend Sith finally experienced what Merlin and Luce had felt. He had such an enormous fortune in his grasp but was still frightened out of his wits. The Satsuma dimension was something far beyond the grasp of a 2 maxim legend like him. Bang! Legend Sith's 2 maxims, Wind type and Fire type, was now immediately crushed to smithereens by Legend Zardo's 5 maxims. This was an insurmountable gap. Each addition of a maxim would increase a legendary wizard's power 10 times over. Therefore, a legend with 2 maxims would find it difficult to transcend their level, and challenge a legend with 3 maxims. It seemed as if they were all legendary wizards, but the difference between them was even greater than the difference between a 9th level spellcaster and a great wizard. Seeing his maxims shatter before his eyes, and that he was about to be crushed directly by Legend Zardo's 5 maxims, Legend Sith was terrified to the maximum. He cried out furiously, "Zardo, my elder brother is Legend Arnie, and he's reaching soon." Legend Arnie? Zardo blanked out for a moment. This name was far too familiar. Bang! The 5 maxims crashed heavily into Sith, but Legend Zardo did not celebrate. His eyes glinted in focus as he stared at the back of Legend Sith. Traces of a scorching force began to pervade the thin air. Legend Zardo's 5 maxims began to tremble, unable to suppress these wisps of scorching energy. This was a flame maxim, but not an ordinary one. It was a flame maxim of peak understanding. Legend Arnie? I didn't expect that. I really didn't. You and Legend Sith are brothers? The corner of the Legend Zardo's mouth twisted slightly. He looked at Legend Arnie, who calmly stood behind Sith, dressed in a golden robe. Legend Arnie was a mighty honored legend who had succeeded with a flame maxim. At the same time, he was a plunderer whom everyone loathed, but they dared not say anything against him. The moment everyone saw Legend Arnie, they flared up in rage. Merlin could feel their endless anger and grievances, rapidly bubbling over and diffusing through the entire Shkadu dimension. Arnie, it's Legend Arnie. Legend Sith and Legend Arnie really hid their relationship so well. So, Legend Sith is also a despicable plunderer. How repulsive. Now, I finally know why so many masterless dimensions, which were recently discovered by a great legend, would inexplicably be attacked by Legend Arnie, who robbed them of their elemental origins, resulting in barren dimensions. So, Legend Sith is behind the scenes, secretly notifying Legend Arnie. Legend Sith is even more wicked. That pair of brothers are 2 sides of the same coin. Who knew how many dimensions they've plundered? It's not surprising that Legend Arnie could advance his abilities so quickly, and became an honored legend. The entire Shkadu dimension was in an uproar. Legend Arnie was a plunderer abhorred by everyone. Any great legend who had signed the Legends Accord would not feel too kindly toward a plunderer. Usually, plunderers would keep away from this prosperous dimension. Nevertheless, although plunderers were universally hated, they were still a member of the spellcaster civilization. During the wars against foreign tribes, plunderers would join in as well. Even if they had not signed the Legends Accord, the ultimate arcane wizards would not act against plunderers, which indicated their silent acceptance of plunderers. Therefore, a plunderer like Arnie was still an honored legend, and no one was willing to offend him. Elder brother, you finally arrived. Legend Sith was now caught in both surprise and relief. Legend Arnie had come just at the right time. A little later, Sith would have died at Zardo's hands. Therefore, Sith's gaze toward Zardo was filled with hatred as he growled, "Elder brother, that Zardo nearly killed me." "Shut up!" Arnie yelled thunderously, startling Sith so much that he opened his mouth but dared not speak. Legend Arnie was brimming with exasperation. This time, after exposing Legend Sith's identity, he could only become a plunderer like this. From now on, Arnie had lost a source of information, which was a huge loss. Nonetheless, for the Satsuma dimension, exposing Legend Sith was worth it as well. It was just that this matter must not spread to more wizards, not even Legend Zardo. The moment Legend Zardo saw Arnie appeared, his heart sank a little. Legend Arnie was a vicious, heartless plunderer, not tolerated by the mainstream spellcaster world in the first place. Perhaps others would be apprehensive of Zardo's wide network of allies, in addition to the fact that he was a wizard in residence at Arcane City, but a plunderer like Arnie would not care about that. Swoosh! Legend Arnie turned his gaze around, and narrowed his eyes as he glared at Legend Zardo. The atmosphere between them was tense, and the surrounding air was filled with a grim force. Chapter 558, The Difference of a Single Step. Chapter 558, The Difference of a Single Step. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You want to kill me? Zardo's expression darkened. He knew exactly what Legend Arnie was planning just from his looks. For that huge load, and more than 1 billion elemental crystal stones, even honored legends would go crazy for it. In order to get that load, Arnie did not even hesitate to expose his relationship with Sith. It showed just how much he wanted the load. I'm a wizard in residence at Arcane City. Zardo heavily emphasized his identity as a wizard in residence. If plunderers were lawless and did not care about any threats, then it was precisely Arcane City that they had to revere. That was because it was founded by the 3 strongest arcane wizards, the strongest existences in the entire spellcaster civilization. Potential wizards might not be paid attention to by ultimate arcane wizards, but wizards in residence was regarded as a core social class in Arcane City. Nominally, they were even wizards in residence invited by ultimate arcane wizards. Legend Arnie fell silent, and he slightly furrowed his brows. Indeed, he was planning on killing Wizard Zardo earlier. Legend Zardo's so-called relationships, potential, and identity were all inconsequential to Legend Arnie. Even if he had potential, that was all after the fact. Now, Legend Arnie could easily suppress Zardo. In other words, he had the absolute upper hand. As a plunderer, he had already committed the most abominable acts. Killing Zardo would not be a big deal. However, Zardo's identity as a wizard in residence in Arcane City made Legend Arnie slightly afraid. He would be fine if the ultimate arcane wizards did not do anything, but the moment they did, he would not have anywhere to escape to. There would only be death left for him. In the past, there was a plunderer with overflowing strength, and became a supreme king. In order to plunder the elemental origins, he even destroyed dozens of prosperous dimensions. That plunderer's actions finally roused public anger, and countless great legends gathered in Arcane City to request the ultimate arcane wizards to act. In the end, among the 3 great arcane wizards, Arcane Wizard Sito agreed to the great legend's requests, and personally took action. The Supreme King Plunderer, hiding in a remote area in the vast void zone spanning countless dimensions, was killed in an instant. This was an ultimate arcane wizard. Ordinary legends and even great kings could not ignore time and space in the void zone. After all, there was no time and space in the void zone. If a wizard wanted to arrive quickly, he would have to rely on casting tools to fly there. Only ultimate arcane wizards could seemingly ignore this limitation. Ultimate arcane wizards seemed to be comprehending maxims as well, but their maxims covered millions and millions of dimensions. Even if it was the void zone, it was under their maxim. No one could clearly say how strong an ultimate arcane wizard was. After all, there had only been 3 ultimate arcane wizards in the history of the spellcaster civilization. There was still a lot of mysteries regarding them. Therefore, as a plunderer, Legend Arnie could afford not to care about others, but he was still a little scared of a wizard in residence of Arcane City as it involved an ultimate arcane wizard. No matter how strong a plunderer was, if they were targeted by an ultimate arcane wizard, it would be useless no matter where they fled. After muttering for a moment, Legend Arnie stared at Legend Zardo and said, "Zardo, sign the agreement." Then, Legend Arnie took out a contract. The contents were very simple. Legend Zardo was not allowed to spread any information about the loads of elemental crystal stones in the Satsuma dimension. Phew! Legend Zardo sighed in relief. As long as he signed the agreement, that meant that Legend Arnie was still afraid. Legend Zardo also detested plunderers. Plunderers were just like parasites. Aside from being helpful to some foreign tribes, the rest of the time, they were just destroying the root of the spellcaster civilization. I can sign the contract. However, my disciple Merlin will have to sign it too. Legend Zardo looked at Merlin in the pavilion of rarities. As long as Merlin also signed the contract, Legend Zardo would not take action toward the other party. Otherwise, he would not rest assured. HM? Legend Arnie looked at Merlin and said coldly, those two must die. What? Legend Arnie, Merlin is my disciple. If I can't even protect my disciple, what's the point of being an honored legend? What right will I have to stand among other legends? Legend Zardo's expression also became cold. If he left safely today but Merlin died, he would no longer have any place among the legends. He would become a laughingstock among the legends. Furthermore, Zardo valued Merlin very much, so naturally, he would not let Merlin die just like that. There's no room for negotiating about that. Zardo, my patience has its limits. If you don't sign the contract, neither of you will be able to walk away. Legend Arnie's tone was full of undisguised threat. At this time, Legend Zardo also sneered. Suddenly, he raised his voice and shouted, Legend Arnie, this is the Shkadu dimension. It's a dimension that became prosperous after signing the Legends Accord. Plunderers have never been welcomed here. Legend Zardo's intention was completely obvious in the vast void zone. That was because he felt the mind powers of several honored legends. Most of these honored legends among the 9 honored legends in the Shkadu dimension. Since something so large happened in the Shkadu dimension, they could not just remain indifferent. As if knowing what Zardo was planning, Legend Arnie frowned. Since you're not willing to sign the agreement, looks like you've already sensed that they'll help you. Boom! Without warning, Legend Arnie acted. His first move was his strongest flame maxim. The entire sky seemed to burn in blazing red, and even the void itself started to collapse. The essence of flames was destructive. Burning flames, especially flames that were condensed to the extreme, was astonishing in destructive power. Legend Arnie controlled the flames and shot straight toward Legend Zardo. 5 Elemental Maxim, go! Legend Zardo had prepared long ago. No matter how quickly Legend Arnie acted, he still rapidly released his 5 Elemental Maxim, which quickly formed a giant Maxim shield that emitted 5 colored lights. It looked exceedingly beautiful. When the 5 Maxims consolidated, it could release terrifying power. That was the reason why the legendary wizard standing above all ordinary legends, Legend Zardo, was so renowned in the entire spellcaster civilization. Furthermore, Legend Zardo's Earth Maxim was just shy of reaching the pinnacle of comprehension. It was just that little, but the disparity was as wide as heaven and earth. When Legend Arnie's Flame Maxim covered the 5 Maxims, the latter shattered instantly. It could not resist at all and was completely crushed. What? It couldn't resist it. It couldn't even slow it down. Legend Zardo's face paled. Ever since he consolidated the 5 Maxims, no one in the spellcaster civilization could stand up to him. When he fought against 3 legends with 4 Maxims, he had easily won. He had even felt that even if there was a difference between an honored legend and him, it would not be that large. However, now, Legend Arnie's Flame Maxim had shattered Legend Zardo's fantasy. He used to think that he was extremely strong with his 5 Maxims, but against Wizard Arnie's Flame Maxim, there was no difference, as if he only had 1 Maxim. It was just a difference of a single step, but it was a vast insurmountable gap. Wizard Arnie's turbulent Flame Maxim blanketed the surroundings, and surged forward to engulf Legend Zardo. At this time, everyone could feel Legend Arnie's killing intent. He was serious about killing Legend Zardo. The fear he had toward Arcane City before was completely thrown to the back of his mind. After all, he was a plunderer who did not care about any sort of consequences. Chapter 559, Arrival. Chapter 559, Arrival. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In a resplendent main hall, the spellcasters were silently staring at an image in midair with grave expressions. What do you think we should do? The Shkadu dimension is controlled by the 9 of us. We cannot allow anyone to damage the prosperity of the Shkadu dimension. A black-robed wizard said lowly. These spellcasters were the highest controllers of the Shkadu dimension, E4 of the 9 honored legends. They naturally sensed the movements in the Shkadu dimension but did not immediately step forward, and instead secretly observed. That's right, the Shkadu dimension's prosperity mustn't be damaged by anyone. Plunderers are detestable, but look closely. Legend Ani isn't breaking any of the Shkadu dimension's rules. He even extended his maxim to the surroundings to guard against the aftermath of his battle with Legend Zardo. Another great legend said with bright eyes. I agree. Although plunderers are hateful, he didn't break any rules. We shouldn't interfere. Among the 4 honored legends, there were already 2 who did not agree to interfere with Ani's and Zardo's dispute. It seemed like they were being partial since Legend Ani was not breaking any rules. Hence, they would not interfere. However, everyone understood in their hearts that this was just an excuse. The true reason why they did not want to interfere was that Legend Ani was not easy to deal with. Although there were 4 honored legends, even if they took action, it was difficult to say if they could defeat Legend Ani. If they offended this honored legend plunderer, the entire Shkadu dimension would be brought to ruin. Almost every spellcaster hated plunderers, but they were also afraid of them. That was because when plunderers went mad, they would have no scruples at all. There was once an ordinary plunderer who went mad, who did not care about anything, and destroyed several dimensions. He was killed in the end, but the ruined dimensions could never be recovered again. Legend Ani was still a powerful honored legend. Anyone would have misgivings about facing a plunderer like him, and the great legends of the Shkadu dimension were no exception. Then, what should we do now? The 4 great legends exchanged looks, and turned back to the image. Legend Zardo was absolutely disadvantaged. Then, the leading great legend bellowed, "We'll wait. We'll wait until a victor appears. If Legend Zardo is unlucky, and dies in the Shkadu dimension, we'll inform Arcane City." After saying that, the 4 honored legends grew silent. This was the most sensible course of action, but it was not in agreement with their identities of the ones who controlled the Shkadu dimension. However, against such a powerful plunderer who could become mad, this approach was the safest way. D*MN, are those honored legends of the Shkadu dimension not planning to take action? The few mind powers he had sensed earlier disappeared immediately. Legend Zardo's heart chilled, but after considering Legend Ani's identity as a plunderer, he immediately understood. The honored legends of the Shkadu dimension had already decided not to act. After all, Legend Ani's actions up till now had been played by the rules. This made them feel at ease for not interfering. Legend Zardo, who had also sensed the disappearance of the few mind powers, revealed a thin smile. Zardo, no one can save you. It's not too late to sign the contract now. Holding the absolute upper hand, Legend Ani once again mentioned the agreement. Although he was a plunderer, he did not go mad yet. After all, Legend Zardo was involved with Arcane City. He did not want to take the risk unless it was a last resort. Legend Zardo's entire body seemed to be suppressed by the flame maxim. His 5 elemental maxim had crumbled, and he was no match for Legend Ani. In the Pavilion of Rarities, Merlin saw the clash between Legend Zardo and Legend Ani. Even though he was just a 7th level spellcaster, he could tell that Legend Zardo was at a very disadvantageous spot. The great honored legends belong to the absolute top among thousands of dimensions. Many powerful gods were slain, and suppressed by honored legends. When fighting foreign tribes, honored legends always led countless great legends to battle. A unit led by an honored legend could destroy an ordinary foreign civilization. Thus, even though Legend Zardo was a great legend with 5 maxims, there was still an indisputable gap between him and an honored legend. Now, Merlin had some regrets. If he had known earlier, he would have asked the wizards in the Pavilion of Rarities to inform the Blackfire King as well while informing Legend Zardo. However, it was too late now. So? Have you thought about it? Legend Ani asked casually. Ha ha ha, Ani, does a plunderer like you think that everyone who faces death will act the same as you? Merlin is my disciple. So long as I live, you won't touch him. Seeing Legend Zardo's determined look, Legend Ani's expression turned cold as he said, "Fool." Legend Ani could not understand Legend Zardo's current thoughts, but he also knew that making Legend Zardo sign the contract was not viable anymore. He no longer had any more options. Zardo, you're the most foolish legend I've ever met. Legend Arnie scoffed coldly, and swept his arm down. The terrifying flame matrix started to surge wildly, covering the skies, and engulfed Legend Zardo. Legend Zardo, just sign it. At this time, Merlin's face was pale as he bit his lip. Legend Arnie seemed to have deliberately let Merlin hear his conversation with Legend Zardo. For the first time, he deeply regretted informing Legend Zardo, and plunging him into this crisis. Legend Zardo was at a dangerous juncture now, which also made Merlin completely frantic. He shouted, Legend Arnie, if you kill Legend Zardo, I'll immediately spread the matter of the Satsuma dimension to the entire Shkadu dimension. Merlin's words continued to reverberate in the void. Arnie froze slightly, and hesitated, but a wave of monstrous anger immediately emanated from his body. Go ahead and try. Your voice can't reach outside the Pavilion of Rarities now. If you say anything, at most, I'll just destroy the entire Pavilion of Rarities. Legend Arnie's eyes were cold, and his tone carried a frigid iciness. You aren't afraid of making enemies out of the entire Shkadu dimension? Merlin's heart trembled. He did not think that Legend Arnie would be so ferocious. Of course, I have apprehensions. I won't make 9 honored legends my enemies for no reason. However, you dared to threaten me, so it doesn't matter anymore. Besides, it doesn't matter if a Pavilion of Rarities is destroyed. Don't forget, I'm a plunderer as well as an honored legend. Would the Shkadu dimension unceasingly try to hunt me down just for Pavilion of Rarities? Everything seemed to be in Legend Arnie's palms. His eyes looked down at Merlin from above. Die. The raging flames drowned Legend Zardo in the blink of an eye. Legend Arnie had also completed his preparations. If Merlin dared to speak, he would dare to directly burn down the entire Pavilion of Rarities. This was the strength and madness of a plunderer. No matter what, I don't believe that you'll be able to isolate yourself from being sniffed out by the Shkadu dimension's honored legends. Merlin gritted his teeth, and shouted. He knew that the moment he revealed this secret, Legend Arnie would fly into a rage, and kill him instantly. However, Legend Zardo was in imminent peril, so Merlin had no other choices. HMPH, Arnie, what great power! Since when has a plunderer dared to appear so brazenly in a prosperous dimension? A cold voice sounded in the air. The sky in the distance seemed to darken in an instant, and from the darkness, a raging fire continued to burn wildly. A figure flashing with overwhelming life force followed the endless darkness, stepping on the turbulent flame, and instantly arrived. Chapter 560, Suppression. Chapter 560, Suppression. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Boom! Endless darkness instantly enveloped the entire sky of the Shkadu dimension, causing everyone to be unable to see their surroundings. Even great legends felt that it was pitch dark. Their senses and even their mind power were completely useless. This was darkness in the true sense of the word. Only the honored legends, relying on their own comprehension of the maxim, could tear open the darkness, and not be affected by the endless darkness. Bang! A ball of flames exploded, and Legend Arnie immediately ripped apart the darkness. However, when he saw the situation clearly, Legend Zardo had already escaped from his maxim, and was standing beside the mysterious wizard. Darkness Maxim and Flame Maxim. Both maxims have been consolidated to the extreme. I didn't expect that the great Darkfire King would have come as well. Legend Arnie's expression was ashen, and a trace of fear appeared for the first time in his eyes. He was a savage plunderer and did not fear anyone, not even the 9 honored legends of the Shkadu dimension. However, the wizard standing before him was the fearsome Supreme King, the Darkfire King. Darkfire King, you're also planning to interfere? Legend Arnie seemed to be terrified, and even took a few steps back. He never thought that the King of Arcane City would come too. Legend Zardo, who had just escaped death, opened his mouth, and looked at the Darkfire King. However, he did not say anything, and simply had a complicated expression. He also did not know why the Darkfire King would appear at this place now. He did not think that the Blackfire King had come here especially for him. After all, in Arcane City, he had only heard of the Blackfire King, and only saw him from far away once. They had not even talked to each other before. The Black Fire King ignored Legend Arnie, and instead looked at Merlin, and said with a displeased voice, "Merlin, if I hadn't decided to come to take a look after finding out that Legend Zardo had come here because of you, I'm afraid that you might have been caught up in a disaster now. Since when is my disciple allowed to be threatened?" The moment the Dark Fire King's voice fell, the surroundings instantly grew silent. Disciple? Merlin was the Dark Fire King's disciple? When Legend Zardo hurried over, it was because Merlin was his disciple. However, Merlin was also the Black Fire King's disciple. This made everyone feel extremely jealous. The Dark Fire King was a supreme king who was stronger than the great honored legends. "Teacher, didn't you say not to easily reveal that you're my teacher?" "That's why." Merlin finally let out a long sigh of relief. He had never thought that the Black Fire King would rush over so quickly. However, the Black Fire King made it just in time. Otherwise, Legend Zardo and he would really be in danger. Legend Arnie looked meaningfully at the Black Fire King as well as Merlin and said, "The great Black Fire King, since Merlin is your disciple, then I'll admit my fault. Sith, let's go." Legend Arnie wanted to take Legend Sith and leave immediately, but suddenly, the entire sky turned into darkness and trapped Sith and Legend Arnie. Black Fire King, don't think I'm afraid of you." Wizard Arnie roared. He knew that the Black Fire King would not just leave the matter at that. If it were any other kings, perhaps they would have some misgivings. However, the Black Fire King had always been short-tempered, and acted however he liked. In the past, because of a fit of rage, he had single-handedly destroyed a few foreign civilizations. As a result, he had obtained the title of a supreme king after just one battle. Boom! Flames surged to the sky and tore apart the Darkness Maxim, turning them into flames covering the sky, and burned toward the Black Fire King. HMPH! The Black Fire King scoffed coldly, and released his Flame Maxim. Two Flame Maxims transformed into two giant beasts of fire which rampaged wildly. The aftershocks spread in all directions, and the few nearby spellcasters who had no way to defend against it were instantly burnt to ash. Such a large movement naturally greatly damaged the Shkadu dimension. However, the four honored legends still did not reveal themselves. The four honored legends were currently observing the Black Fire King and Legend Arnie's every move. However, when they saw their battle and the destruction it caused, they could only exchange looks and laugh bitterly. "It's the Black Fire King. I never would have thought that Merlin is the Black Fire King's disciple. The Black Fire King has easily suppressed Wizard Arnie. Look, the aftershocks between them are so extreme that it almost raised the land hundreds of miles around them to the ground. That's deliberate. The Black Fire King is expressing his discontent with us, so he didn't control the aftershocks and let them damage the Shkadu dimension." The four honored legends' faces seemed to express agony. Only the Black Fire King would do something like that. Previously, when Merlin and Zardo were in peril, the honored legends of the Shkadu dimension did not act, which naturally displeased the Black Fire King. This battle's aftershocks had ruined a portion of the Shkadu dimension. It was also because of his resent for them. However, even though they knew that the Black Fire King was doing this on purpose, they could only endure. The Black Fire King was not someone they could provoke. All they could do now was hope that the Black Fire King would quickly end the battle, and vent the displeasure in his heart, and let the Shkadu dimension suffer fewer damages. However, their wishes were doomed to fail. Currently, the Black Fire King was still using the Darkness Maxim to control the surroundings to trap Sith and Legend Arnie, while they were using purely Flame Maxims to fight wildly. Flame Maxims were Maxims with extreme destructive capabilities. The two wizards had already comprehended their Flame Maxims to the pinnacle, so their strength would not differ much. In a large battle of their Flame Maxims, it would be difficult to say who would win. As a result, where the two people fought, almost all the places were turned into ruins. So much so that if they really did not hold back anymore, the entire dimension would be blown to smithereens. Fortunately, although the Black Fire King was furious, and deliberately allowed the battle to cause large-scale damage to the Shkadu dimension, it was to express his dissatisfaction with the Shkadu dimension's honored legends in action. However, he still practiced discretion, and would not blow up the entire Shkadu dimension. On the other hand, Merlin and Luce did not see those clues. They only felt that the two were madly fighting, their maxims twisting around their bodies. That power, although they could feel it, they could not even get close to it. Otherwise, it would directly crush the spell models in their bodies. Teacher Zardo, is Teacher Blackfire in any danger? Merlin frowned while asking. Although he knew that the Blackfire King was slightly stronger, a merciless plunderer could not be underestimated. Merlin also could not tell who held the advantage in that battle as well as who would win. Danger? Legend Zardo laughed. He looked around and said softly, "Ha ha, how could the Blackfire King be in danger? Don't even bring up the fact that there's only one Legend Arnie. Even if there were 2 or 3, they would still stand no chance against the Blackfire King. How would a great king be defeated by an ordinary legend? Right now, the Blackfire King naturally holds the upper hand. He's just using his battle with Legend Arnie as an excuse to punish the few honored legends of the Shkadu dimension." Punish? Merlin saw that the Shkadu dimension was damaged beyond recognition, but the 9 honored legends in the Shkadu dimension still did not appear. He then nodded his head as if figuring it out. "Oh no, if this goes on, our Shkadu dimension will be completely destroyed in a day. Even if it's not destroyed, we no longer have any way to maintaining the prosperity of the Shkadu dimension. If we had known that he was the Blackfire King's disciple, how would we have dared to stand idly by? The Blackfire King doesn't have any intention to stop at all. Now that it's come to this, we can only act." The 4 honored legends exchanged looks. They could not sit around any longer. If this continued, the entire Shkadu dimension would be ruined. They had to act. Of course, they would not be acting against the Blackfire King but helping him kill Legend Arnie. That way, the Blackfire King would not have any reason to destroy the Shkadu dimension. Thus, the figures of the 4 honored legends who were overseeing the Shkadu dimension flashed, and they entered the spatial passage. The 4 figures instantly appeared above the air between the Blackfire King's and Legend Arnie's battle. They looked at the Blackfire King and hurriedly shouted, "Blackfire King, we've arrived late. We shall help the Blackfire King against this despicable plunderer." Saying that, the 4 honored legends released their own maxims. For terrifying maxims at the pinnacle of comprehension surged. The Shkadu dimension seemed to be on the brink of collapse, almost unable to withstand so many terrifying shocks from the maxims. The Blackfire King glanced at the 4 honored legends and said coldly, "That's not necessary. If you step in, this dimension won't be able to handle it. At that time, if the dimension collapses, it'll be your fault, not mine." This. The 4 honored legends' expression twisted. If they did not intervene and the Blackfire King continued like this, even if the Shkadu dimension did not collapse, there would be nothing left anyway. Boom! While the 4 honored legends were caught awkwardly, the life force around the Blackfire King's body violently increased. The dense darkness maxim formed a giant hand which faintly fused together with the flame maxim. Bang! The giant hand gripped firmly, and Legend Arnie's flame maxim was shattered as easily as brittle glass. Then, it viciously slapped against Legend Arnie, and he was instantly turned into a bloody splat. Whiz! A trace of almost transparent flame tried to pass through the layers of darkness in the blink of an eye. The Blackfire King scoffed coldly again, and with another grab with the giant hand, it directly caught that transparent flame in its hand. Trying to run? In the past, arcane wizards said that although you plunderers destroyed the foundation of the spellcaster civilization on various levels, you're still a member among the spellcaster. Especially when battling with foreign civilizations, you've made a lot of contributions. However, in my opinion, all plunderers deserve to die. No, Darkfire King, please don't kill me. I know there's a sin core in Arcane City. Its members have all committed great crimes and were caught by Arcane City. I'm willing to serve in the Sin Corps for 10,000 years. This flame maxim itself was unexpectedly Legend Arnie. Even if his bones were ground to dust, he would still be able to exist. This was one of the greatest powers of an honored legend. Once they understood a maxim to its extreme, it could become their foundation and their consciousness would be held in the maxim. As long as the maxim did not disappear, they would not die. They were similar to gods in this point, whereby if their divinity was not wiped out, the god would not die. However, only maxims that had been comprehended to the maximum would be able to withstand a great legend's consciousness, and not break the mind. You also know about the Sin Core. an honored legend really is formidable. No matter what, I'm also a member of Arcane City. Putting you in the Sin Core will also be a contribution to Arcane City. Hence, I'll spare you for today. The Blackfire King's lips pulled down into a sneer. Then, the large hand suppressed Legend Arnie's Maxim in a grip, and prepared to bring him back to Arcane City to put him into Arcane City's most terrifying Sin Core.